Hello, you tired little peeps. It's that time once again, so let's snuggle up fast. Because tonight we're travelling back in time to look at the quiet frontier skills that helped people survive the wilderness in that time. So, if you are new to the channel or returning, liking the video significantly helps. Also, please let me know where you are listening in from and what time it is for you. Now get comfortable, and let's begin. You're standing at the edge of something vast. Before you stretches an ocean of grass, rolling toward mountains that seem painted against the sky in shades of blue and purple. The year is 1843, and you've just arrived in Oregon Territory after 6 months of wagon travel. Your hands are calloused from gripping rope and leather. Your boots are held together with wire and determination. And now, for the first time in your life, you're looking at land that doesn't have a fence line anywhere in sight. The stillness out here isn't like the quiet back home in Pennsylvania or Ohio. This silence has weight to it. When the wind stops moving through the tall grass, you can hear your own heartbeat. You can hear the creak of your wagon settling. You can hear absolutely nothing for miles in every direction, and it's both terrifying and strangely beautiful. Back east, silence meant something was wrong. The mill had stopped. The church bell hadn't rung. Out here, silence is just Tuesday. Your nearest neighbour will be 3 miles away, assuming anyone else settles nearby. The closest town with an actual store is a 2-day ride. You've got the supplies that fit in your wagon, the knowledge you carried in your head, and whatever you can figure out before winter arrives. No pressure. The first thing you learn is that the frontier has a particular way of teaching. It doesn't hand you a manual. It doesn't offer second chances. You either notice the lesson while you still have time to apply it, or you become a cautionary tale that travellers mention when they pass your empty claim years later. That's where the Hendersons tried to settle, they'll say, without elaborating on what went wrong. You'd very much prefer not to be a Henderson, so you start paying attention to everything. The land out here speaks a language you've never heard before, and you're learning vocabulary at an urgent pace. That depression in the meadow where water pools after rain, that's not just a low spot. That's where you'll dig your well come spring, because if water shows up there naturally, it's close to the surface. Those aspens growing in a line across the hillside, they're marking an underground stream, their roots reaching toward moisture you can't see but can definitely use. The deer trails that converge near that stand of willows, animals aren't stupid. They've been finding water here for generations, and you're the newcomer who should probably take notes. You walk your land every morning for the first month, not because you're bored, but because each morning reveals something new. The way frost settles heavier in certain hollows tells you where cold air pools at night. The sections where grass grows taller and greener indicate better soil. The rocks scattered across one area suggest this field used to be underwater a very long time ago, which means the dirt here might be richer than it looks. Reading the land becomes your favourite morning activity, even though favourite is a relative term when every morning also involves hauling water, splitting wood, and preventing your only milk cow from wandering into the next territory. You start noticing patterns. The elk move uphill in late afternoon. The ravens circle above something dead or dying, which is useful information if you're tracking game. The particular way the grass bends tells you which direction the prevailing wind comes from, which tells you which side of your cabin will take the worst beating during storms. There's a kind of satisfaction in learning to read the land that you weren't expecting. Back east, you knew whether it would rain by checking if Mrs. Peterson's joints were aching. Out here, you watch the ants. If they're building their hills higher than usual, sealing entrances and moving their eggs up from the lower chambers, rain is coming. The ants have never lied to you. Mrs. Peterson was only right about 60% of the time, but you'd never tell her that. The soil itself tells stories if you know how to listen. You dig test holes in different areas of your claim, examining what comes up. Dark, crumbly soil that smells rich and earthy, that's good land, full of organic matter broken down over centuries. Clay-heavy soil that clumps and holds water, that's challenging for most crops but perfect for building. Sandy soil that drains too quickly. You'll need to amend that with whatever organic matter you can find. Rocky soil that's more stone than dirt, well, that's where you'll graze livestock instead of planting vegetables. You learn to identify plants you've never seen before, starting with the ones that might kill you because that seems like practical prioritization. Poison hemlock grows near water, and it looks disturbingly similar to wild carrot until you notice the purple spots on the stem and the musty smell when you crush the leaves. Water hemlock is even worse, and you give any plant growing in wet areas a very suspicious inspection before deciding whether it's edible or deadly. But there are also plants that become staples. Biscuit root has a taproot that's starchy and filling when roasted. Kama's bulbs, if you dig them at the right time, taste sweet and can be baked or dried for winter storage. Wild roses produce hips that are rich in whatever prevents scurvy. You're not sure of the exact science, but you know sailors used to die from not eating them, so you collect them in autumn and dry them for tea. The trees on your land aren't just scenery. They're resources waiting to be understood. You learn to identify them by bark, by leaf shape, and by the way they grow. Douglas fir provides strong, straight timber for building. Cedar resists rot and makes excellent shingles. Pine is abundant but soft, better for interior walls than structural support. Alder grows near water and provides wood that burns hot and clean with minimal smoke. Each tree species has particular uses beyond building material. You collect pitch from pine trees, heating it to make a waterproof sealant for cracks in your cabin walls. You harvest inner bark from certain trees in spring when the sap is running. It's edible, though calling it delicious would be generous. You learn which trees provide the best firewood, which ones harbour edible mushrooms at their base, and which ones attract deer during certain seasons. The rhythm of the land becomes your clock. You stop thinking in terms of specific dates and start thinking in terms of what's happening. When the service berries bloom, it's time to plant crops that can handle cool soil. When the balsam root flowers carpet the hillsides in yellow, the last frost has probably passed. When the choke cherries ripen, summer is half over, and you'd better start thinking about harvest. When the tamarack needles turn gold, winter is 6 weeks away, and you're either ready or you're not. Water becomes your obsession, which makes sense considering you're made of approximately 60% of the stuff and would prefer to maintain that ratio. The creek runs about a quarter mile from your cabin, which is close enough to be convenient but far enough to be annoying when you're hauling buckets twice a day. In summer, it's a cheerful little stream, clear and cold and reliable. In winter, it's a frozen challenge that requires you to hack through ice with an axe, which is exactly as fun as it sounds. You learn to collect rainwater in barrels, positioning them under the eaves of your cabin to catch runoff. You dig a root cellar that stays cool and damp, perfect for storing vegetables and keeping milk from spoiling. You fashion a simple filter using sand and charcoal, because the creek runs clear most of the time, but occasionally gets murky after a hard rain upstream, and drinking mud is bad for morale. The frontier teaches you to be creative about water in ways you never imagined. You save your washing water to pour on the garden. You learn to judge exactly how much you need for cooking, for cleaning, and for drinking, and you waste nothing. Spilling a bucket of water becomes genuinely upsetting, not because you're precious about it, but because that's another trip to the creek, and you've already made 4 today, and your shoulder is starting to file a formal complaint. Finding the best place to dig a well becomes a spring project that occupies weeks of planning and days of labour. You watch where morning dew lingers longest on the grass. You observe which areas stay green during dry spells. You talk to a trapper who passes through, and he mentions that willows and cottonwoods always grow near water, which you already knew. But he also mentions that certain types of moss prefer damp ground, which you didn't know. You finally choose a spot near that line of aspens and start digging. The first 3 feet are easy, relatively speaking, just topsoil and rocks that you can move with a shovel. The next 5 feet are harder, the soil becoming dense and heavy. At 8 feet down, you hit clay, which is encouraging because clay usually means you're getting close to the water table. At 12 feet, your shovel blade breaks through into wet sand. and water begins seeping into the bottom of the hole. You've never felt prouder of a hole in the ground. You reinforce the walls with stones, stacking them carefully to prevent collapse. You fashion a wooden frame for the top and a simple windlass with a rope and bucket. Drawing water from your own well instead of hauling it from the creek saves you hours each week and provides water that's consistently clean and cold. The well becomes one of your most valuable assets, right up there with your axe and your rifle and your ability to make fire. Snow becomes a resource rather than an inconvenience. You pack it into barrels to melt near the fire, which is easier than breaking creek ice and hauling frozen water uphill. You learn that fresh snow melts into more water than old, compressed snow. You learn to taste the difference between snow that's clean and snow that's been sitting around collecting dust and pine needles. You become, against all odds, a snow connoisseur. If someone had told you back in Philadelphia that you'd develop opinions about snow quality, you'd have assumed they'd been drinking medicinal whiskey without the medicinal part. Finding food on the frontier is less about hunting big game and more about paying attention to what's already around you. Yes, you hunt deer and elk when you can, and you're getting better with the rifle, though your aim still suffers from what you privately call enthusiasm over accuracy. But most of your food comes from sources that don't require you to shoot anything, which is good because ammunition is expensive and your success rate is hovering around occasionally adequate. The land provides if you know where to look. Wild onions grow in the damp areas near the creek, and they're stronger than anything you grew in a garden back home. You learn to harvest them in spring before they flower, digging up the bulbs and using both the greens and the roots. They make everything taste better, which is important when everything is often just beans and potatoes. Cattails are everywhere along the creek and every part is useful. The roots can be roasted or pounded into flour that's starchy and filling. The new shoots that emerge in spring taste like cucumber and provide fresh vegetables when you're desperate for anything green. The immature flower heads can be boiled and eaten like corn on the cob. The mature seed heads produce fluff that works as insulation or fire-starting tinder. You feel slightly smug about the cattails until you mention this to a Nez Perce woman at the trading post, and she politely informs you of 6 additional uses you hadn't considered, including weaving the leaves into mats and using the pollen as a flower extender. You take notes. Berries ripen in waves throughout summer, and you learn to follow the progression like a calendar. First come the wild strawberries, small and intensely sweet, hiding under the leaves in the meadow. They're tedious to pick because you need about 1,000 of them to fill a basket, but the flavour is worth the effort. Then raspberries appear along the forest edge, their canes protected by thorns that leave your hands scratched and bleeding. Thimbleberries grow in shaded areas, producing fruit that's delicate and doesn't travel well but tastes wonderful when eaten fresh. Huckleberries ripen in the high country during late summer, and picking them requires hiking up the mountain to where they grow thick on bushes and clearings and burned over areas. You make the trip with empty buckets, spending entire days picking berries in the thin mountain air, swatting away mosquitoes and watching for bears who also appreciate huckleberries, and arrived at these bushes several million years before you did. You learn to spot berry patches from a distance by watching where birds congregate. You learn to check for bears before you start picking, making noise, and scanning the area for fresh scat or overturned logs. You learn that the best berries are always on the branch that's just slightly out of reach, which seems like deliberate mockery from the universe, but is probably just confirmation bias. Service berries, choke cherries, and Oregon grapes each have their season, and you harvest them all, processing berries until your hands are stained purple, and you're having dreams about jars and sugar and preservation. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas and covering them with cheesecloth to keep flies away. You make jam when you have enough sugar, which isn't often. You pack dried berries into containers for winter, knowing they'll provide vitamins and variety when the snow is deep and fresh food is a memory. Your garden grows vegetables you recognise alongside plants you're still figuring out. The seeds you brought from home do reasonably well, though the short growing season means you're in a constant race against the first frost. You plant potatoes in every available space because potatoes store well, fill you up, and don't complain about being ignored for days while you handle emergencies. The potatoes do better than expected. which is fortunate because almost everything else does worse than expected. Your corn grows tall but doesn't produce much because the nights are too cold. Your tomatoes provide exactly 7 fruits before frost kills the plants, and you eat those tomatoes slowly, savouring every bite. Your beans do well enough, and you let some mature fully on the vine so you can save seeds for next year. Squash becomes a surprising success. The plants sprawl across half the garden, producing pumpkins and winter squash that store for months in the root cellar. You learn to appreciate squash in ways you never did back east. Roasted squash, boiled squash, squash soup, squash mixed into bread dough. You develop a dozen recipes and you're still tired of squash by February, but it keeps you fed when other options are limited. The turnips thrive, which is unfortunate because you don't particularly like turnips, but you plant them anyway because they're hardy and productive and store well. You eat them roasted, mashed, added to stews, and occasionally raw when you're too hungry to care about preference. You develop several recipes that make turnips almost tolerable. Almost. You supplement your diet with whatever you can catch or trap. Rabbits are common, and you get better at setting snares along their runs. You use thin wire or strong cord, positioning the snares at head height, where rabbits naturally pass under brush. The first dozen snares catch nothing but air and one unfortunate branch. The next dozen catch 2 rabbits, which you consider progress. Eventually you develop an instinct for placement, and your success rate improves to maybe 1 in 3 snares producing results. Fish from the creek provide protein when you have time to sit with a line. You fashion hooks from thorns or carved bone when your metal hooks run out. You use grasshoppers or grubs for bait. You learn which holes in the creek hold larger fish, which times of day are most productive, and which techniques work in different water conditions. Fishing becomes more meditation than food acquisition, though the food part certainly helps. Grouse and wild turkey require patience and stealth, both of which you're developing out of necessity. Grouse have a tendency to freeze when startled, which makes them easier to approach than you'd expect. You learn to walk slowly through areas where they feed, scanning for their mottled brown plumage against fallen leaves. A successful grouse hunt provides enough meat for several meals and feels like a genuine accomplishment. Turkeys are more challenging, with keen eyesight and a tendency to flee at the first sign of danger. You learn to use turkey calls, making sounds that supposedly mimic their communication, though you suspect you sound more like a dying cat than an actual turkey. Occasionally it works anyway, and you manage to harvest a bird that provides meat for a week. The real trick to frontier food isn't finding it, it's preserving it. You smoke meat over green alder wood until it's dry enough to keep without spoiling. The process takes days, maintaining a steady smoke without enough heat to cook the meat. You build a small smokehouse from scraps of lumber and canvas, positioning it far enough from the cabin that smoke doesn't fill your living space. The smell of smoking meat becomes one of the defining scents of late summer. You pickle vegetables in brine, packing them in barrels and hoping you made the solution strong enough to prevent fermentation, but weak enough to remain edible. Pickling is part science, part guesswork, and part prayer. You lose an entire barrel of cucumbers to spoilage the first year, which teaches you to be more careful about brine concentration and barrel cleanliness. The second year goes better. You dry berries in the sun, spreading them on canvas racks that you can move under cover if rain threatens. The berries shrivel into dark, sweet nuggets that store indefinitely and taste like concentrated summer. You pack them in cloth bags, hanging the bags from the ceiling to keep them away from mice who also appreciate dried berries and have strong opinions about sharing. You render fat into tallow for cooking and candles. The process is messy and smelly, involving heating fat scraps until they liquefy, straining out the solid bits, and pouring the clean tallow into moulds or containers. The smell of a rendering fat is not pleasant, and it lingers in your clothing for days afterward. But tallow is too valuable to waste. It provides light, cooking fat, waterproofing for leather, and material for soap making. Speaking of soap, you learn to make that too, using wood ash lye and rendered fat in proportions that take several attempts to get right. Your first batch of soap is too caustic and nearly takes the skin off your hands. Your second batch doesn't harden properly and remains a gooey mess. Your third batch actually works, producing rough bars that clean adequately if not elegantly. You waste nothing, use everything, and still sometimes lie awake at night wondering if you've stored enough to make it through winter. You count jars of preserved food, mentally calculating how many meals each represents. You check the smoked meat supply, the dried beans and the root vegetables in the cellar. You do math that never quite adds up to definitely enough, but hopefully reaches probably adequate. Sheltercraft becomes less about building something pretty and more about building something that won't kill you. Your first cabin is small, rough and profoundly ugly. The logs don't fit together as tightly as you'd like, leaving gaps that require chinking with mud and moss. The roof leaks in 3 places, which you discover during the first rain, and then 4 places during the second rain because apparently roofs get worse with practice. The door hangs crooked, scraping the floor when you open it, and you've learned to warn visitors about the threshold because tripping is surprisingly common. The windows are small, precious glass being expensive and fragile, letting in light but not much of it. The floor is packed earth covered with split logs that you've smoothed as much as possible, though smooth is relative when working with hand tools and limited patience. But the cabin stands. It keeps out most of the wind, most of the rain, and all of the larger predators. The fireplace draws properly after you extended the chimney, though it took 3 tries and some creative profanity to get the draft right. You've wedged wool fabric into the worst gaps between logs, which helps with warmth even if it makes the walls look like they're growing fuzzy patches. The process of building the cabin took 6 weeks of hard labour. You felled trees, stripped bark, and notched ends so they'd fit together in layers. You discovered that building a structure that actually functions requires more planning than you initially invested. The walls aren't quite vertical, there's a slight lean that you tell yourself aids character. The roof peak isn't quite centred. There's an asymmetry that visitors are too polite to mention. You learn to think about shelter in layers. The cabin is your first defence against weather. Inside the cabin you create smaller zones of warmth. A bed built into a corner where heat from the fireplace collects, curtains made from old blankets that section off sleeping areas from the drafty main room, and rugs woven from grass and scrap fabric that provide insulation between your feet and the frozen floor. Your bed is a wooden frame strung with rope in a grid pattern, supporting a mattress stuffed with dried grass and whatever soft materials you can find. It's not comfortable by civilized standards, but it's better than sleeping on the ground, and the corner location means 2 walls help contain warmth. You hang a blanket as a curtain, creating a small sleeping alcove that stays warmer than the rest of the cabin. The main room serves as kitchen, workshop, dining area and living space all at once. Your furniture is minimal and handmade. A table built from split logs, benches instead of chairs, and shelves hung on the walls for storage. Everything serves multiple purposes because space is limited and materials are precious. The table doubles as a work surface for food preparation and repairs. The benches can be pushed against the wall when you need floor space. The shelves hold food, tools and supplies in careful organisation that sometimes actually works. Your roof is made from split cedar shakes, each one fitted over the next like scales on a fish. In theory, this creates a waterproof barrier. In practice, this creates a mostly waterproof barrier that requires maintenance after every major storm. You become intimately familiar with your roof, climbing up there to replace shakes, reseal seams and clear debris. You develop opinions about cedar quality. You have a least favourite corner of the roof where problems congregate. You name it the Northwest Territory and you hate the Northwest Territory. The root cellar dug into the hillside behind your cabin becomes crucial for storage. You excavate it during summer, digging into the slope and creating a space about 8 feet deep and 6 feet wide. The temperature underground stays cool in summer and doesn't freeze solid in winter, hovering around 40 degrees year-round, which is perfect for food storage. You line the walls with rocks to prevent collapse, fitting stones together without mortar in a technique that's more puzzle-solving than engineering. You build wooden shelves along the walls, creating storage space for vegetables, preserved foods and supplies that need protection from temperature extremes. You install a heavy door made from thick planks, fitting it tightly to keep animals from investigating your supplies. The cellar smells like earth and potatoes and the particular mustiness of underground spaces, but it's a good smell. It's the smell of food that will last until spring, of preservation done right, of security against hunger. You visit the cellar regularly, checking on supplies, rotating stock to use older items first, and generally reassuring yourself that yes, you do have food stored, and yes, you're probably going to survive. You also build a small structure for your milk cow and the few chickens you acquired from a passing family who was downsizing their livestock. The shelter isn't elaborate. 3 walls and a roof, open on one side for ventilation. It provides protection from the worst weather without being fancy. The cow seems satisfied with the arrangement, and the chickens have yet to file complaints. Fire and warmth occupy your thoughts more than seems reasonable for someone who isn't actually cold at the moment. But you're learning to think ahead, to imagine winter while standing in summer sunshine, and to prepare for problems that won't arrive for months. The frontier rewards planning and punishes optimism. You spend late summer cutting firewood, felling dead trees that are already dry, and splitting logs until your arms ache and your hands develop blisters on top of calluses. You use a felling axe to drop trees, making angled cuts that control the direction of fall. You trim branches using a hatchet, working your way up each trunk and creating increasingly large piles of brush that you'll burn later. The logs get cut into rounds using a crosscut saw, which is easier with 2 people but possible alone if you're stubborn and determined. You position a log, set the saw blade, and pull in long, steady strokes that gradually work through the wood. Each cut takes several minutes and leaves you breathing hard. You cut hundreds of rounds throughout the summer, creating piles that gradually transform into your winter survival supply. Splitting the rounds requires an axe, a maul, and occasionally steel wedges for stubborn pieces. You position a round on your chopping block, study the grain, and aim for cracks or weak spots. A good swing splits the wood cleanly. A bad swing results in the axe head sticking while the round refuses to separate, requiring you to lift the entire assembly and slam it down until something gives. You learn to read wood, identifying which pieces will split easily and which will fight you. Clear-grained rounds split with satisfying ease. Knotty rounds resist with spiteful determination. Rounds cut from where branches join the trunk are nightmares that sometimes require hours of work and creative wedge placement. You stack wood in cords against the cabin wall, measuring your progress not in hours worked, but in rows completed. Each cord represents roughly a week of heat during the coldest months. You calculate that you need at least 20 cords to survive comfortably. You cut 25 just in case mathematics fails you, or winter decides to be particularly vindictive. The process of cutting, splitting, and stacking wood becomes meditative after a while. Swing the axe, split the log, and stack the pieces. Repeat 5,000 times. Your mind wanders while your body works, and you think about everything and nothing. You compose letters you'll never send to people back home. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail. You wonder if anyone back east thinks about you, and whether they'd recognise the person you're becoming out here. Fire management turns into a careful science once winter arrives. You learn which woods burn hottest and longest. Oak and maple, when you can find them, burn hot and leave excellent coals that hold heat overnight. Pine burns fast and hot but doesn't last, making it good for quick heat or cooking but poor for maintaining steady warmth. Fir is somewhere in between, reliable if not exceptional. You learn that greenwood smokes but doesn't provide much heat, while seasoned wood that's been drying for at least 6 months burns clean and hot. You discover that the pitch-heavy knots from pine stumps make excellent fire starters, burning hot enough to ignite even damp kindling. You collect these knots whenever you find them, storing them in a dry place near your fireplace. Your fireplace becomes the heart of your home in ways that phrase never meant back east. It's not just decoration or occasional comfort, it's the centre of survival. You cook in it, using a cast iron pot suspended from a crane arm that swings over the flames. The pot hangs at different heights, depending on whether you're boiling, simmering, or just keeping food warm. You heat water in the fireplace for washing, filling a kettle and setting it near the coals until steam rises. You dry wet clothes near it after trudging through snow, draping items over a rack positioned at a safe distance from flames. You sit beside it on winter evenings, reading by firelight or mending clothes or carving wooden implements, or simply watching flames dance in the dark. The fire is companion, tool and lifeline all at once. It's the difference between being alive and being cold meat. You develop a relationship with your fire that would seem strange to explain to anyone who hasn't spent a winter on the frontier. You tend it carefully, feeding it throughout the day, adding logs in the morning, adjusting coals in the evening, and maintaining steady heat without wasting fuel. Banking the fire at night becomes a careful ritual. You rake coals into a pile, position a large log that will burn slowly through the night, and cover everything with ash to slow combustion. Done correctly, you wake to glowing coals that can be encouraged back into flame with kindling and gentle blowing. Done incorrectly, you wake to cold ash and face the miserable task of starting over. You feel genuine anxiety if you wake to find the fire reduced to cold ash, because starting over with flint and steel in a freezing cabin is miserable. You've done it twice, and both times you swore you'd never let it happen again, and both times you were lying to yourself because it will definitely happen again. The third time you let the fire die completely. You sit there in the dark cold, striking flint against steel, cursing your inattention, and planning elaborate systems to prevent future failures. You still let it happen a fourth time. Tools and craftsmanship become central to survival because the nearest hardware store is approximately 200 miles away and probably doesn't exist yet. You brought basic tools from back east: an axe, a saw, a hammer, chisels, an auger for drilling holes, and a plane for smoothing wood. These tools are precious and irreplaceable until you can reach a trading post and subject to constant use that gradually dulls and damages them. Keeping tools sharp and functional becomes a regular chore right up there with hauling water and feeding livestock. You learn to sharpen your axe using a whetstone and water, maintaining the edge with long, patient strokes that gradually restore the blade. You learn that a sharp axe is safer than a dull one because it cuts where you aim, instead of glancing off and potentially cutting you. You learn this lesson before the axe teaches it to you the hard way, which makes you lucky. Your knife becomes an extension of your hand, used for everything from cutting food to shaving kindling, to minor carpentry, to cleaning game, to countless other tasks you never anticipated. You wear it on your belt always, and you feel genuinely uncomfortable on the rare occasions you don't have it. The knife is a tool, weapon, and security blanket rolled into one piece of steel. You maintain your saw by keeping the blade clean and the teeth properly set. You learn to file the teeth when they become dull, maintaining the alternating angles that allow the saw to cut efficiently. It's tedious work that requires patience and precision, but a sharp saw makes every task easier, so you invest the time. But tools wear out and break, and replacement parts don't materialize out of optimism. So you learn to make things. You carve wooden handles for tools when the original split from repeated impact or weather damage. You shape replacement handles from straight-grained hardwood, fitting them carefully and securing them with wedges. You forge simple items in your fireplace, heating metal in coals that you encourage to extreme temperature using a makeshift bellows, a leather bag attached to a wooden nozzle that you squeeze rhythmically to force air into the fire. You heat metal until it glows orange-red, then shape it on a flat rock that serves as an improvised anvil, using your hammer to bend and form the hot metal. You're not a blacksmith, but you can repair a broken hinge, straighten a bent nail, or fashion a simple hook when needed. You make nails by cutting short lengths of iron rod, heating them, and hammering one end into a point and the other into a flat head. Your nails aren't as uniform as manufactured ones, but they hold boards together, which is the only requirement that matters. Leatherworking becomes necessary for maintaining boots, harnesses, and countless small items that break or wear through. Your boots came from back east, made by an actual cobbler, but they're wearing out from constant use in frontier conditions. You learn to cut patches from scraps of leather, stitch them over worn areas using an awl and wax thread, and treat the leather with tallow to keep it supple. You learn to stitch using techniques learned from a trapper who passed through last spring. He showed you how to punch holes with an awl, how to use 2 needles working from opposite sides for maximum strength, and how to wax thread so it resists rot and slides through holes more easily. Your stitches aren't pretty, but they hold. Your patches aren't elegant, but they work. Function trumps aesthetics when your boots are the only pair you own. You make simple harnesses for your cow, cutting and assembling straps in patterns you copy from the harness you brought. You fashion bags and pouches from leather scraps, stitching them together and adding drawstring closures. You repair tears in your leather gloves, your belts, your knife sheath, and anything else that shows wear. You make rope from various fibres, nettle stems, dogbane, and cedar bark. The process is time-consuming and meditative. You strip fibres from plants, dry them, then twist them into cordage while sitting by the fire in the evening. You start with thin threads, twist 2 together, then twist pairs together to create thicker rope. Each length of rope represents hours of work, your fingers rolling fibres against your thigh, maintaining steady tension and adding new fibres to extend the length. But rope is endlessly useful for everything from securing loads to hanging food away from animals to making snares to replacing broken lines on tools. Buying it at the trading post costs money you'd rather spend on flour and ammunition. Baskets woven from willow shoots store everything from vegetables to kindling to collected nuts to dried herbs. You learn the patterns from a neighbour's wife who takes pity on your initial clumsy attempts. She shows you how to prepare willow shoots by soaking them until they're pliable, how to form the base, how to weave the sides, and how to create a rim that doesn't unravel. Your first basket looks like a bird's nest designed by someone who's never seen a bird. The weaving is loose, the shape is irregular, and it falls apart when you try to put anything heavy in it. Your 10th basket is actually functional, holding items without collapsing. Your 20th basket is something you're quietly proud of, though you'd never say that out loud because pride over basket weaving seems ridiculous until you try to weave a basket. You make wooden implements, spoons, bowls, handles, and simple furniture. You carve them during winter evenings, sitting near the fire with a knife and a piece of wood, gradually shaping useful objects from raw material. The work is slow and requires patience, but it fills empty hours and produces items you'd otherwise need to buy. Weather and seasons govern your life in ways they never did back east. In town, bad weather meant staying inside. Out here, bad weather means planning ahead or suffering consequences. You become obsessed with signs and portents, watching animal behaviour, studying clouds, and feeling shifts in air pressure that signal approaching storms. You learn to read clouds with the attention most people reserve for books. High, wispy cirrus clouds often precede changing weather by a day or 2. Building cumulus clouds in the afternoon might bring evening thunderstorms. Low grey stratus clouds mean steady rain or snow is settling in for a while. Dark, towering cumulonimbus clouds mean you should probably get inside immediately, because something violent is about to happen. The animals provide weather predictions more reliable than any almanac. Squirrels gathering extra food or building thicker nests suggest a harsh winter is coming. Birds flying lower than usual means air pressure is dropping and storms are approaching. Your cow becomes restless before major weather changes, pacing and refusing to settle. The chickens go into their shelter earlier than usual when they sense incoming cold. Even insects provide clues. Crickets chirp faster in warm weather and slower in cold, and you can actually estimate temperature by counting chirps. Bees return to their hives before storms, even when the sky looks clear. Spiders become more active before fair weather and retreat before rain. Autumn arrives with shocking speed, summer ending almost overnight. One day you're working in shirt sleeves, and the next day you're wearing a coat in the morning and wondering where those 3 weeks went. The aspen leaves turn gold all at once, covering hillsides in colour that seems almost aggressive in its brightness. The tamarack needles turn golden orange, creating splashes of colour among the evergreens before dropping completely. Then the leaves fall, and the world turns brown and grey, and you realise winter is coming whether you're ready or not. The air takes on a particular sharpness. The morning frost lingers longer each day, and the sun sets earlier every evening. You can feel winter approaching like a physical pressure pushing down from the north. You spend autumn in a controlled panic, trying to finish everything that can't be done once snow arrives. You finish cutting firewood, racing to complete your supply before the ground freezes, and felling trees becomes dramatically harder. You insulate the cabin walls with additional chinking, pressing mud and moss into every crack you can find. You repair the roof sections you've been ignoring all summer, climbing up with extra shakes and doing work you should have done months ago. You harvest the garden, pulling up every last potato and carrot and turnip, because once the ground freezes you won't get another chance. You dig until your hands are caked with dirt and your back is screaming protests. You sort vegetables, setting aside damaged ones to eat immediately and storing perfect specimens in the root cellar. You hunt and smoke meat, trying to build up protein stores. You track deer through the forest, moving quietly and hoping for a clear shot. You check your snares daily, hoping for rabbits. You fish the creek aggressively, pulling out trout and whatever else bites. Every pound of meat preserved is one less thing to worry about when snow covers everything. You check your supplies obsessively, counting flour sacks and bean bags and dried fruit, doing math that never quite adds up to definitely enough. You list everything you have, estimate how long it needs to last, and calculate daily rations that are depressingly small. You worry that you've forgotten something critical. You worry that winter will last longer than your supplies. You worry that worrying is wasting time you could spend preparing more. Winter, when it finally arrives, comes with authority. The first real snowstorm dumps 3 feet overnight, transforming the landscape into something alien and beautiful and hostile. You wake to silence that's different from any silence you've known. The deep, muffled quiet of the world buried under snow. You open your door to a wall of white that you have to dig through to get outside. The world shrinks to what you can see from your cabin windows, and what you can see is mostly white. The mountains disappear behind curtains of falling snow. The trees are buried to their lower branches. The creek is invisible under snow and ice. Everything looks the same, and landmarks you relied on to navigate are gone. The creek freezes solid by mid-December, the water going still and silent under inches of ice. You cut holes through the ice to reach water, using an axe to chip through layers that get thicker as winter deepens. Each trip to the creek requires effort, and you start relying more heavily on melting snow near the fire. The air itself seems frozen, so cold that breathing hurts, and exposed skin goes numb in minutes. On the coldest days, temperatures drop far below zero, and simply existing requires constant attention to staying warm. You learn what frostbite feels like, the tingling numbness, the white patches on skin, and the burning sensation when frozen areas warm up. You learn to recognize the signs early and get inside before damage becomes permanent. You settle into winter routines that revolve around staying warm and staying fed. You go outside only when necessary, to gather firewood from the stack, to check on livestock in their shelter, to break ice on the creek for water. Each trip outside requires preparation. A heavy coat, mittens lined with rabbit fur, a scarf wrapped around your face, and a wool hat pulled low over your ears. You move quickly, accomplish your task, and retreat to the cabin's warmth. Outside time is measured in minutes before your fingers start going numb. You develop efficiency born of necessity, planning tasks so you accomplish multiple things in one trip, rather than making repeated ventures into the cold. You combine gathering firewood with checking on the cow with fetching water, creating circuits that minimize exposure. Inside, you stay busy with tasks that don't require going anywhere. You mend clothes by firelight, repairing tiers and replacing buttons and reinforcing seams that are starting to fail. Your clothing takes constant abuse from frontier life, and winter is when you catch up on repairs. You read the same 3 books you own until you've memorized passages. You own a Bible because everyone owns a Bible, a collection of Shakespeare plays that you bought on a whim before leaving Philadelphia, and a farmer's almanac from 1841 that's wildly out of date but still interesting. You read each book multiple times, finding new details on every pass. You carve wooden spoons because you need spoons, but also because your hands need something to do. You sit by the fire with a piece of wood and a knife, gradually shaping implements you'll use for years. You practice rope making, rolling fibres you prepared last summer into cordage. You plan next year's garden in excessive detail, sketching layouts on precious paper and reconsidering every decision. You think a lot, sometimes too much. The isolation and darkness of winter create space for thoughts that might stay buried during busier seasons. You think about the life you left behind, about family you don't see, about choices you've made, and whether they were right. You think about the future, what you're building, whether it matters, and who it's for. The hardest part of winter isn't the cold or the isolation. It's the not knowing how long it will last. Winter could end in March if you're lucky, releasing its grip and allowing early spring planting. It might drag into May if you're not, keeping the ground frozen and making you eat through supplies that should have been adequate but somehow aren't. You ration food conservatively, trying to stretch supplies without knowing exactly how long they need to last. You measure out beans carefully, counting how many meals remain. You slice meat thin, making portions that seem inadequate but multiply the number of times you can eat. You eat less than you'd like, maintaining survival rather than comfort. You burn firewood steadily, watching the stack shrink outside your window and doing calculations that always include a margin for what if winter decides to be terrible. Each log that goes into the fire is one less log protecting you from cold. You become miserly with heat, letting the fire burn lower than comfortable rather than burning through your supply too quickly. February is the worst month. Your supplies are diminished, your firewood stack is noticeably smaller, and winter shows no signs of ending. The days are still short, the cold is still intense, and you're tired of being inside, tired of the same food, and tired of your own company. You understand why some settlers don't make it, not because they starved or froze exactly, but because winter grinds them down until they stop trying. But you keep trying. You maintain your routines, tend your fire, ration your food, and wait for spring with determination that's part stubbornness and part spite. Winter will not win. You will outlast it. You will survive to see grass again. Spring arrives tentatively, as if testing whether winter is really gone. Snow melts in patches, revealing mud and dead grass and the general mess that winter has been hiding. The process is gradual. A warm day followed by a cold night, 2 steps forward and 1 step back. The land slowly waking from months of frozen sleep. The creek thaws, starting as a trickle under the ice that gradually expands until the ice breaks up and flows downstream in chunks. The sound of running water after months of silence is startling and wonderful. You stand by the creek listening to it flow, feeling the noise wash over you like a physical sensation. You step outside without a coat and feel sunshine on your face and realise you survived another winter. The feeling of spring warmth after months of cold is better than any luxury you knew back east. You stand in the sun with your eyes closed, letting it soak into your skin, feeling life return to a body that's been merely surviving. The first green shoots appear in the meadow, small and tentative but undeniably alive. Birds return from wherever they spent the winter, filling the air with songs you haven't heard in months. The chickens emerge from their shelter and actually seem happy for once, scratching in the mud and making satisfied noises. You inventory your remaining supplies, counting what's left and what you used. Your calculations were pessimistic enough that you have a surplus, not much, but some. You'll have flour until the trading post trip. You'll have enough smoked meat to supplement spring foraging. You didn't starve, didn't freeze, and didn't fail. That's victory enough. Community on the frontier is sparse but crucial. Your nearest neighbours are the Thorpes, 3 miles south. The Andersons are 5 miles west. The Blackwoods are 6 miles east. These distances would be nothing back home. A pleasant walk, maybe 20 minutes on a horse. Out here, they're significant enough that you don't make the trip without purpose. You see these people perhaps once a month during good weather, less often in winter. But when you need help, when something breaks or someone gets hurt or a tree falls on your cabin, these distant neighbours become lifelines. The frontier creates a particular kind of community. Not intimate exactly, but reliable. You help others because you'll need help eventually. Mutual assistance isn't charity, it's investment in your own survival. You help raise the Thorpe's barn in exchange for their help repairing your wagon wheel that cracked on a rock you didn't see. A dozen neighbours gather for a barn raising, working together to lift heavy timbers and secure the frame. The work goes faster with multiple people, and there's something satisfying about collaborative labour toward a shared goal. You assist the Andersons during harvest because they're short-handed after Mr. Anderson broke his arm falling off his roof while doing repairs he should have asked for help with. You spend 3 days working their fields, and they'll remember when you need similar help. You share surplus food when you have it, knowing others will share when you're the one running short. Last spring, the Thorpes gave you 2 chickens when your own flock was reduced to 1 surviving hen. This autumn, you gave them a bag of dried berries and some smoked venison. The accounting is informal, the trade's unequal, but everyone understands the system. Community out here isn't about friendship exactly, though friendships do develop. It's about survival through cooperation. You might not particularly like your neighbours, and might not choose to spend time with them if you had other options, but you respect their competence, trust their reliability, and value their existence in this empty landscape. The trading post 60 miles away becomes your connection to civilization and supplies you can't make yourself. You make the trip twice a year, spring and fall, spending 4 days riding there and back. The journey is long enough to require planning, and short enough to be worthwhile. You travel with a pack horse loaded with items to trade, furs if you've trapped, smoked meat, leather goods, baskets, whatever you've made that might have value. The trail is rough, crossing streams and climbing ridges, following paths that are barely marked and sometimes disappear entirely. The post is run by a man named Fitzgerald who stocks everything from flour to fabric to ammunition to farming tools. His prices are high because he knows you have no alternatives. A bag of flour costs twice what it would back east. Ammunition is expensive enough that you calculate the value of each shot. Tools are precious because breaking one means months without replacement. You pay anyway because you need what he's selling. You restock flour, sugar, salt, coffee, ammunition, and whatever else your supplies lack. You buy needles and thread. You purchase a new file for sharpening your saw. You consider buying a second axe as backup, but decide the cost isn't justified yet. Trading post visits become social events despite the commercial nature. You see people from other claims, exchange news and gossip, and hear about who's arrived and who's left. You learn that the Hendersons abandoned their claim after 2 winters, that the Mitchells lost their oldest child to fever, and that a new family is settling near the Blackwoods. You hear about developments in Oregon City, about ships arriving with supplies and immigrants, and about political discussions regarding territorial status. You absorb information like a sponge because news is rare and valuable. Everything from weather predictions to crop recommendations to rumours about Indian tensions gets discussed and debated. You also trade at the post, bartering items you've made for supplies you need. Your woven baskets fetch a decent price. Your smoked meat is popular among trappers preparing for expeditions. The leather items you've learned to craft have value, because quality leatherwork is rare out here. Money is scarce, so trade becomes the primary economy. You calculate value in terms of usefulness rather than currency. A good knife is worth a month of flour. A waterproof tarp is worth more than money because it solves problems money can't fix. You negotiate trades carefully, valuing items based on how much they'll improve your survival prospects. Fitzgerald keeps a ledger, tracking trades and debts with careful notation. You can buy on credit if necessary, though the interest he charges makes that option unappealing. You prefer to trade directly, settling accounts immediately rather than carrying debt through seasons that might prevent repayment. You spend 1 night at the post, sleeping in a rough shelter that passes for lodging, before starting the 2-day journey home. You travel carefully, protecting your newly acquired supplies from weather and accident. The flour sacks are precious cargo. The ammunition needs to stay dry. The fabric must arrive undamaged. The journey home always feels longer than the journey there. Maybe because you're hauling more weight, or maybe because you're eager to return to your claim. You think about all the work waiting at home, all the projects you left unfinished, and all the tasks that accumulated during your absence. The frontier doesn't make you religious if you weren't before, but it does make you think about larger questions. You spend a lot of time alone with your thoughts, and those thoughts wander into territory they never explored back east. You think about why you came here, what you're building, and whether this life is better or just different. You think about the indigenous peoples who lived here for generations before you arrived, who knew these lands intimately and were forced out to make room for settlers like you. The trading post owner mentions treaties and relocations without much reflection, but you can't help wondering what it cost those communities to lose access to the land you now claim. You've seen artefacts occasionally, stone tools, pictographs on rock faces, and the remains of structures you don't fully understand. Each discovery reminds you that this land has history you're not part of, stories you'll never know. You wonder about the people who made those tools, what their lives were like, and what they thought about these same mountains and creeks. The ethical weight of settlement sits uncomfortably sometimes. You didn't personally force anyone from this land, but you're benefiting from systems that did. You claim ownership of land that nobody owned in the same way before settlers arrived, with concepts of property and boundaries. The frontier offers opportunities you couldn't find back east, but those opportunities came at someone else's cost. You wonder about legacy, what you're building and who it's for. Some settlers have children, raising families in remote cabins, creating the next generation of frontier people. You watch those children grow up knowing no other life, comfortable with isolation and hard work in ways that seem almost alarming. They'll never understand city life the way you do, having been born into this vast, empty, challenging place. Other settlers are building in hope of profit, planning to improve their claims and eventually sell to newcomers willing to pay for established farms. The frontier is investment as much as home for them. They calculate their efforts in terms of future value, working toward the day they can leave with money in their pockets. And some settlers, if you're honest, are simply hiding, running from debts, from family, from past mistakes, from lives that didn't work out. The frontier doesn't ask many questions. It provides distance and anonymity, and the chance to become someone new. You've met men who won't discuss their past and women who've clearly left something painful behind. You don't press for details because you appreciate that the frontier allows reinvention. Your own reasons for being here are complicated. You wanted land, yes. You wanted opportunity and independence. You wanted to build something that was entirely yours, shaped by your own decisions and efforts. But you also wanted distance from the life you left behind, from expectations that didn't fit, from a future that felt predetermined, and from the sense that you were living someone else's plan. Out here, every decision is yours, every success is yours, every failure is definitely, undeniably yours. It's terrifying and liberating in equal measure. You can't blame circumstances or other people or bad luck when things go wrong, but you also can't share credit when things go right. The responsibility is absolute. The skills you've learned over these years have changed you in fundamental ways. You're harder than you were, not emotionally but physically. Your hands are permanently calloused, your muscles adapted to constant labour, and your body accustomed to weather extremes. You can work all day in conditions that would have defeated you years ago. You've developed endurance you didn't know was possible. You're also more patient and more impatient simultaneously. Patient with processes that can't be rushed. Crops growing, wood seasoning, winter passing. Impatient with inefficiency, with wasted effort, with anything that doesn't serve a clear purpose. You've learned to identify what matters and ignore what doesn't. The frontier strips away pretense, leaving only function. You've become comfortable with discomfort, which sounds contradictory but isn't. You're not happy about cold hands or sore muscles or monotonous food, but you accept these as normal rather than problems requiring solutions. Discomfort is just part of the deal. You work through it, live with it, and stop wasting energy complaining about things you can't change. Most surprisingly, you've learned to find satisfaction in small accomplishments. A cabin that doesn't leak, a garden that produces food, a winter survived, a cow that doesn't die. These aren't achievements anyone would celebrate back east, but out here they represent genuine success. You've learned to measure progress in practical terms, to take pride in function over form, and to appreciate competence more than elegance. The frontier doesn't make you a better person necessarily, but it makes you a more capable one. You can do things now that you couldn't do before. Build shelter, find food, create tools, and survive seasons that would have killed you without preparation. These skills won't help you in a city, they won't impress anyone at a dinner party, but they'll keep you alive out here, and sometimes that's the only measure that matters. You think about the generations that will follow, assuming people keep coming west. Will they remember how hard the early years were? Will they appreciate the skills that made survival possible? Or will those skills fade into history, replaced by easier methods, better tools and systems that eliminate the need for self-sufficiency? You like to imagine your great-grandchildren visiting this land someday, standing where your cabin stood, trying to picture what life was like when everything had to be built from nothing. You hope they'll understand the work it took. You hope they'll appreciate the knowledge that was earned through cold winters and hungry springs and mistakes that taught harsh lessons. But mostly you hope they'll never need these skills. You hope the frontier becomes settled, civilized and easier. You hope they'll have stores and roads and neighbours close enough to talk to without planning a half-day trip. You hope they'll take hot water and warm houses and reliable food for granted, never knowing what it's like to wonder if you've cut enough firewood or stored enough potatoes or prepared adequately for the season ahead. Because that's what you're building out here, really. Not just a cabin or a claim or a farm. You're building a foundation for a future that's less harsh than your present. You're doing the hard work so that someday, maybe generations from now, someone can live on this land without needing to know which trees mark underground streams, or how to weave a basket, or what it feels like to go hungry in March because winter lasted too long. The sun is setting now, dropping behind the mountains in that dramatic way it does out here, painting the sky in colours that still surprise you even after all this time. You stand outside your cabin, looking across the land you've claimed and worked and learned to read. The evening air is cool but not cold. Spring is firmly established, summer is coming, and you've got seeds to plant tomorrow. Inside the cabin, the fire burns steadily, smoke rising from the chimney into the purple sky. Your wood stack is rebuilt after winter's depletion, standing ready for next year's cold. Your garden is ploughed and ready for planting, the soil turned and waiting for seeds. Your tools are sharp and maintained, hanging on their designated hooks. You're prepared, or as prepared as anyone can be for whatever comes next. The frontier is still vast and challenging and occasionally hostile, but it's also home now, in ways you couldn't have predicted when you first arrived. You've learned its language, earned your place in its landscape, and survived its tests. The skills you've developed aren't just techniques for staying alive, they're a way of seeing the world, of finding solutions, of building something meaningful from raw materials and determination. You head inside as darkness settles over the land, secure in the knowledge that you're ready for another cycle of seasons. Tomorrow will bring work, as every day does. But tonight, you're warm and fed and adequately supplied. Your cabin stands solid around you, each log and shake representing work you completed with your own hands. Your fire burns bright in the hearth, casting warm light across floors you've walked 10,000 times. And somewhere in the distance, a coyote calls into the night, its voice carrying across miles of open country that you're slowly, carefully learning to call your own. The quiet frontier has taught you well, and you're finally learning to listen. Before there were goddesses that transformed people into spiders because they were better weavers, or gods that threw lightning bolts, there was just chaos. Not the kind of chaos you get when your internet goes down during a crucial video call, but real primordial emptiness. You can see why the ancient Greeks simply shrugged and referred to it as chaos, if you try to explain what existed before existence itself. The first beings appeared from this cosmic soup of nothingness. Eros, the force of attraction that would later cause more trouble than a dating app algorithm gone awry. Tartarus, the deepest, darkest pit you can imagine. Think of your basement, but infinitely worse, and with more screaming. and Gaia, who was essentially Mother Earth before environmental awareness was fashionable. Being the productive type, Gaia decided that life was boring on its own and made the sky, Uranus. In ancient Greece, family trees resembled family wreaths, and everything was connected in awkward ways. You might think that having your mother create your husband sounds like the start of serious therapy sessions. The fact that Uranus and Gaia had children together should have been the first clue that something was amiss in the family dynamic. Among their descendants were the Titans, giant creatures that were essentially the first draft of godhood, strong, unkillable, and devoid of all sense of proportion or self-control. Consider them gods who have never been trained in customer service. Cronus, who would have been a perfect fit at any corporate takeover, was one of these titans. After observing his father, Uranus, Cronus concluded that committing patricide was a great way to advance his career. Cronus castrated his father and tossed the parts into the sea, using a scythe that his supportive mother Gaia had given him. The fact that this act gave birth to the goddess of love, Aphrodite, tells you all you need to know about the Greeks' perception of romance. Lovely, but with a history you probably don't want to delve too deeply into. Since Uranus was no longer involved, Cronus assumed control of the universe, wed his sister Rhea, again the dynamics of ancient Greek families were complex, and began what ought to have been a peaceful reign. But Cronus had heard a prophecy that, like his father, he would be overthrown by one of his children. Being a pragmatic person, Cronus came up with the straightforward idea of eating each newborn right away. At this point, the narrative takes a turn that makes even the most dysfunctional holiday dinners seem like fun, as Rhea watched Cronus gobble up their first 5 children like some kind of immortal baby-eating monster. She was understandably upset about her husband's unusual approach to childcare. Rhea had finally had enough of this particular parenting approach when Zeus, their 6th child, was born. Rhea wrapped a stone in swaddling cloths and offered it to Cronus instead of baby Zeus, who was presumably too eager or too naive to notice the difference. Rhea spirited the real Zeus away to be raised in secret by goats and nymphs on the island of Crete, which explains much about Zeus's later personality, while Cronus swallowed the rock with his usual zeal. Imagine Zeus as a teenager growing up on a Mediterranean island surrounded by goats, discovering that he was destined to defeat his cannibalistic father and free his siblings from their unusual prison. This type of origin story would make superhero comics seem uninteresting, and it certainly clarified why Zeus never acquired what one could refer to as typical social skills. With the help of Metis, a titaness whose name means cunning intelligence, and who would go on to become Zeus's first wife, Zeus returned to confront Cronus after he had reached adulthood. Cronus became so sick from the emetic that Metis made him throw up Zeus's 5 siblings in the opposite order that they were consumed. Just think of how awkward it would be to be reintroduced to siblings who had lived their entire lives in their father's stomach. Poseidon, the god of the seas, who had apparently developed a permanent case of motion sickness from his time in Cronus's stomach. Hades, the underworld's destined ruler, who was already displaying signs of preferring solitude to family gatherings. Hera, who would become Zeus's wife and regret it for all eternity. Demeter, the future goddess of agriculture, and the only one who appeared to have come out of the experience with any sense of nurturing. And Hestia, the goddess of the hearth, who looked at her family and decided that staying by the fire was far more important than participating in their drama. The Titanomachy, a 10-year war between the Titans and the Olympians, followed, making contemporary conflicts seem like parking lot quarrels. Prometheus, who was reportedly the only Titan with anything approaching foresight, literally what his name meant, and other Titans who were fed up with Cronus's management style formed an alliance with Zeus and his siblings. Natural disasters would seem like minor annoyances compared to the devastation caused by the war that raged across the earth and heavens. Oceans boiled, mountains were flung like softballs, and reality itself was strained to its limit. Zeus learned that he had inherited the ability to control lightning and thunder, which made him extremely effective in combat, but for the rest of eternity, utterly awful at having conversations indoors. The Cyclopes were eventually released from Tartarus, where Cronus had imprisoned them due to their differences by Zeus. As a token of appreciation, these one-eyed smiths created Hades' helmet of invisibility, Poseidon's trident, and Zeus's well-known thunderbolts. It was like getting the ultimate package of divine weapons, with eternal warranties. Zeus' release of the 100-handed ones, being so strong and terrifying that even Cronus had been terrified of them, marked a turning point. The Titans were ultimately vanquished by the Olympians with the help of these allies, and they were banished to Tartarus, where they would live forever thinking about the consequences of choosing the wrong side in a family conflict. The three brother gods split the universe like partners dividing a business after winning the battle. With all the wisdom and self-control of a child who had never learned to share toys, Zeus took the sky and assumed the role of king of the gods. Because the seas were large, strong, and prone to abrupt, violent storms, Poseidon claimed them, which was a perfect fit for his temperament. Although his brothers initially believed they had gotten a better deal, Hades would demonstrate that he was arguably the most powerful of the three because he controlled both death and wealth. Hades drew the underworld. Zeus and his siblings needed a headquarters worthy of their newfound position as universe rulers after they defeated their father and won the cosmic lottery. They picked Mount Olympus, Greece's highest peak, in part because of the breathtaking views and in part because it was close enough to humans to meddle in human affairs whenever they felt bored, but far enough away to preserve a sense of mystery. With its golden palaces, ambrosia gardens, and overall sense of divine superiority, Mount Olympus developed into the first gated community in the ancient world. While the other gods set up their own realms within this celestial neighbourhood, Zeus hired the Cyclopes to construct him a throne room that would make any earthly palace appear like a garden shed. A family tree that would make any genealogist question their sanity was represented by the 12 Olympian gods who would govern from this mountain paradise. Zeus had never met a divine being he didn't want to have children with, regardless of whether he was married to someone else at the time, so the pantheon grew to include some of his children in addition to the original 6 siblings. Zeus and the Titaness Leto had twin children, Apollo and Artemis, who introduced hunting, archery, poetry and music to the divine family. Apollo was the first triple threat performer in the ancient world, becoming the god of the sun, music and prophecy. As the goddess of the hunt and the moon, Artemis made the decision to remain eternally virgin, so she avoided her relatives' drama by spending most family get-togethers in the woods. After Zeus swallowed her pregnant mother, Metis, to stop a prophecy that his children would overthrow him, Athena grew fully from his head, armed and prepared for battle. Everyone seemed to be unaware of the irony that Zeus was now adopting his father's child-eating tactic, albeit in a different way. Being born from your father's skull after he ate your mother did not prevent you from becoming one of the most revered gods, as Athena went on to become a goddess of wisdom and war. After Cronus castrated Uranus, Aphrodite emerged from the sea foam, bringing beauty and love to Olympus, and more relationship drama than a soap opera during the day. She had a knack for making everyone fall in love with the wrong people at the worst possible times, so her very presence ensured that no divine gathering would be peaceful. Zeus's son with Hera, Ares, became a god of war, but not the kind of war that Athena stood for, one that was strategic and noble. Ares, who is basically the divine counterpart of that relative who turns every family barbecue into a political argument, was more interested in the violent, bloody and chaotic aspects of combat. It says something about his character that even his own parents didn't like him. Depending on your preferred version of the story, Hephaestus, the god of fire and metalworking, was either Hera's son by himself or another child of Zeus and Hera. Hera threw him off Mount Olympus in shame because he was so ugly and had a serious disability from birth. After surviving the fall and learning from sea nymphs how to make things, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as the main maker of impossible things for the gods. His forge evolved into the heavenly equivalent of a posh custom shop, crafting everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus thunderbolts. Anybody who had ever dealt with ancient commerce would understand why Hermes, Zeus's son with the nymph Maia, became the messenger god, the underworld's guide, and the patron of travellers, merchants, and thieves. Hermes served as the god's translator and diplomat as well, which was extremely helpful in a household where poor communication frequently resulted in plagues, wars, and the transformation of humans into different plants and animals. Because she was primarily concerned with providing food for mortals rather than becoming embroiled in the power struggles and romantic entanglements that consumed her siblings, Demeter, the goddess of agriculture and the harvest, remained one of the more stable figures in the pantheon. Later, when her daughter Persephone became the focus of the first kidnapping scandal in the underworld, her major drama would unfold. You would think that the Olympians would have spent their time as sage, kind lords of the universe after they had taken up residence in their new digs and established their various divine portfolios. Rather, they acted like a very strong hybrid of middle management and reality TV stars, complete with the petty, envious and bad decision-making traits that go along with that. With his views on marriage, loyalty and leadership, Zeus, the king of the gods, established the standard for the entire pantheon. Zeus pursued romantic relationships with gods, nymphs and mortals with the zeal of someone collecting rare stamps, treating monogamy as more of a suggestion than a commitment, even though he was married to Hera. His inventive methods of courtship involved changing into different animals, natural phenomena, and inanimate objects. Anything it took to get past his target's common sense or his wife's prying eyes. For her part, Hera handled her husband's adultery with the forbearance of someone who had long since given up on a traditional marriage and determined that retaliation was more fulfilling than forgiveness. Zeus did control lightning, after all, so Hera usually vented her resentment on Zeus's lovers and their offspring rather than directly facing Zeus. With its imaginative tortures, impossible tasks, and transformations that would make contemporary horror films seem mild, her persecution of Zeus's conquests became so methodical that it resembled a small industry. The marriage of the couple turned into an example of how to fail at managing relationship issues. When Zeus had an affair, Hera would discover it and punish everyone but Zeus. Zeus would then get upset about Hera's meddling, and the ensuing marital conflict would materialize as natural disasters that would make life miserable for everyone on the planet. Frequently, earthquakes, floods, droughts, and plagues were merely unintended consequences of the divine couple resolving their problems. Meanwhile, Poseidon, who governed the seas, approached marriage with the same temperament that his brother did, because Poseidon was notorious for taking personal offence at small slights and expressing his wrath through storms that could sink entire fleets, sea monsters, and tsunamis. Sailors learned to make offerings before every voyage, not because they were deeply religious. He was the type of god who would destroy your ship because he didn't like the way you treated him, and then accuse you of not treating him with the respect he deserved. With less shape-shifting and more involuntary conversion of his romantic interests into various sea creatures, the sea god's love life was nearly as complicated as Zeus's. Poseidon reportedly thought that the ideal way to remember a love affair was to transform his ex-lover into a species of fish, or a coral reef, resulting in a Mediterranean teeming with aquatic creatures with deeply personal histories. As the lord of the underworld, Hades gained a reputation for being the most practical of the three brothers, presumably due to the fact that handling the dead called for more administrative expertise than artistic flair. With appropriate admissions procedures, classification schemes for various soul types, and explicit protocols for exceptional situations, the underworld functioned like a well-run bureaucracy. Hades avoided most of his family's drama and concentrated on the pragmatics of divine rule because he seldom left his domain. Even though they were twins, Apollo and Artemis had quite different approaches to their divine duties. With the zeal of a performer who never encountered an audience he didn't wish to dazzle, Apollo embraced his role as the god of poetry, music, and the sun. He inspired poets, created music contests, and moved the sun across the sky every day with the punctuality of someone who knew that crops and plants relied on him. On the other hand, Artemis approached her responsibilities as the moon and hunt goddess with the gravity of a wildlife preserve manager. She kept a pack of hunting hounds that could follow anyone over any terrain, demanded complete chastity from her followers, and dealt swiftly and often fatally with those who disobeyed her. A successful hunt followed by an evening with her nymphs, away from the complexities of Olympic family dynamics, was her idea of a good time. With the methodical accuracy of a military strategist and the intellectual curiosity of a scholar, Athena approached her dual roles as goddess of wisdom and warfare. After defeating Poseidon in a competition to determine who could give the city the most useful gift, she was made the patron goddess of Athens. Athena offered an olive tree, while Poseidon offered a saltwater spring. By selecting the tree, the Athenians showed that even in antiquity, people valued sustainable agriculture over ostentatious but unworkable gestures. Examining Aphrodite's distinct role in divine chaos is essential to any discussion of Olympic dysfunction. Aphrodite, the goddess of beauty and love, had the ability to make anyone fall in love with anyone else, regardless of their existing relationships, tastes, or common sense. With all the restraint of someone who had been granted access to a nuclear reactor and told it was a new type of nightlight, she used this ability. Aphrodite's own romantic life served as an example of the difficulties her realm could bring about. She had an egregious affair with Ares, the god of war, even though she was married to Hephaestus, the most loving and loyal of the gods. The Greeks were fascinated by the cosmic irony that resulted from the relationship between the god of war and the goddess of love. It seemed that the two were more closely related than anyone wanted to acknowledge. One of Olympus's biggest scandals arose from their affair when Hephaestus, believing his wife was cheating, created an impenetrable invisible web. After putting it over his marital bed, he declared that he would be gone for a few days. Believing they had privacy, Aphrodite and Ares were caught in the act when the net ensnared them in a precarious situation. The other gods were then invited by Hephaestus to observe his wife's disloyalty. The goddesses remained at home in embarrassment, while the male gods came to gaze and chuckle. The entire incident showed that even divine beings could suffer public humiliation, comparable to that of contemporary social media scandals. Greek mythology's most well-known tales are the result of Aphrodite meddling in mortal affairs. Aphrodite bribed Paris of Troy with the love of Helen, who was already married to Menelaus of Sparta, starting the Trojan War, which claimed thousands of lives and destroyed one of the greatest cities in antiquity. Paris's choice of Aphrodite's offer over Hera and Athena's alternatives set off a series of events that would change the ancient world and inspire epic poetry for centuries to come. Additionally, the goddess was skilled at fabricating improbable romantic scenarios. She caused King Minos of Crete's wife, Pasiphae, to fall in love with a bull, which resulted in the creation of the Minotaur and the requirement for a complex labyrinth to keep the beast in check. She made Myrrha fall in love with her own father, which led to a family scandal that even the gods found awkward and the birth of Adonis. She inspired the sculptor Pygmalion to fall in love with his own statue, but in that instance she felt sorry for him and made the statue come to life as Galatea. Aphrodite's approach to her divine duties was exemplified by these interventions. She felt that love was the most potent force in the universe and that everyone should experience it, regardless of whether they desired it, were prepared for it, or could bear its consequences. Her gift of love was like getting a wild animal as a pet, beautiful, thrilling, and able to ruin your entire life if you don't treat it with the respect it deserves. Aphrodite's meddling in their affairs taught the other gods to be cautious. She was not above using her power to settle scores or further her own agenda, and she could make them fall in love with mortals, with each other, or with totally inappropriate targets. The last thing Zeus needed was for Hera to have divine help complicate his already complex love life, so even he was cautious not to offend his daughter too much. Despite his own difficult relationship with fidelity, Hermes approached godhood like someone attempting to construct the perfect resume, whereas his fellow Olympians focused on specific facets of divine responsibility. Despite having more job titles than a contemporary startup CEO, Hermes was able to excel at all of them. Messenger of the gods, guide to the underworld, patron of merchants, protector of travellers, and divine sponsor of thieves, Hermes' adaptability resulted from both necessity and his personality. Being Zeus's younger son, he had to establish his own place in a pantheon, where his older, more established relatives had already claimed all the evident divine portfolios. Being the god you called when you needed something done fast, quietly, or creatively was his answer to becoming indispensable to everyone, both divine and mortal. His position as a divine messenger demanded diplomatic abilities that would stump experts in contemporary international relations. Hermes frequently mediated truces in wars where both sides viewed compromise as a sign of weakness, delivered news that would have made recipients want to shoot the messenger, except that he was immortal and incredibly swift, and carried messages between gods who were actively attempting to kill one another. Escorting souls to the underworld was another of the messenger god's responsibilities. This task called for a special blend of efficiency and empathy. Without becoming overly invested in each person's unique story, Hermes had to assist recently deceased mortals in comprehending their predicament, navigating the formalities of death, and transporting them to their ultimate destinations. With a path that extended from Earth to the lowest reaches of Hades, it was similar to being a cosmic social worker. Hermes recognized that larceny and commerce were frequently separated by little more than legal nuances and clever marketing, which is why he supported both thieves and merchants. The skills necessary for ancient trade, such as the ability to quickly determine value, negotiate under pressure, and occasionally make quick exits when deals went wrong, were very similar to those needed for theft. Though he favoured his protege to concentrate on the former whenever feasible, Hermes recognized the entrepreneurial spirit inherent in both legal business and creative theft. Since travel was risky, uncertain, and necessary for survival in those days, he was one of the most widely worshipped gods in antiquity for protecting travellers. Prayers to Hermes could mean the difference between arriving at your destination and becoming a cautionary tale for future travellers. His symbols also indicated safe lodging and trusted merchants. Hermes' roadside shrines marked safe places to rest. The god's creativity went beyond his work obligations to include his hobbies. After transforming a tortoise shell into a musical instrument, Hermes created the lyre and gave it to Apollo in return for being acknowledged as the divine patron of animal husbandry. In addition to creating the first alphabet and the panpipes, He also set the rules for athletic competitions. Like someone who viewed immortality as a chance to become an expert in every possible skill and pastime, his creative energy seemed limitless. Because of his many roles that kept him busy and on the road, as well as the fact that he had mastered the art of remaining impartial in family disputes, Hermes's relationship with his family was noticeably more harmonious than most Olympic relationships. In general, he was the family member who could be relied upon not to exacerbate already existing issues, mediated compromises that allowed everyone to save face, and conveyed messages between warring relatives without taking sides. Perhaps because he was too busy to become deeply involved in the kind of dramatic relationships that took up so much of his family's time, his romantic life was surprisingly simple in comparison to theirs. Although Hermes had relationships and affairs, they were usually short-lived, pleasant, and devoid of the curses, metamorphoses, and natural catastrophes that marked other divine romances. Demeter was arguably the most useful and necessary of all the Olympic gods. She governed whether people ate or starved, whether crops thrived or failed, and whether civilization survived or fell apart due to famine as the goddess of agriculture, the harvest, and the fertility of the earth. She was one of the more steady and dependable members of the pantheon because of her work, which required patience, attention to detail, and a thorough understanding of natural cycles. Demeter took her heavenly responsibilities seriously, as if she knew that her actions had a direct impact on millions of lives. With the commitment of a scientist and the power of someone who could personally modify these variables when needed, she kept an eye on plant diseases, weather patterns, and soil conditions. Because Demeter's mood could affect whether their families survived the winter, farmers learned to keep an eye out for indications of her favour or disapproval. In contrast to some of her relatives, who appeared to see humans mainly as amusement, she had a generally positive relationship with mortals. Demeter established the religious festivals that enabled communities to commemorate bountiful harvests while preparing for the upcoming lean months, taught agriculture to early civilizations, and imparted the knowledge of bread-making and food preservation. She was the type of goddess who genuinely wished for her followers to succeed and was prepared to put in the effort necessary to achieve that goal. The trauma of losing her daughter Persephone was exacerbated by this pragmatic, caring approach. The story started when Hades decided he needed a wife because he was lonely in his underworld kingdom and sick of ruling over the dead alone. Hades simply abducted Persephone as she was gathering flowers in a meadow and dragged her down to his realm through a fissure in the ground, bypassing the intricate courtship rites that other gods had to go through. When her daughter vanished, Demeter's response was prompt and decisive. She neglected the crops, the seasons, and the whole natural cycle that kept the world running as she turned her back on her divine duties and started looking for Persephone on the earth. Fruit trees withered, fields went arid, and the planet entered what was effectively the first nuclear winter. Only this time, a grieving mother with supernatural abilities was to blame rather than atomic fallout. The goddess followed every rumour and possibility as she searched the known world and beyond. While living among mortals and disguising herself as an elderly woman, she witnessed their cruelty and kindness firsthand and never gave up on finding her daughter. Nothing could grow while Demeter was in mourning because her grief was so deep that it impacted the very nature of fertility and growth. The other gods realized they were facing a crisis when famine swept the planet and mortals started to perish from starvation. Empty temples do not produce the awe and adoration that gods need for their mental health, and dead worshippers do not offer sacrifices. When it became evident that Demeter's labour strike would bring civilization to an end unless something was done, Zeus, who had previously ignored the issue in the hopes that it would end on its own, was compelled to step in. A delicate diplomatic issue confronted the king of the gods. Since the underworld was Hades' sovereign territory, and forcing him to give up his bride would set a precedent that might restrict Zeus's own romantic adventures, he couldn't just order Hades to return Persephone, since Demeter had justifiable complaints, and the other gods were beginning to feel sorry for her. He was unable to order her to return to her duties. He required a solution that would save face for all parties, while also satisfying everyone. Zeus dispatched Hermes to bargain with Hades, proposing to acknowledge the union in return for Persephone's liberty to visit her mother. Hades consented, but only on the proviso that anyone who ate in the realm of the dead would inevitably return there because Persephone had eaten pomegranate seeds while in the underworld. The compromise reached during the negotiations gave everyone a sense of partial success, but did not fully satisfy anyone. Every year, Persephone would spend some time with her mother on Earth, and some time with her husband in the underworld. Only when her daughter was present would Demeter return to her duties. The arrangement established the seasons, autumn and winter, when Persephone returned to Hades and Demeter's sorrow put the world to rest, and spring and summer, when Persephone returned to Earth and Demeter's happiness caused everything to bloom. Because of her exceptional blend of military skill and intellectual prowess, Athena stood out among the 12 Olympians. As a goddess of war and wisdom, she stood for the deliberate, calculated approach to fighting, as opposed to the violent mayhem that defined her half-brother Ares' realm. Athena stood for the strategy, tactics, and strategic application of force that could win conflicts with the fewest possible casualties, while Ares symbolized the heedless rage and bloodlust of combat. Her peculiar birth, emerging fully developed and armed from Zeus's head after he ingested her pregnant mother, represented the kind of instantaneous, comprehensive knowledge that defined her method of problem-solving. In contrast to other gods who acquired knowledge through experience or gradually improved their skills, Athena came into being fully in control of her realms and aware of the ways in which war and wisdom could work in tandem. Athena's wisdom was useful, actionable intelligence that could be used to solve actual issues, not the abstract philosophical kind that is discussed in academic settings. By teaching mortals how to make better tools, stronger buildings, and innovations that enhance their daily lives, she rose to become the patroness of craftsmanship, architecture, and technology. Her contributions to humanity were practical abilities that enabled civilization rather than impersonal ideas. This practical wisdom was reflected in her approach to warfare. Athena favoured tactics that won battles with few resources and casualties, whereas Ares favoured direct conflict and overwhelming force. She was the goddess you prayed to when you had to defeat a stronger foe, defend your city against insurmountable odds, or win by cunning rather than brute force. Athena's strategic thinking was exemplified by her competition with Poseidon for the patronage of Athens. Both gods were asked to present gifts that would help the populace when the city needed a patron deity. Impressive, dramatic, and ultimately pointless for a city that already had access to the sea, Poseidon struck the ground with his trident and created a spring of salt water. By planting an olive tree, Athena gave the city access to food, lamp oil, building materials, and a sustainable resource that would last for many generations. The Athenians selected Athena's gift because they understood that its usefulness outweighed ostentatious displays. This choice made Athens a hub of knowledge, wisdom, and strategic thinking. Values that would go on to produce some of the greatest philosophers, architects, and military commanders in history, long after faith in the ancient gods had waned. Athena's influence continued to shape the city's personality. She served as an example of how divine wisdom could impact mortal conflicts during the Trojan War. Athena sided with the Greeks because she thought they embodied the values of tactical innovation and strategic thinking that she valued, while other gods made their decisions based on personal preferences or familial allegiances. She helped create the Trojan horse strategy that ultimately put an end to the 10-year siege and gave advice to heroes like Odysseus, who approached obstacles with cunning rather than force. Compared to other gods, Athena had very different relationships with mortals. Athena established mentoring relationships based on respect for one another and a common interest in ideas, as opposed to the intense, frequently destructive romantic entanglements that defined her relatives' interactions with humans. She inspired inventors to develop new technologies, mentored artisans to hone their craft, and counseled military leaders on tactics to safeguard their troops. She made a philosophical statement about the nature of wisdom by choosing to remain a virgin forever. Athena was aware that romantic relationships frequently weakened judgment and caused loyalties to be split, traits that were incompatible with the rational thought necessary for both wisdom and successful combat. She was able to maintain the objectivity required to base decisions on merit rather than emotion by staying unattached. When disputes arose between mortals and other gods, the goddess also acted as a divine mediator. She was uniquely suited to comprehend both sides of arguments and come up with solutions that met everyone's justifiable interests, while averting needless violence because of her wisdom and fighting prowess. Not only could she help you win, but she could do so without causing you any new issues, which made her the god you wanted on your side. Apollo exemplified divine multitasking on a scale that would impress contemporary productivity experts. If Athena stood for focused expertise, as the god of the sun, music, poetry, prophecy, healing, and archery, Apollo oversaw duties that would have overwhelmed many other gods, while upholding standards of excellence that established benchmarks for mortals in each of these domains. Driving the sun across the sky every day required a level of consistency and punctuality that would be difficult for anyone juggling a cosmic commute. He ensured that daylight reached every corner of the earth at the right time and intensity by tying his chariot to 4 fire-breathing horses and driving across the heavens every morning. Because the entire natural world relied on his dependability, it was a duty that did not permit sick days, vacation time, or the opportunity to sleep in. He became the first crossover artist in history thanks to his musical abilities. Apollo was more than just a musician. He created musical instruments, established the concepts of rhythm and harmony, and served as an inspiration to his fellow gods and mortal musicians. His musical contests established the bar for artistic brilliance that mortal musicians would aim to reach for centuries, and his lyre became the standard instrument for divine performances. Poetry that was both entertaining and prophetic was produced by the gods through a combination of technical skill and divine inspiration. In addition to telling tales and expressing feelings, Apollo's poetry also offered moral advice, disclosed future realities, and preserved the cultural knowledge that societies required to endure and thrive. His impact on mortal poets was so great that inspiration itself came to be seen as a sign of divine possession by Apollo or his muses. The most significant source of prophetic guidance in ancient Greece was Apollo's oracle at Delphi. Apollo's priestess Pythia gave prophecies that affected Greek politics, colonization, war, and private affairs. City-states sought advice before founding new colonies, individuals sought advice on everything from marriage prospects to career choices, and kings sought the oracle before making important decisions. The oracle's predictions were renowned for being cryptic, necessitating interpretation that frequently became clear only after the events had taken place. This ambiguity was a characteristic that represented Apollo's view of the proper operation of prophecy, not a weakness in the system. Free will and the lessons that mortals needed to learn via experience would be eliminated by direct predictions. While maintaining the flexibility to make decisions and grow from them, cryptic guidance offered guidance. Because of his expertise in medicine, Apollo was able to both cause and cure plagues, making him the divine physician. Apollo's arrows had the power to spread disease that wiped out entire populations when mortals offended him or other gods. He could heal wounds, halt epidemics, and impart medical knowledge to mortals so they could take care of themselves if he was duly honoured and placated. The Greek understanding that health depended on upholding appropriate relationships with divine forces was reflected in his dual role as both the cause and the cure of illness. Even among the gods, his archery prowess was legendary, fusing supernatural accuracy with physical dexterity. Whether he was hunting wild animals, reprimanding mortals who had wronged him, or engaging in competition with other archers, Apollo's arrows never failed to hit their targets. He was the patron deity of athletes and competitors who aimed for flawless performance, because his skill with the bow represented the accuracy and concentration needed for success in any endeavour. Despite his divine status and impressive array of talents, Apollo's romantic relationships were notably unsuccessful. When Daphne changed into a laurel tree to get away from him, he stopped pursuing her. Apollo cursed Cassandra because she had promised to be his lover in exchange for the gift of prophecy. But she had broken the agreement, making her predictions unbelievable. He became more understanding of mortals going through similar struggles after learning from these failed relationships that even divine perfection couldn't ensure love's success. Artemis chose a path that valued solitude, independence, and the wild places that existed outside of human civilization, while her twin brother Apollo embraced the public aspects of godhood with its contests, oracles, and constant interaction with mortals. Like a cosmic mashup of wilderness guide and emergency room director, she carved out a divine identity as the goddess of the hunt, the moon, and childbirth, one that was both nurturing and fiercely protective. Artemis made a philosophical statement about autonomy and self-determination when she chose to remain eternally virgin, in addition to it being a personal choice. As a young girl, she begged Zeus to give her chastity for all eternity, as well as a bow and arrows, a pack of hunting hounds, and a group of nymphs to be her friends. It was akin to requesting the ideal feminist starter kit, which included weapons, devoted companions, and the absence of romantic complications. Her hunting expeditions through the ancient world's mountains and forests were renowned for their accuracy and efficiency. Artemis hunted to keep the balance between civilization and wilderness, ensuring that wild animals remained wild while safeguarding human settlements from creatures that posed real threats. She did not hunt for fun or to collect trophies. She was the patroness of moral hunters because her arrows were quick and kind, made to kill cleanly and without needless suffering. One of the most effective instances of female camaraderie and support in mythology was the goddess's bond with her nymphs. These nature spirits formed a community that functioned without the consent or authority of men, having taken the same vow of chastity as their mistress. With the effectiveness of an old-fashioned security detail, they hunted, travelled, and defended one another from unwelcome romantic advances. This selected family was completely and frequently brutally protected by Artemis. Actaeon, the hunter, was killed by his own hunting dogs after she changed him into a stag when he unintentionally witnessed her bathing. This punishment made it very evident that privacy and consent should be respected. In order to prove that intelligence could overcome physical strength, Artemis deceived the giant hunters Otus and Ephialtes into killing each other with their own spears when they tried to take her and Hera as wives. Her status as a virgin was interestingly contrasted with her role as the goddess of childbirth. When their mother Leto was in labour, Artemis helped give birth to her own brother, which provided her with a unique perspective on the difficulties and risks involved in bringing a new life into the world. She evolved into the divine midwife, called upon by goddesses going through their own maternal struggles as well as mortal women having a difficult time giving birth. Because of this duty, Artemis became extremely protective of expectant mothers and new mothers, extending her guardianship beyond her immediate nymphal circle to encompass any woman who was vulnerable during childbirth. Regardless of their other religious preferences, she was one of the most practically significant deities for ancient families, because her interventions could mean the difference between life and death for both mother and child. Since lunar cycles were traditionally linked to both female biology and the nocturnal activities that defined much of ancient hunting, Artemis's association with the moon complemented her hunting and childbirth responsibilities. With the same dependability that Apollo's sun chariot exhibited during the day, her silver chariot, pulled by 4 golden-horned deer, followed the moon's course across the night sky. The goddess had high but reasonable expectations for her devotees. She required her nymphs to be completely chaste, fully committed to the hunt and loyal to the group at all times. She offered them safety, friendship, and the opportunity to live their lives as they saw fit, independent of the expectations of their families, communities, or future husbands. It was a social contract that provided alternatives to the few choices that the majority of ancient women had. Because Artemis had chosen a lifestyle that was fundamentally incompatible with conventional relationships, her infrequent romantic relationships typically ended tragically, not because she was naturally unlucky in love. Her fleeting interest in the hunter Orion ended when, according to one version of events, he died and became a constellation. Her belief that independence was better than the hassles of romance was strengthened by these encounters. Her relationship with her family was significantly more harmonious than most Olympic relationships, in part because she avoided getting involved in their disputes due to her self-imposed seclusion, and in part because she was useful to everyone due to her practical contributions such as managing wildlife populations and assisting with difficult births. She was the family member who didn't cause trouble during the quiet times but was there when needed. Hephaestus stood out among the many lovely, strong and captivating gods in the pantheon because he had overcome major personal obstacles to become indispensable through talent and willpower alone. He turned his early experiences of rejection and disability into a special kind of strength that made him perhaps the most practically useful member of the Olympic family. He was the god of fire, craftsmanship and technology, as well as the divine blacksmith. The origin story of Hephaestus seems to be an old-fashioned tale of triumphing over hardship by virtue of one's own greatness. His mother, Hera, was ashamed of his appearance and threw him from Mount Olympus because he was born with physical limitations that made him ugly by divine standards. He became even more crippled as a result of the fall, but it also brought him to the sea nymphs Thetis and Eurynome, who saved him and taught him the skills of craftsmanship and metalworking. Growing up with the sea nymphs taught him how to turn disadvantages into strengths. Hephaestus acquired abilities that made him indispensable because he was unable to match other gods in terms of physical perfection or fighting skill. He gained skills in working with fire, metal and precious stones, producing items that were so beautiful and useful that they were considered legendary in antiquity. His forge evolved into the heavenly counterpart of an upscale custom workshop, creating everything from Achilles' armour to Zeus' thunderbolts. As an adult, Hephaestus returned to Olympus as a master craftsman whose services were much needed, rather than as a supplicant looking for acceptance. The other gods soon realized that only Hephaestus could make the tools, weapons and ornaments needed for their divine way of life. He was invaluable to a family that had previously rejected him due to his appearance because of his ability to create the impossible. His workshop was the pinnacle of ancient technology. Hephaestus made tools that could operate on their own with his guidance, automated bellows that kept the forge at the ideal temperature, and golden servants to help him. Because of his superior knowledge of engineering, design and metallurgy, he was the patron deity of blacksmiths, craftspeople, and anyone else who used their hands to make practical things. The god's method of craftsmanship blended practical utility with creative vision. In addition to being aesthetically pleasing, his creations fulfilled functions and provided solutions that were not possible with just divine might. Hephaestus created chains that could contain a titan when Zeus needed a means of tying Prometheus to a bond for stealing fire. Hephaestus made a shield that represented the entire universe, and offered Achilles the ideal defence when he needed armour that would keep him safe when fighting gods and heroes. One of the most intricate partnerships in mythology was his union with Aphrodite. The combination of the physically impaired god of craftsmanship and the goddess of beauty upended preconceived notions about compatibility, attraction, and the nature of love. Hephaestus's response revealed his intelligence and his grasp of divine politics, even as Olympic rumours circulated about Aphrodite's adultery with Ares. Instead of facing his wife and her lover head-on, Hephaestus used his skill to reveal their affair in a way that preserved his own honour while making them appear foolish. An iconic illustration of how skill and intelligence could overcome physical strength and conventional beauty was the invisible net that held the lovers in bed. He was different from other wronged gods in that his retaliation was both imaginative and appropriate. Compared to most other gods, Hephaestus had a noticeably more benevolent relationship with mortals. As a patron of artisans and labourers, he recognised the importance of hard work and the difficulties faced by those who use their hands to create useful objects. His festivals honoured the kind of fruitful labour that enabled civilization, and his temples served as meeting spots for artisan guilds. His contribution to the creation of the first mortal woman, Pandora, revealed his technical prowess as well as his grasp of divine politics. Zeus ordered Hephaestus to create a woman who would both bless and curse humanity after he decided to punish mortals for Prometheus's gift of fire. Though he was aware that Zeus's gift had complications that would impact mortal life for generations, Hephaestus skillfully crafted Pandora to be indistinguishable from a goddess. Under Mount Etna and other active volcanoes, the god's volcanic forges developed into hubs of heavenly industrial production. These mountains' rumbling and eruptions were interpreted as the sounds of Hephaestus at work, producing the tools and weapons the gods needed for their varied escapades and duties. Even by divine standards, his productivity was legendary, indicating that he found fulfillment in his work that went beyond the need for approval from others. It's important to consider the Olympian gods' greatest triumphs and most spectacular failures as our exploration of their lives and times comes to an end. Despite their immortality and cosmic might, these divine beings showed that wisdom, happiness, and healthy family relationships are not always the results of having boundless resources and eternal life. Perhaps the creation of civilization itself was the greatest accomplishment of the gods as a whole. They gave mankind the foundation for everything that sets human society apart from the animal kingdom. Fire from Prometheus, agriculture from Demeter, craftsmanship from Hephaestus, wisdom from Athena, and medicine from Apollo. Their temples developed into educational hubs, their festivals offered chances for cross-cultural interaction, and their moral teachings, despite the hypocrisy of their own actions, provided ethical frameworks that governed human conduct for centuries, with each god in charge of particular facets of human and natural activity and working with their peers to preserve cosmic harmony. The Olympic system also produced the first multinational management structure in history. When it functioned properly, this divine bureaucracy made sure that crops grew as planned, seasons changed on time, and natural disasters only happened when mortals had gravely offended someone important. The interpersonal relationships of the gods, however, showed the same dysfunctional patterns that afflict any family business managed by conceited relatives with unrestricted authority and inadequate communication skills. From minor nymphs to major heroes, everyone was impacted by the collateral damage caused by Zeus's adultery and Hera's retaliation. Poseidon's outburst destroyed coastal cities and sank ships. Apollo's romantic rejections changed lovers and produced prophets who were cursed. The political frequently turned disastrous, and the personal had a nasty habit of turning political. Instead of using mediation, their method of resolving disputes usually involved escalation. The Trojan War, 10 years of bloodshed that destroyed both sides and provided fodder for epic poetry, was the outcome of Paris's decision to accept Aphrodite's bribe over those offered by Hera and Athena. It also showed that divine pride was more significant than human life. Instead of seeking diplomatic solutions, Demeter's response to the kidnapping of her daughter brought the world to the verge of agricultural collapse. The way the gods treated mortals demonstrated their incapacity to uphold moral principles or grow from past errors. They penalized disrespect and rewarded devotion, but their definitions of these terms were arbitrary and could alter according to their emotions, hobbies, and family dynamics. Mortals who appeased one god might unintentionally offend another, leading to improbable circumstances in which virtue was largely dependent on good fortune. However, the Olympic pantheon also produced some of the most inspirational tales of moral courage, inventiveness, and tenacity in history. By supporting Athens, Athena established a hub of scholarship and democracy that shaped civilization for thousands of years. Communities used the advice from Apollo's oracle at Delphi to make tough choices and steer clear of needless confrontations. Hephaestus showed that a person's physical limitations need not stop them from contributing significantly to their community. Ancient people used the stories of the gods as a kind of psychology to help them comprehend and deal with the complexity of human nature. Hera's jealousy and need for respect, Apollo's quest for perfection, Artemis's need for independence, and Zeus's battles with authority and responsibility were all divine figures that represented common human experiences, while also implying that even immortal beings had difficulties. Most significantly, the Olympians showed the potential and perils of unbridled power. They had the power to change reality as they saw fit, perform miracles, and resolve impossibly challenging issues. They could also let personal grievances take precedence over their obligations to the world they ruled, destroy civilizations, and torture innocent people. Their experiences served as warnings about the value of restraint, discernment, and responsibility. Lessons that hold true in any time period where people or organizations have substantial influence over others. Their cultural influence was changed rather than eradicated by the slow erosion of belief in the Olympic gods. Their conflicts became metaphors for the timeless human conflicts between duty and desire, individual ambition and collective responsibility, and reason and passion, and their stories became literature rather than religion. Think about the amazing impact these ancient divine figures have had on our contemporary world as you curl up deeper under your blanket and feel the soft pull of sleep drawing near. Even though they no longer reign from Mount Olympus, the Olympian gods continue to have an impact on our language, literature, psychology, and perception of human nature in ways that would have surprised their original devotees. When you say that someone has an Achilles heel, you're bringing up the tale of a hero whose divine protection failed him at one crucial moment. When you refer to a long, challenging voyage as an Odyssey, you're alluding to Odysseus's wanderings, which were both aided and hindered by different Olympian gods who couldn't agree on whether he should be punished or assisted. The young man who fell in love with his own reflection, thanks to divine intervention that punished his vanity, comes to mind when you call someone narcissistic. The personalities of the gods have evolved into models for comprehending human psychology. Carl Jung realized that the Olympic pantheon reflected archetypal patterns that have existed throughout history and in many cultures. Aspects of human nature that we still recognize and grapple with today are reflected in the divine personalities of the rebellious trickster, Hermes, the nurturing mother, Demeter, the creative artist, Apollo, and the wise mentor, Athena. The stories of the Olympian gods are still told and reimagined in contemporary literature, film, and television, which find fresh significance in their antiquated rivalries and relationships. Greek mythology is introduced to new generations through Percy Jackson's adventures, which also modernise divine figures for audiences today. Wonder Woman embodies contemporary ideals of justice and equality, while obtaining her abilities from the Olympic pantheon. The Greek tradition of powerful beings using their abilities to protect or torment common mortals is even reflected in superhero comics. Our conceptions of leadership, bureaucracy, and power distribution have been shaped by the gods' approach to governance, which combines specialized duties, familial relationships, and cosmic authority. The notions that leaders must strike a balance between their personal interests and their public duties, that different facets of life call for different kinds of expertise, and that corruption results from power without accountability can all be linked to the myths surrounding Zeus and his divine kin. Their romantic relationships and family disputes have given rise to surprisingly current models for comprehending the intricacies of marriage, parenthood, and love. The dysfunctional marriage of Zeus and Hera provides insight into the impact of power disparities on interpersonal relationships. Demeter's ferocious defense of Persephone serves as an example of the difficulties parents encounter when their kids grow up and are on their own. Even having the ideal credentials doesn't ensure romantic success. as Apollo's unfulfilled loves show, a sophisticated understanding of human nature that predated modern psychology by millennia is reflected in the gods' moral ambiguity, their capacity for both great kindness and terrible cruelty. The Olympic gods embodied the contradictions that define real people, in contrast to the purely good or purely evil deities found in some religious traditions. They were able to exhibit both wisdom and foolishness, generosity and selfishness, and love and hatred, frequently within the same story, or even the same interaction. Their stories were more psychologically realistic and, as a result, more helpful for comprehending human behaviour because of their moral complexity. Stories about beings who had unbounded power but still had very human limitations help us understand situations where people act with unexpected kindness or cruelty, when leaders make choices that seem to go against their professed values, and when families go through both intense love and bitter conflict. The Olympic pantheon also created ways of thinking about cooperation, specialization, and diversity that still shape the way we set up complicated institutions. These organizational principles were ingrained in myths about gods who governed various facets of the universe while upholding an overall divine government. These included the notion that different talents require different approaches, that effective leadership frequently entails coordinating specialists rather than micromanaging them, and that even the most capable individuals require colleagues with complementary skills. The ancient Greek belief that the universe was essentially understandable and that humans could comprehend their place within greater cosmic patterns was perhaps most persistently embodied by the Olympian gods. Despite their strength and immortality, the gods were subject to laws, had repercussions for their deeds, and lived by moral standards that mortals could adopt and use in their own lives. One of the pillars of Western civilization was this optimistic outlook, which held that life had purpose, that knowledge was achievable, and that people could shape their own destinies with hard work and wisdom. The stories of the gods taught that even the most powerful beings were subject to moral laws that went beyond their own desires, that creativity could overcome constraints, and that intelligence could triumph over brute force. Dreams of marble temples shining in Mediterranean sunlight, of divine voices resonating across ancient valleys, or of immortal families assembling on a mountain peak to discuss the fate of both gods and mortals, may cross your mind as you drift toward sleep. These dreams transport you back thousands of years of human storytelling, to innumerable generations who drew inspiration and meaning from stories about creatures who are both remarkably similar to us and completely different from us. The Olympian gods endure because they represent universal truths about relationships, human nature, and the never-ending difficulties of living in a complex world, not because we believe in their literal existence. Their tales serve as a reminder that even immortal beings must learn to strike a balance between their obligations to others and their own desires, that stupidity and wisdom frequently coexist, and that power entails both opportunities and responsibilities. You will be using insights that were initially conveyed in tales of Zeus's lightning bolts, Athena's strategic acumen, Aphrodite's intricate gifts, and Hephaestus's inventive tenacity when you awaken tomorrow and confront the difficulties of your own mortal existence. Even though the gods are old, their teachings are still as current as the news of the day and as fresh as your morning Joe. Rest easy knowing that you are a part of an ongoing human tradition of using storytelling to find meaning, and that the questions you are faced with about power and love, justice and wisdom, personal ambition and group responsibility are the same ones that have inspired and challenged people ever since they first gazed up at the stars and wondered what immortal beings might think of our short, complex lives. Picture this. You're settling into your favourite chair after a long day, maybe with a warm cup of tea steaming beside you. Now imagine if, instead of relaxing, your feet suddenly decided they had other plans entirely. Not just a little restless leg syndrome, mind you, but full-blown, can't stop, won't stop dancing. That's essentially what happened to the good people of Strasbourg in July 1518, though they didn't have the luxury of calling it quirky. It started with Frau Trophea, a woman whose name has echoed through history for all the wrong reasons. On a perfectly ordinary summer morning, she stepped out of her half-timbered house onto the cobblestones of Strasbourg and began to dance. Her dancing was not the kind you might do at a wedding after a few glasses of wine, but an urgent, desperate kind of movement that seemed to possess her entire being. You have to understand, this wasn't Renaissance flash mob material. Frau Trophea danced as if her life relied on it, and in fact, it did. Her feet moved in patterns that made no musical sense, and her arms flailed in rhythms that belonged to no earthly song. The townspeople gathered around her, initially amused. After all, who doesn't enjoy a bit of unexpected street entertainment? But as the hours ticked by, their smiles began to fade like paint in the rain. Frau Trophäa kept dancing. During the midday heat, when sensible people sought shade and cool drinks, Frau Trophäa continued to dance. During the dinner hour, the aroma of roasted meat and fresh bread should have beckoned any sensible individual home. During the evening, her feet should have been expressing gratitude for her decision to finally sit down. The cobblestones beneath her feet told their story, worn smooth by centuries of cartwheels and horse hooves, now witness to this strange new rhythm. You can almost hear them, those ancient stones whispering among themselves about this peculiar turn of events. They'd seen plague and war, feast and famine, but never anything quite like this. By nightfall, Frau Trophäa was still moving, though her dance had transformed from something almost graceful into something more akin to a marionette with tangled strings. Her neighbours brought her water, which she drank without stopping her movement. They offered food, which she barely managed to consume between steps. They pleaded with her to rest, but she seemed as unable to stop as you might be unable to stop breathing. The local authorities scratched their heads and consulted their limited medical knowledge. Perhaps it was a fever, they reasoned. Fevers could make people act strangely. But Frau Trophäa showed no signs of illness beyond this compulsive movement. Her skin wasn't flushed, her eyes weren't glassy. She simply could not stop dancing. As you lie there tonight, comfortable in your bed, imagine the bewilderment of those medieval minds trying to process this impossibility. They lived in a world where everything had a place and a purpose. Cows gave milk, chickens laid eggs, and people danced only when there was music and merriment. But here was Frau Trophäa, defying the natural order with every unwilling step. The night watchman took turns observing her, partly out of concern and partly out of morbid fascination. They'd seen plenty of odd things during their midnight rounds, drunken revelries that lasted too long, lovers' quarrels that spilled into the streets, and the occasional sleepwalker stumbling about in their nightclothes. But nothing had prepared them for the sight of a middle-aged woman dancing alone under the stars, her shadow performing an endless, exhausting ballet on the moonlit stones. As dawn approached, bringing with it the promise of a new day, Frau Trophäa was still dancing. Her movements had slowed, but they hadn't stopped. It was as if some invisible puppeteer had taken control of her strings and forgotten how to let go. Now you might assume that the sensible citizens of Strasbourg would have shunned Frau Trophäa after witnessing her bizarre predicament for a full day and night. You'd be wrong, of course, because people have always been magnetically drawn to the inexplicable, like moths to a particularly puzzling flame. Instead of backing away, small crowds began to gather regularly around Frau Trophäa. They brought their morning bread and ate it while watching her dance. They discussed her condition over their midday meals, gesturing with chicken legs and chunks of cheese. They turned her suffering into a form of communal entertainment, although none of them would have openly acknowledged it in those exact terms. This is where the story takes a turn that would make even the most creative screenwriter pause and reconsider. Within a week of Frau Trophäa's first involuntary step, others began to join her. Not voluntarily, you understand. These weren't copycat dancers or attention seekers. These were ordinary people who suddenly found their feet betraying them in the most extraordinary way. Hans the baker was kneading dough when it started. His hands, which had shaped thousands of loaves with methodical precision, suddenly began moving to a different rhythm. Before he knew it, his whole body had joined the dance, leaving behind a kitchen full of half-formed bread and a wife who thought he'd finally succumbed to the summer heat. Greta, the weaver, abandoned her loom mid-thread when her feet decided they had more important things to do than operate the pedals in their usual measured way. The half-finished cloth remained stretched on the frame for weeks, a testament to the moment when normal life simply stopped making sense. You can picture the scene, can't you? The town square that had once been a place of orderly commerce, vendors hawking their wares, children playing simple games, merchants negotiating deals, transformed into something resembling a fever dream. Except the fever seemed to be catching, spreading from person to person like a yawn in a worn-out congregation. The dancing wasn't beautiful, mind you. This wasn't some spontaneous celebration of life and joy. The dancers moved with a desperate urgency, their faces etched with exhaustion and confusion. Their clothes became tattered from the constant motion. Their shoes wore thin against the unforgiving cobblestones. Some danced until their feet bled, leaving small red marks on the stones like some macabre breadcrumb trail. The local physicians were summoned, naturally. These learned men arrived with their leather satchels full of mysterious remedies, and their heads full of medieval medical wisdom. They observed the dancers with the same intensity you might observe a puzzle that's missing several crucial pieces. They took notes, they consulted their texts, and they stroked their beards thoughtfully. Their diagnosis, when it came, reflected the medical understanding of the time. They declared that the dancers had a condition known as hot blood. Therefore the solution was to encourage more dancing until the heat dissipated from their systems. It was rather like suggesting that someone with hiccups should hiccup more vigorously until they stopped, but it seemed logical within the framework of 16th century medicine. Therefore, the authorities, guided by their immense wisdom, chose to combat the issue head-on. They hired musicians to play for the dancers, reasoning that proper music might help regulate their chaotic movements. They cleared larger spaces for the dancing, moving market stalls, and redirecting cart traffic. They even built a stage, thinking that perhaps the dancers would feel more dignified performing on an elevated platform. The irony would have been delicious if it weren't so tragic. Instead of curing the dancers, the music and attention seemed to attract more victims. The dancing seemed to have transformed into a seductive melody, appealing to a profound, concealed fragility within the human soul. By the end of the second week, nearly 40 people were dancing in the streets of Strasbourg, their individual rhythms creating a chaotic symphony of movement. The families of the dancers tried everything they could think of. They brought favourite foods, hoping to tempt their loved ones to stop and eat properly. They carried chairs and stools, placing them hopefully in the dancers' paths. They also brought pillows and blankets, believing that if they could persuade the dancers to take a moment's rest, the spell might be broken. But nothing worked. The dancers danced on day and night, their movements becoming more frantic as their bodies grew weaker. It was like watching people slowly drown in air, struggling against an invisible current that only they could feel. By the third week of this peculiar epidemic, the city of Strasbourg had transformed into something unrecognisable. You know how a familiar room can suddenly feel strange when you move just one piece of furniture? Well, imagine an entire city where the fundamental rules of human behaviour had been rewritten overnight. The marketplace, which had operated according to centuries-old rhythms of buying and selling, now resembled something between a medical ward and a carnival. Even in the face of impossibility, vendors still set up their stalls each morning, but their attention was divided between their wares and the growing number of dancers who wove between the displays like exhausted ghosts. Children, who had initially found the whole spectacle entertaining, began to grow frightened. There's something unsettling about seeing adults lose control, especially when those adults include your neighbours, your teacher, or your aunt, who always remembered your birthday. The dancing had crossed the line from curious novelty to something darker and more threatening. The dancers themselves had begun to show serious signs of wear. Their clothes hung in tatters, their faces gaunt from exhaustion and irregular eating. Some had collapsed and been carried home, only to rise and begin dancing again as soon as they regained consciousness. It was as if rest only stored up energy for more frantic movement. Maria, the seamstress, developed a particularly heartbreaking pattern. She would dance for hours, then suddenly stop mid-step and look around with clear, confused eyes, as if waking from a dream. She would recognise her surroundings, call out to friends and family, and even sit down for a few minutes to drink water or nibble bread. Then, just as suddenly, the compulsion would return, and she would leap to her feet and resume her endless dance. These moments of clarity made the condition even more disturbing. It wasn't madness in any traditional sense. The dancers knew what was happening to them. They simply couldn't stop it. Imagine being trapped in your own body, watching yourself perform actions you never chose to perform, like being a passenger in a vehicle whose steering wheel you can't reach. The city's records, kept by meticulous scribes who documented everything from grain prices to weather patterns, began to read like something from a fever dream. Item, the dancing sickness continues. Item, Johann the Cooper joined the dancers this morning. Item, the musicians have been paid for another week of playing. Item, 3 more dancers collapsed today but resumed upon waking. You have to admire those record keepers, really. Faced with something completely outside their experience, they did what bureaucrats have always done. They wrote it down carefully and hoped someone else would figure out what it all meant. The religious authorities, meanwhile, were having theological debates that would have been fascinating if they weren't so urgent. Was this divine punishment for some collective sin? A test of faith? Was this a manifestation of malevolent spirits? Different priests offered different interpretations, and their congregations split accordingly. Some organised prayer vigils, others called for public confessions, and a few suggested that perhaps God was simply enjoying some cosmic entertainment at human expense. The dancers themselves became unwilling celebrities. People travelled from neighbouring towns to witness the phenomenon, turning Strasbourg into an accidental tourist destination. Merchants arrived to sell food and trinkets to the crowds. Street performers came to compete for attention, though their conventional acts seemed almost quaint compared to the desperate dancing happening all around them. However, the locals were growing tired of the novelty. Living in the middle of an ongoing crisis has a way of exhausting even the most patient communities. Families were disrupted, businesses struggled to function normally, and everyone walked around with the nervous energy of people waiting for the other shoe to drop. Except in this case, the shoes never stopped moving. The dancers' families organised themselves into an informal support network. They took turns bringing food and water, alternated in watching over their afflicted relatives, and shared the burden of worry that comes from loving someone who is slowly wearing themselves down. It was community care born from desperation, but it was beautiful in its way. Some of the dancers had begun to develop their own individual styles. Otto the blacksmith danced with heavy rhythmic movements that echoed his hammering motions at the forge. Liesel, the baker's daughter, spun and twisted as if kneading invisible dough. Their bodies, even in the grip of this strange compulsion, remembered their daily work and transformed it into movement. By now, the city authorities were beginning to panic. What had started as a curious local phenomenon was threatening to become a complete breakdown of civil order. More importantly, people were starting to die. Death, when it finally came to the dancers, arrived not with drama but with a kind of merciful exhaustion. Similar to a candle nearing its end, the dancers struggled to maintain the constant energy their bodies required. It was Klaus the miller who went first, collapsing in the middle of what had been a particularly vigorous sequence of spins and somehow failing to rise again. The sight of Klaus lying still on those worn cobblestones created a strange silence in the square. Even the other dancers seemed to pause, as if some invisible conductor had finally given them permission for a moment's rest. However, only a brief moment passed before the surviving dancers resumed their endless movement, carefully stepping around their fallen friend as if he were merely another obstacle in their path. You might wonder what goes through a community's mind when the impossible becomes deadly. The people of Strasbourg were experiencing something that challenged every assumption they'd ever made about how the world worked. They were practical people, accustomed to practical problems with practical solutions. Crop failures could be endured, diseases could be treated or at least understood, and wars could be fought and ended. But this dancing plague defied every category they had for making sense of suffering. The physicians, those learned men with their impressive collections of books and instruments, were beginning to admit privately that their hot blood theory might need some adjustment. Several had observed the dancers closely enough to notice that they weren't sweating excessively, despite their constant motion. Their skin remained relatively cool, and their breathing wasn't as laboured as it should have been given their activity level. Their bodies appeared to function under entirely different rules. Dr. Hermann, the most respected physician in the region, spent 3 full days and nights observing the dancers. He took careful notes about their movements, their eating and drinking patterns, and their brief moments of rest. What he discovered puzzled him even more than the original phenomenon. The dancers seemed to be in a state that was neither fully conscious nor unconscious, neither sick nor healthy, and neither voluntary nor completely involuntary. It is, he wrote in his journal, as if they are sleepwalking while awake, or perhaps awakening while they sleep. They respond to their names and can speak coherently when directly addressed, yet they cannot choose to stop moving. It is as though some part of their will has been borrowed by an unknown force. The families of the dancers were developing their own expertise born from desperate necessity. They learned to anticipate when their loved ones were most likely to collapse from exhaustion. They discovered which foods the dancers could manage to eat while moving, and they developed techniques for helping them drink water without breaking their rhythm. They became amateur medical attendants, though no medical school could have prepared them for this particular curriculum. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for nearly a month, described the experience in terms that still echo across the centuries. He is there and not there. His body dances, yet his eyes gaze at me with a profound sadness, as if he finds himself imprisoned behind glass. Occasionally I think he's trying to tell me something with his movements, but I cannot understand the language his feet are speaking. The community was starting to feel the effects of the constant music, which they had initially perceived as beneficial. The hired musicians were exhausted from playing for weeks on end, and their melodies had taken on a repetitive, almost hypnotic quality that seemed to make some listeners feel dizzy. Several people reported feeling an uncomfortable urge to move their feet in time with the music, though they managed to resist the compulsion. The dancing itself was evolving. What had started as individual, isolated movements was becoming something more coordinated. The dancers seemed to be responding to each other, creating patterns and formations without any apparent conscious intent. They would form circles, then lines, scatter and reform in different configurations. It was like watching a flock of birds or a school of fish, except these were human beings who should have been making deliberate choices about their movements. Some of the dancers had begun to show signs of what we might now recognise as trance states. Their eyes would roll back, their breathing would become shallow and rapid, and they would move with an intensity that seemed to come from somewhere outside themselves. During these episodes they appeared completely unreachable, as if they had temporarily left their bodies behind entirely. The religious community was fracturing under the weight of competing interpretations. Father Wilhelm preached that the dancing was a form of divine ecstasy, similar to what mystics experienced during prayer. Father Johann argued it was clearly demonic possession and called for exorcisms. Father Klaus, the city's oldest priest, suggested that God was teaching them about the nature of human will and the body's relationship to the soul. The debates were becoming increasingly heated, and the congregation was choosing sides based as much on their fears as on their faith. It's remarkable how quickly theological certainty can crumble when faced with something that doesn't fit neatly into existing categories of understanding. Meanwhile, the dancers danced on, their numbers fluctuating as some collapsed and others were mysteriously called to join them. The city had become a living laboratory for questions that nobody knew how to ask, let alone answer. When faced with the inexplicable, humans have a tendency to multiply explanations rather than admit ignorance. By the fourth week of the dancing plague, Strasbourg had attracted more experts than a modern medical conference, each arriving with their own pet theories and proposed solutions. Master Johann from the University of Basel brought an impressive collection of astrological charts and announced that the dancing was clearly the result of planetary malalignment. Mercury, he explained with considerable authority, was in an unfortunate conjunction with Mars, creating an excess of kinetic energy in susceptible individuals. His solution involved complex calculations of when the planets would return to a more harmonious configuration, roughly 6 months hence. Brother Augustine from the monastery at Molsheim had a different interpretation entirely. He arrived with a cart full of holy relics and proclaimed that the dancers were experiencing a form of religious ecstasy, like what St. Vitus himself had experienced. The solution, he insisted, was pilgrimage to the shrine of St. Vitus, where the dancers could channel their divinely inspired movement into proper worship. You can imagine the scene: learned men with their scrolls and instruments, religious authorities with their crosses and holy water, all standing around debating the finer points of their theories while 40 exhausted people continued their endless dance mere feet away. It was like convening a panel of experts to discuss the nature of rain while standing in the middle of a thunderstorm. The city council, meanwhile, was dealing with increasingly practical concerns. The dancing had disrupted commerce, attracted unwanted attention from neighbouring regions, and was beginning to strain the city's resources. They needed solutions, not theories. But every expert who arrived seemed to bring more questions than answers. Dr. Paracelsus, who would later become famous for his revolutionary medical ideas, made a brief appearance during this period. His assessment was characteristically blunt. These learned men speak of hot blood and planetary influences while people die before their eyes. Perhaps the sickness is not in the dancers' bodies, but in our understanding of what bodies can do. He was particularly critical of the decision to provide music for the dancers. You might as well give wine to a drunkard and call it medicine, he observed. The music feeds the compulsion rather than curing it. Occasionally the kindest treatment is to remove what seems helpful but proves harmful. His words carried weight, and a faction began to form around the idea of trying complete silence instead of constant music. It was a radical departure from the established treatment, but then again, the existing treatment wasn't working particularly well. The families of the dancers were developing their own theories based on intimate observation. They noticed that their loved ones seemed to dance more frantically when crowds gathered, as if performing for an audience they couldn't see. They observed that certain types of music triggered more intense movements, while others seemed to calm the dancers slightly. They discovered that the dancers' movements sometimes echoed their daily work routines, a pattern that none of the learned experts had bothered to document. Elizabeth, whose teenage daughter had been dancing for 3 weeks, made a particularly astute observation. She dances like she's trying to escape from something, but also like she's trying to reach something. Her movements aren't random, they're searching. But I cannot tell what she's searching for. This idea of the dance as a form of searching resonated with other families. They began to notice that their dancers appeared to be moving either towards something or away from it, although the nature of that something remained invisible to everyone else. It was as if the dancers could see a landscape that existed only for them. The younger members of the community were having their reactions to the prolonged crisis. Children who had initially been fascinated were now having nightmares about being unable to stop moving. Teenagers were avoiding the areas where dancers congregated, afraid that the compulsion might somehow reach out and grab them too. Young adults were leaving the city entirely, unwilling to risk being caught up in whatever was happening. But perhaps most tellingly, some people were beginning to report feeling a strange sympathy with the dancers. They would watch the endless movement and find their feet tapping involuntarily. They would dream of dancing and wake up with their legs tangled in bedsheets. A few even reported brief moments of feeling an almost irresistible urge to join the dancers, though they managed to fight off the compulsion. Their experiences raised disturbing questions about the nature of the condition. Was it truly random, or were some people more susceptible than others? Was it a hidden contagion, or a dormant part of the human psyche? Dr. Herman, who had been observing the dancers since the beginning, was developing a theory that was both simpler and more complex than the others being proposed. He suspected that the dancing might be a physical expression of something psychological, a kind of breaking point where individual human will simply give up trying to maintain control over an increasingly uncontrollable world. Perhaps, he wrote in his private notes, the dancers are not sick, but rather more honest than the rest of us. They are showing us what it looks like when the human spirit can no longer pretend that it has mastery over the body it inhabits. It was a radical idea for its time, suggesting that the boundary between mind and body might be more porous than anyone had imagined. Sometimes the most profound shifts happen not with dramatic revelations, but with quiet observations made by exhausted people who have run out of clever theories. It was Frau Bertha, the baker's wife, who had been caring for 3 different dancers, who first noticed the pattern that would eventually lead to the plague's resolution. She observed that the dancers seemed calmer, though they never stopped moving entirely, when they were in smaller groups, away from the crowds and the constant music. More importantly, she noticed that they danced differently in the early morning hours, before the city fully awakened. Their movements were still compulsive, but they seemed less frantic, more like people walking in their sleep than people fleeing from invisible demons. It's the watching, she told Dr. Herman one morning after a particularly long night of observation. They dance harder when people watch them, not because they want attention, but because something about being watched makes the dancing worse. This insight led to a quiet experiment. A few families began taking their dancing relatives to more secluded locations, quiet courtyards, gardens outside the city walls, even private homes with large rooms. The results were subtle but unmistakable. Away from audiences and musicians, the dancers' movements became less violent, less desperate. Dr. Herman documented these changes carefully. The dancers still couldn't stop moving, but their movements became more flowing, less like convulsions and more like a strange form of sleepwalking. Some even began to show brief moments of genuine rest, not collapse from exhaustion, but actual pauses in their movement. The religious authorities were initially resistant to this approach. Brother Augustine argued that removing the dancers from public view was tantamount to hiding God's work from the faithful. But Father Klaus, the elderly priest who had been quietly observing throughout the crisis, supported the experiment. Perhaps, he suggested, what these souls need is not more attention, but more peace. The city council, pragmatic as always, was simply relieved to have the disruption moved away from the main commercial areas. They officially sanctioned the creation of quiet spaces where dancers could be cared for away from crowds, though they were careful not to call it a cure. Gradually, as they relocated the dancers to more peaceful environments, an unexpected event occurred. Without the stimulation of constant music and crowds, their individual personalities began to reassert themselves. Maria, the seamstress, started incorporating recognizable gestures from her work into her dance. Not the frantic mimicry that had characterized her earlier movements, but something more like a conversation between her conscious and unconscious minds. Otto, the blacksmith's movements, began to follow the rhythm of breathing rather than some internal drumbeat that no one else could hear. His dance became less about desperate energy and more about a kind of patient endurance, as if he were waiting for something to finish cooling in his forge. The families caring for the dancers developed new routines based on these observations. They created spaces that were comfortable but not stimulating, provided simple foods at regular intervals, and most importantly, they learned to be present without being intrusive. They discovered that the dancers seemed to respond to quiet companionship in ways they hadn't responded to medical interventions or religious ceremonies. Anna, whose husband had been dancing for over a month, described the change. He still moves constantly, but now it's like he's dancing with something instead of fighting against something. I can see him in there, behind his eyes, waiting. This sense of waiting became a common theme in how families described their dancing relatives. The dancers appeared to be in a state of flux, neither fully present nor fully absent, and neither completely sick nor completely well. Dr. Herman began to theorize that the dancing might represent a form of healing instead of being merely a sign of sickness, though he couldn't specify what it was healing from. Perhaps, he wrote, there are injuries to the human spirit that can only be mended through movement, just as there are injuries to the body that can only be healed through rest. The idea was revolutionary, that the dancing might be a cure rather than a disease, a necessary process rather than a pathological condition. It suggested that the dancers' bodies might possess a wisdom that their conscious minds couldn't access. As word of the quieter approach spread, some of the original experts began to reconsider their theories. Master Johann from Basel admitted that his planetary calculations might need to account for environmental factors. Brother Augustine suggested that perhaps the saint was working through peaceful contemplation rather than public demonstration. Even Paracelsus, in his final notes on the case, acknowledged that the solution had come not from learned intervention, but from careful observation by people who cared more about helping than about being right. The families discovered what we experts missed, he wrote. Sometimes healing requires not doing more, but doing less. The number of new cases had already begun to slow, though whether the decline was due to the changed approach or simply the natural progression of the phenomenon remained unclear. What was clear was that the desperate, frantic quality of the dancing was gradually giving way to something that looked more like a strange form of prayer or meditation. The city itself was slowly returning to something resembling normal life, though the experience had changed everyone who lived through it. People walked more carefully, as if testing whether their feet would obey their intentions. They looked at each other differently, with a new awareness of how little control any of them really had over their own bodies and minds. You know how some storms end. Not with a dramatic crash of thunder, but with a gradual lessening of wind and rain until you suddenly realise the silence has returned. The dancing plague of Strasbourg ended in much the same way, so gradually that nobody could say exactly when it stopped being an emergency and started being a memory. Frau Trophäa, who had started it all with her first involuntary step, was among the last to find stillness. For 6 weeks she had been the unwilling pioneer of this strange territory, where human will met its mysterious limits. When she finally stopped moving, it wasn't with collapse or drama, but with a simple pause that gradually extended into rest. She was sitting in the garden behind the baker's house, where her family had moved her to escape the crowds and the constant music. The morning sun was filtering through apple leaves, and she'd been moving in slow, gentle circles for hours. Then, as naturally as a person might stop humming a tune, she simply sat down on a wooden bench and stayed there. Her sister, who had been watching anxiously from the kitchen window, almost didn't believe it at first. She waited several minutes before approaching, afraid that any attention might restart the compulsive movement. But Frau Trophäa remained seated, looking around the garden with clear, present eyes, as if she were seeing it for the first time in weeks. "I'm tired," she said simply, and her sister began to weep with relief. Over the following days, the other dancers found their ways back to stillness. Some stopped during sleep and simply didn't resume when they woke. Others came to rest gradually. their movements slowing like music boxes winding down. A few experienced their final dance as something beautiful rather than desperate, a kind of celebration or completion that left them exhausted but oddly peaceful. Not everyone survived the experience. The official records show that several dancers died from exhaustion or related complications, though the exact number was never precisely documented. Those who lived carried the memory of those weeks in their bodies for the rest of their lives. They walked differently afterward, with a kind of conscious gratitude for their ability to choose when and how to move. Dr. Herman spent months interviewing the recovered dancers, trying to understand what they had experienced during their weeks of compulsive movement. Their descriptions were remarkably consistent in some ways, and completely individual in others. Most remembered feeling trapped in their bodies, aware of what was happening but unable to control it. But they also described odd moments of peace, as if dancing had taken them to places they couldn't reach on purpose. It was like being carried by a river, Maria the seamstress told him. Frightening because I couldn't swim to shore, but also sometimes beautiful because I could see things from the water that I never would have seen from the bank. Otto the blacksmith had a different metaphor. It was like being a piece of metal on my anvil, being shaped by hammers I couldn't see. It hurt, but something in me knew the hammering was necessary. These interviews revealed that the dancers had maintained more awareness than anyone had suspected. They had been conscious of their family's care, grateful for the quiet spaces, and aware of the changes in their movement patterns. They'd simply been powerless to communicate this awareness while the dancing continued. The city of Strasbourg gradually returned to its normal rhythms, though the memory of those summer weeks left permanent changes. The authorities developed better protocols for caring for people in crisis, emphasizing comfort and observation over dramatic interventions. The physicians incorporated new ideas about the relationship between mind and body into their practice. The religious community developed a more complex conception of how the sacred might manifest in human experience. But perhaps the most lasting change was in how the people of Strasbourg understood the nature of human control and human vulnerability. They had witnessed something that challenged fundamental assumptions about how much power individuals have over their bodies and choices. They had learned that sometimes the most caring response to someone's crisis is not to try to fix them, but to stay present while they work through whatever healing process their more profound wisdom has initiated. The cobblestones in the town square still bear faint marks from those weeks of endless dancing, though you'd have to know where to look to see them. Local guides sometimes point them out to visitors, telling abbreviated versions of the story that emphasize the strangeness, while missing the deeper lessons about community care and the mystery of human resilience. Years later, when other communities experienced similar outbreaks of dancing mania, and there were several throughout medieval Europe, some remembered the lessons of Strasbourg. They learned to provide quiet spaces rather than public stages, to offer patient presence rather than dramatic cures, and to trust that sometimes healing looks different from what we expect. The dancing plague of 1518 remains one of history's most puzzling medical mysteries, but it's also a story about how communities can learn to care for members who are experiencing something beyond ordinary understanding. It reminds us that the human body and spirit are capable of experiences that exceed our ability to categorize or control them, and that sometimes the wisest response to mystery is not to solve it, but to honor it. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you might think about Frau Trofea and her fellow dancers, and about the families who learn to love them through their strange journey. You might contemplate the delicate boundary that sometimes exists between what we perceive as normal and what we perceive as impossible, and how much healing occurs not through expert intervention, but through the patient presence of individuals who care enough to remain and observe whatever unfolds. The dance is always there, just beneath the surface of our ordered lives, waiting to teach us something about surrender, about community, and about the beautiful, terrifying mystery of being human in a body that is never entirely under our control. You wake up at 4:30 in the morning, and the world outside your window is still wrapped in that thick, velvety darkness that makes even the gas street lamps look like lonely fireflies. Your feet hit the cold floorboards with a thud that echoes through your modest lodgings, and you're immediately reminded that being a Victorian postman isn't exactly a profession for those who enjoy sleeping in. Your bedroom chair's uniform appears to have endured decades of use. Your dark blue coat, with its brass buttons that never quite shine the way they're supposed to, bears the battle scars of countless encounters with rose bushes aggressive geese, and the occasional projectile thrown by less than pleased recipients of overdue bills. Your leather satchel sits nearby, already showing signs of the day ahead. It knows it's about to be stuffed fuller than a Christmas turkey. You stumble downstairs to your landlady's kitchen, where she's already prepared your breakfast. Mrs. Henderson, bless her soul, understands that postmen need fuel for the journey ahead. She slides a plate of eggs, bacon, and thick-cut bread across the wooden table, along with a steaming mug of tea so strong it could probably walk the postal route by itself. The morning ritual begins with checking your pocket watch, a gift from your father when you joined the Royal Mail Service 3 years ago. It's already 5:15, which means you need to be at the sorting office by 6 sharp. Mr. Grimsby, the postmaster, has the temperament of a wet cat and the punctuality expectations of a railway conductor. Being late means facing his legendary scowl, which has been known to curdle milk from 3 streets away. You finish your breakfast, grab your cap, the one with the small hole where a particularly ambitious pigeon once mistook it for nesting material, and step out into the London morning. The air carries that distinct Victorian cocktail of coal smoke, horse manure, and the faint promise of rain that seems permanently suspended over the city like an indecisive visitor. The walk to the sorting office takes you past the baker's shop, where Mr. Pemberton is already pulling fresh loaves from his ovens. The warm, yeasty smell follows you down the street like a friendly dog. You wave through the window and he responds with a flour-dusted salute. These small morning rituals have become the comfortable rhythm of your working life. At the sorting office, you're greeted by the familiar chaos that would make a battlefield look organised. Sacks of mail are piled everywhere like fabric mountains, and your fellow postmen are already elbow-deep in the day's deliveries. There's Jenkins, who's been doing this job since before Victoria became Queen, and moves with the efficiency of a well-oiled machine. Thompson, the newcomer who still gets nervous about delivering to the fancy neighbourhoods, and old Murphy, who claims he once delivered a letter to Charles Dickens himself, though the story changes slightly each time he tells it. Your section of London covers approximately 4 square miles of winding streets, narrow alleys, and the occasional dead end that seems to exist solely to test your navigation skills. The mail in your bag represents a cross-section of human experience. Love letters that smell faintly of lavender, business correspondence with serious-looking seals, newspapers that will be outdated by tomorrow, and the inevitable collection of bills that make recipients look at you as if you personally decided to charge them for existing. You organise your letters by street and number, a process that requires the spatial reasoning skills of an architect and the patience of a saint. Each piece of mail has its personality. Some are thick and important-looking, others are thin and apologetic, and a few are so mysteriously shaped that you wonder if someone's trying to post a small hedgehog. The morning preparation is almost complete. Your route is planned, your satchel is loaded, and your boots are laced tight enough to survive the day's adventures. As you step back onto the street, the city is beginning to wake up around you, and you're about to embark on another day of connecting people across the sprawling maze of Victorian London. Pembroke Street is your first stop, where the houses stand side by side like gossiping neighbours. Each front door tells its story. Some are painted bright red with polished brass knockers that gleam in the morning light, while others have seen better days and sport paint that's peeling like sunburned skin. You've learned to read these subtle signs like a detective. The well-maintained homes usually mean pleasant interactions, while the shabby ones might involve dodging flying objects or unwelcome commentary about the postal service. Mrs. Abernathy at number 12 is already waiting by her window, watching for your arrival with the intensity of a hawk spotting a field mouse. She receives letters from her sister in Edinburgh every Tuesday, and she's developed the uncanny ability to sense your approach from 3 blocks away. You slip the familiar envelope through her letter slot, and you can practically hear her shuffling excitedly toward the door before you've even stepped off her front steps. The rhythm of delivery becomes as natural as breathing after a while. Walk, sort, knock, deliver, repeat. But each house brings its own peculiar challenges. Number 18 has a letter slot positioned so low that reaching it requires the flexibility of a contortionist, while number 24's slot is so narrow you sometimes wonder if the architect designed it specifically to frustrate postal workers. Then there's the matter of the dogs. Every street has its collection of 4-legged critics, and they all seem to have strong opinions about the postal service. There's Duchess, a pompous poodle at number 7 who treats your daily arrival as a personal insult to her aristocratic sensibilities. She expresses her displeasure through a series of indignant yaps that sound remarkably like someone complaining about the weather in a foreign language you don't quite understand. At the other end of the spectrum is Brutus, a mastiff the size of a small pony who belongs to the butcher on Merchant Street. Despite his intimidating appearance, Brutus has apparently decided that you're his second favourite human, after his owner, and he greets your arrival each day by attempting to lick your face with a tongue that could double as a washcloth. Your strategy involves keeping a safe distance and a pocket full of the small biscuits that Mrs. Henderson slips into your lunch bag specifically for canine diplomacy. The variety of mail you carry reflects the full spectrum of human emotion and necessity. There are the obvious love letters. You can spot them from a mile away by their careful penmanship, and the faint scent of perfume that seems to follow them around like a romantic ghost. Business correspondence tends to travel in serious-looking envelopes with important-sounding return addresses, while family letters often arrive in batches, as if relatives suddenly remember they have things to say all at the same time. Some deliveries require special handling. Legal documents arrive with an air of importance that makes you walk slightly straighter, while medical correspondence often travels in discreet envelopes that seem to whisper about their contents. You've developed an almost supernatural ability to gauge the emotional weight of mail just by holding it. Good news tends to feel lighter somehow, while bad news seems to add extra gravity to your satchel. The morning progresses through the residential streets, where laundry hangs between buildings like celebratory bunting, and children peer at you from behind curtains with the curiosity reserved for exotic creatures. You wave at the familiar faces, the shopkeepers setting up for the day, the street sweepers making their eternal battle against London's dust and debris, and the occasional early-rising gentleman who tips his hat with the politeness that makes British society function like clockwork. By mid-morning, your satchel has lightened considerably, but your feet are beginning to remind you that they weren't designed for this much pavement pounding. The cobblestones that looked so charming in the early morning light now feel like they're personally designed to test the durability of your boot soles. You've learned to spot the loose stones that might twist an ankle, and navigate around the ones that seem to collect puddles, like magnets that attract iron filings. Your route takes you past the local tea shop, where the proprietor, Mr. Whitfield, always has a steaming cup ready for passing postmen. It's an unspoken agreement. You bring him news from the outside world through the mail you deliver, and he provides liquid encouragement for the journey ahead. The brief respite allows you to reorganise your remaining letters and plan the most efficient path through the afternoon's deliveries. As you venture into the more eccentric neighbourhoods of your route, you encounter the houses that make this job endlessly entertaining. There's Professor Blackwood's residence on Thornbury Lane, where the front garden looks like a botanical experiment gone wonderfully wrong. Exotic plants sprawl in every direction, creating a jungle that would make Darwin himself pause for consideration. The Professor occasionally emerges from this green chaos wearing clothes that suggest he dresses in complete darkness, and he always greets you with enthusiasm that borders on the manic. His mail consists primarily of scientific journals and correspondence from fellow academics scattered across Europe. The envelopes often bear foreign postmarks and wax seals that look important enough to start international incidents. You've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care, partly because they seem genuinely important, and partly because Professor Blackwood once spent 20 minutes explaining the reproductive habits of orchids when you accidentally bent one of his botanical magazines. 3 houses down lives Miss Cordelia Weatherby, a spinster who has turned suspicion into an art form. She receives your approach through her lace curtains with the wariness of someone expecting invasion at any moment. Her mail consists primarily of seed catalogues and letters from a mysterious correspondent who signs only with the initials R.H. You've developed a theory that R.H. might be a long-lost romantic interest, but Miss Weatherby's expression when she receives these letters suggests the correspondence might be less romantic and more related to outstanding debts or legal matters. The delivery process at Miss Weatherby's house has evolved into an elaborate ritual. You approach slowly, making sure your footsteps are clearly audible to avoid startling her. You place the mail carefully through her slot, then retreat a respectful distance while she performs what sounds like a complex series of locks, chains and security measures that would make a bank vault jealous. Occasionally you hear her muttering commentary about the state of the world and the declining reliability of young people, though you're not entirely sure whether this criticism includes postal workers specifically. Then there's the Johnson household on Maple Grove, which operates like a small chaotic republic. Mr. and Mrs. Johnson have produced 7 children ranging in age from barely walking to nearly adult, and their front yard resembles a toy battlefield where casualties include broken hoops, deflated balls, and at least 3 dolls that have seen better days. The children treat your arrival like a daily entertainment program, gathering at the window to watch you navigate their obstacle course of discarded playthings. Mrs. Johnson appears at her door looking like she's been wrestling with domestic responsibilities and losing gracefully. Her hair escapes from its pins in creative directions, and she usually has at least one child attached to her skirts like a small determined barnacle. Despite the apparent chaos, she always greets you with genuine warmth and occasionally offers you a cup of tea that tastes like it was made by someone who understands the restorative power of proper brewing. The mail for the Johnson house reflects the family's busy life. Letters from grandparents, school notices, and an impressive collection of bills that would make a mathematician weep. Mrs. Johnson accepts these with the resigned expression of someone who has learned to find humour in life's persistent financial requirements. Your afternoon route also includes the mysterious house at the end of Wickham Street, where the elderly Mr. Ashford lives alone with what sounds like a small orchestra of cats. The music that drifts from his windows suggests he spends his days playing piano compositions that sound both beautiful and slightly melancholy. His mail arrives sporadically. Sometimes weeks pass with nothing. Then suddenly he receives thick packets from music publishers, or thin letters that seem to carry more emotional weight than their size would suggest. Mr. Ashford himself remains largely invisible, though you occasionally catch glimpses of movement behind his heavy curtains. The milk bottles left on his step disappear, and reappear with the regularity of a well-managed ghost, and the cats that inhabit his garden treat you with the aloof politeness reserved for useful servants who know their place in the household hierarchy. Each house on your route has developed its own personality over the months you've been delivering mail. You've learned to read the subtle signs. When the Hendersons are having financial difficulties, fewer letters, more bills. When the Clarks are expecting favourable news, Mrs. Clark watches from the window with hopeful expressions. And when the Thompsons are preparing for one of their famous dinner parties, invitations multiply like rabbits in their outgoing mail slot. London's November weather is unpredictable, dramatic, and seemingly designed to test your patience. This morning started with a light mist that felt almost pleasant, like walking through a cloud that decided to visit the city. But by noon, that gentle mist has transformed into a proper drizzle that seems determined to discover every gap in your clothing that you didn't know existed. Your waterproof coat, which looked so professional and weather-ready when the Postal Service issued it, now reveals its true character under actual precipitation. Water finds its way past your collar with the persistence of an uninvited guest, and your satchel, despite its supposedly water-resistant leather, begins to develop that damp smell that suggests your mail might arrive looking like it survived a minor flood. The cobblestones become treacherous when wet, transforming from merely uncomfortable walking surfaces into potential skating rinks for the unwary. You've developed a peculiar walking style that resembles a cautious dance, testing each step before committing your full weight. The locals who observe this careful progression from their dry windows probably think postal workers have developed their own form of street choreography, but weather is only one of the obstacles that make your daily route and adventure worthy of exploration novels. There's the ongoing construction project on Pemberton Street, where workers have apparently decided that the most efficient way to repair cobblestones is to remove them all at once, leaving behind a landscape that resembles a geological excavation site. Navigating this route requires the skills of a mountain climber and the patience of someone accustomed to bureaucratic inefficiency. The construction workers, bless their dust-covered souls, have developed a friendly relationship with the Postal Service. They warn you about particularly treacherous sections and sometimes even clear a path when they see you approaching with your bulging satchel. In return, you've become their informal news service, updating them on which houses are receiving intriguing mail and sharing gossip about neighbourhood developments that might affect their work schedule. Then there are the street vendors who transform certain corners into temporary marketplaces that seem to appear and disappear with magical unpredictability. Mrs. Patterson sets up her flower cart at the intersection of Oak and Elm every Tuesday and Friday, creating a fragrant obstacle that requires careful navigation. Her roses and carnations smell heavenly, but her cart blocks the most direct path to 3 different house numbers, forcing you to develop alternative routes that add precious minutes to your delivery schedule. The flower cart also attracts bees with the enthusiasm of a royal celebration, and you've learned to approach Mrs. Patterson's corner with the wariness of someone entering a diplomatic negotiation. The bees seem to view postal workers as potential threats to their floral paradise, and they express their concerns through aggressive hovering patterns that make mail sorting a delicate operation. Animal encounters extend beyond the domestic dogs and cats that populate most neighbourhoods. London's streets host a surprising variety of wildlife that seems determined to participate in postal delivery. There are the pigeons that treat your mail satchel as a potential roosting site, the occasional rat that regards your passing with the bold curiosity of a small urban philosopher, and the memorable incident involving an escaped parrot that spent an entire afternoon following you from house to house while providing colourful commentary on your delivery technique. The parrot, whose vocabulary suggested it had previous experience with sailors, seemed particularly interested in critiquing your route efficiency. It perched on garden gates and fence posts, offering suggestions that were both anatomically creative and utterly unprintable. Several residents emerged from their houses to witness this unusual postal procession, and you found yourself becoming an inadvertent street performance while trying to maintain professional dignity under avian supervision. Street conditions vary dramatically depending on the neighbourhood's economic status. The wealthy areas feature well-maintained pavements, regular street cleaning, and house numbers that are clearly visible from reasonable distances. These neighbourhoods make mail delivery feel like a pleasant stroll through an organised urban park. However, the working-class areas pose distinct challenges. Sometimes, house numbers exist only in theory, either painted on surfaces that have seen better decades, or hidden behind architectural features that suggest the original builders had a light-hearted approach to postal logistics. You've developed detective skills that would impress Scotland Yard, using context clues like neighbouring house numbers, architectural patterns, and the occasional helpful neighbour to locate your destination. The afternoon brings its own set of weather-related complications as the drizzle decides to upgrade itself to actual rain. Your boots, which felt perfectly adequate this morning, now squelch with each step like small portable swamps. The mail in your satchel requires constant protection, and you find yourself performing elaborate sheltering manoeuvres under overhangs, in doorways, and beneath the occasional tree that hasn't yet shed all its leaves. The beauty of being a postman lies not just in the physical act of delivery, but in witnessing the invisible threads that connect people across distances both near and far. Each letter in your satchel symbolises a relationship, a narrative, and a human connection that you have the honour to foster. After months on the same route, you begin to recognise patterns that reveal the rich tapestry of lives unfolding behind those front doors. Take Mrs. Eleanor Fitzgerald on Rosemary Street, who receives letters every Thursday from someone with elegant handwriting and expensive stationery. The envelopes always smell faintly of jasmine, and Mrs. Fitzgerald's entire demeanour changes on delivery days. She transforms from a somewhat stern widow, who maintains her garden with military precision, into someone who practically floats to her front door. You suspect these letters come from a gentleman admirer, possibly someone from her past who has recently reconnected. The way she clutches these letters to her chest before disappearing inside suggests romance that would make novelists weep with envy. Then there's young Timothy Hartwell, barely 16, who works as an apprentice at the clockmaker's shop, but dreams of adventure beyond London's sooty boundaries. His mail consists primarily of correspondence with various shipping companies and colonial offices. The thick packets of information about opportunities in India, Australia and Canada arrive with the regularity of someone seriously planning an escape. You've watched Timothy mature over the months, his letters becoming more focused and more specific. Last week he received what looked like official documentation from a trading company in Bombay, and his excitement was so obvious that his employer probably wondered why the boy suddenly started whistling maritime songs while repairing pocket watches. The Pemberton family presents a more complex story that unfolds letter by letter. Mr. Pemberton operates the bakery, but his wife receives regular correspondence from what appears to be a legal firm in Edinburgh. The letters arrive with the serious formality of legal documents, and Mrs. Pemberton's expression when she receives them suggests they concern matters more weighty than simple business transactions. You suspect there might be an inheritance involved, or perhaps property disputes from her family's past. The legal correspondence comes in waves, sometimes weekly, sometimes not for months, suggesting ongoing negotiations that require patience and considerable postage. Your route also includes the boarding house on Whitmore Lane, where Miss Adelaide Morton runs a respectable establishment for young working women. The mail volume at this address could supply a small post office independently. Each resident seems to maintain correspondence with family, friends, potential suitors, and various business contacts. Miss Morton herself receives letters from young women seeking accommodation, parents checking on their daughter's welfare, and what appears to be a romantic correspondence with someone who signs his letters with the initials JR and uses stationery that suggests comfortable financial circumstances. The boarding house mail reveals fascinating glimpses into the lives of young women navigating independence in Victorian London. There are letters that smell of tears and homesickness, others that practically vibrate with excitement about new opportunities, and the occasional thick packet that suggests either very favourable news or very detailed explanations of life choices that might not meet with parental approval. Perhaps the most intriguing correspondence on your route belongs to Mr. Algernon Blackthorne, who lives in the narrow house on Crescent Moon Lane. His mail arrives from the most exotic locations: postcards from Cairo showing pyramids and camels, letters bearing stamps from places you couldn't locate on a map without considerable assistance, and packages that rattle mysteriously when handled. Mr. Blackthorne himself appears to be some sort of collector or researcher, judging by the archaeological and anthropological publications that arrive monthly. His house windows display artifacts that suggest extensive travel, and you occasionally glimpse him through the glass, examining objects with the intensity of someone deciphering ancient mysteries. The children's mail provides its entertainment value. Young Margaret Woodhouse on Sycamore Street maintains an impressive correspondence with cousins scattered across Britain. Her letters arrive in batches, written in the careful handwriting of children trying to impress adults with their penmanship skills. The return correspondence suggests she's something of a central figure in her extended family's communication network, possibly because she's the only cousin old enough to write proper letters, but young enough to find everyone's news equally fascinating. Some residents receive mail that tells stories of hardship and resilience. Mrs. Catherine O'Brien, recently widowed, receives regular letters from Ireland that you suspect contain both emotional support and small financial assistance from relatives. The timing of these letters often coincides with particularly challenging periods. They arrive more frequently when rent is due, or when her children need new shoes. The Irish postmarks and the careful way she handles these letters suggest a support network that spans the Irish Sea, providing comfort that transcends geographical boundaries. And the afternoon section of your route takes you into the commercial district, where the pace of life accelerates like a wound-up pocket watch. Shop owners and clerks bustle about their business with the efficient energy of people who understand that time equals money, and every moment spent standing still represents potential profit walking past their establishments. The mail requirements here differ significantly from residential deliveries. Business correspondence arrives in larger volumes, legal documents travel with increased urgency, and commercial relationships generate paperwork that would impress government bureaucrats. Mr. Cornelius Blackwood operates a haberdashery that seems to exist in a state of organised chaos. His shop overflows with bolts of fabric in every conceivable colour and pattern, buttons that could outfit a small army, and ribbons that cascade from shelves like textile waterfalls. The mail delivery here requires patience because Mr. Blackwood treats every piece of correspondence as a potential treasure that might contain life-changing opportunities. He examines each envelope with the intensity of an art critic studying a masterpiece, turning letters over in his hands as if their external appearance might reveal their contents through some form of postal divination. The correspondence for the haberdashery reflects the complexity of Victorian commerce. There are invoices from fabric suppliers, letters from customers describing specific requirements for garments that sound more complex than architectural blueprints, and regular communication from fashion houses in Paris that arrives with the air of containing state secrets. Mr. Blackwood often shares snippets of information about current fashion trends, speaking with the authority of someone who understands that clothing represents more than mere necessity. It's a form of personal expression that requires both artistic vision and practical skill. Next door, Mrs. Prudence Whitfield runs a tea and confectionery shop that has the delightful aroma of heaven, as if it decided to establish a retail location. The aroma of fresh-baked scones, imported teas and handmade chocolates creates an olfactory experience that makes your afternoon delivery rounds feel like a culinary tour of paradise. Mrs. Whitfield's mail consists primarily of orders from suppliers, letters from customers planning special events, and regular correspondence with relatives who apparently keep her informed about family recipes that have been passed down through generations of accomplished bakers. Mrs. Whitfield has developed the habit of offering postal workers small samples of her latest creations, which she claims require professional opinions from people who understand quality and appreciate craftsmanship. This generosity transforms mail delivery into an unexpected taste-testing experience that adds considerable pleasure to your working day. Her lemon drops could cure melancholy, and her shortbread cookies possess the power to restore faith in humanity's capacity for creating perfect things. The afternoon also brings you to Doctor, Pemberton's medical practice, where the mail takes on a more serious character. Medical correspondence often arrives in discreet envelopes that whisper about their contents, and you've learned to handle these deliveries with extra care. Dr. Pemberton himself appears to maintain professional relationships with colleagues across Britain and Europe, judging by the range of postmarks on his correspondence. Medical journals arrive monthly, thick with information about new treatments and discoveries that suggest the field of medicine continues evolving at a pace that requires constant study. In the doctor's waiting room, patients often watch your mail delivery with hopeful expressions, anticipating important news about their health. You've learned to maintain professional discretion about medical correspondence, understanding that the mail you carry might contain information that could significantly impact people's lives. The weight of this responsibility adds gravity to deliveries that might otherwise seem routine. Your route also includes several legal offices where correspondence arrives with the formality that suggests serious business transactions, property disputes, and the complex paperwork that accompanies Victorian society's relationship with bureaucracy. Mr. Harrison Blackstone, Esquire, operates from a narrow building that seems designed specifically for containing legal documents. His mail volume could supply a small library, and the variety of correspondence suggests involvement in everything from simple property transfers to complex business arrangements that require multiple participants and considerable negotiation. The legal correspondence often arrives in batches that seem coordinated with court schedules or important deadlines. Mr. Blackstone himself treats mail delivery as a critical component of his professional schedule, often waiting near his office window when he expects particularly important documents. The urgency with which he receives certain letters suggests that legal matters operate on timelines that make postal delivery a crucial element in the administration of justice. The commercial district also houses several businesses that seem to exist primarily for the purpose of generating correspondence. Import companies receive letters from suppliers scattered across the empire, shipping firms coordinate with captains and cargo handlers, and trading houses maintain relationships that span continents. The mail you carry represents the communication network that keeps Victorian commerce functioning like a vast, complex machine, where every letter serves as a small but essential component. As the afternoon light begins its gradual retreat behind London's perpetual curtain of coal smoke and city haze, you find yourself on the final stretch of your postal route. Your satchel, which began the day stuffed to capacity like an overfed Christmas goose, now hangs light against your hip, containing only the handful of letters destined for the furthest addresses on your circuit. Your feet have developed their own conversation with the cobblestones, a dialogue consisting primarily of complaints about the day's mileage and negotiations about tomorrow's anticipated challenges. The evening deliveries take you through neighbourhoods where gas lamps are beginning to flicker to life like earthbound stars, and the windows of houses glow with the warm yellow light that suggests families gathering for dinner, children completing homework assignments, and the comfortable domestic routines that make houses into homes. You catch glimpses of these private moments, shadows moving against drawn curtains, the silhouettes of people settling into their evening activities, and the occasional face peering out to observe the street's transition from day to night. Your last delivery of the day takes you to the cottage at the end of Honeysuckle Lane, where Mrs. Margaret Ashworth tends a garden that seems to exist in defiance of London's urban environment. Roses climb her walls with the determination of natural optimists, and her front yard blooms with flowers that suggest she possesses either supernatural gardening abilities or access to botanical magic. The letter you deliver today bears the return address of her grandson in Manchester, and her face lights up with the joy reserved for news from beloved family members. Mrs. Ashworth exemplifies why postal work transcends mere job responsibilities and becomes something resembling a calling. She depends on these letters to maintain connections with relatives scattered across Britain, and your role in facilitating these relationships makes you a participant in the preservation of family bonds that distance might otherwise strain. The gratitude in her expression when she receives mail from loved ones reminds you that postal delivery involves more than simply transporting paper from one location to another. You're carrying pieces of people's hearts wrapped in envelopes and sealed with hope. The walk back to the sorting office provides you time to reflect on the day's encounters and the fascinating complexity of human existence that reveals itself through mail delivery. You've witnessed romance blooming through carefully perfumed letters, business relationships developing across continents, families maintaining connections despite geographical separation, and individuals pursuing dreams that require correspondence with opportunities far beyond London's boundaries. Each letter you've delivered today represents someone's attempt to reach across distance and connect with another human being. The variety of handwriting styles, paper qualities, and envelope choices reflects the diversity of people who rely on the postal service to maintain their relationships and conduct their affairs. Every piece of mail, from the elegant script of educated correspondence to the careful printing of those struggling with literacy, embodies the weight of human intention and the hope that communication can bridge any gaps between sender and recipient. Back at the sorting office, you join your fellow postmen in the ritual of checking in mailbags, comparing notes about the day's challenges, and preparing for tomorrow's deliveries. Jenkins regales the group with stories about a runaway pig that disrupted his morning route, while Thompson shares his encounter with a household where the entire family gathered to witness the delivery of what appeared to be adoption papers. Murphy, as usual, has discovered new evidence supporting his claim about delivering mail to renowned authors, though his story today involves a different writer than last week's tale. The camaraderie among postal workers reflects the shared understanding that this job requires more than physical endurance. It demands patience, diplomacy, weather resistance, and the ability to find humour in situations that would test the sanity of less resilient individuals. You've all developed strategies for managing difficult deliveries, dealing with problematic weather, and maintaining professional composure when faced with customers whose relationship with postal workers ranges from worshipful gratitude to inexplicable hostility. As you prepare to leave the sorting office, Mr. Grimsby approaches with tomorrow's route assignments. Your section will include several new addresses where recent residents have requested postal service, and there's mention of a package delivery that will require special handling. The prospect of new challenges and unfamiliar streets adds anticipation to tomorrow's work. Each day brings the possibility of discovering new neighbourhoods, meeting different people, and facilitating connections you haven't yet imagined. You walk home through streets as familiar as your rooms. You know which corners collect puddles after rain, which dogs will bark at your approach, and which residents can be relied upon to offer friendly greetings. This knowledge represents more than geographical familiarity. It reflects your integration into the community you serve, your role as a connecting thread in the social fabric that binds neighbourhoods together. Tomorrow will bring another early morning, another loaded mail satchel, and another opportunity to participate in the vast network of human communication that keeps Victorian society functioning. The letters waiting to be sorted and delivered contain stories you haven't yet discovered, relationships you haven't yet facilitated, and moments of human connection that depend on your ability to navigate London's streets with reliable efficiency. As you settle into bed, your tired feet grateful for horizontal rest, you reflect on the peculiar satisfaction that comes from work that serves a purpose beyond personal advancement. Being a Victorian postman means accepting responsibility for maintaining the communication networks that enable love letters to find their recipients, business arrangements to proceed smoothly, families to stay connected across distances, and communities to function as interconnected webs of mutual dependence and support. The gentle rain that begins pattering against your bedroom window promises intriguing challenges for tomorrow's deliveries, but also guarantees that your services will be particularly appreciated by people who prefer to receive their mail without venturing into weather that makes staying indoors seem like the pinnacle of human wisdom. Picture yourself on a hillside in central Italy around 312 BCE, watching something amazing happen in the valley below. Hundreds of workers are moving in a way that is similar to how ants build something much bigger than themselves. They're building what will become the Via Appia, the first big Roman road, and they have no idea that they're making a model that will last for thousands of years. You can smell the limestone dust in the air, along with the sweat of workers and the smell of freshly turned soil. The sound is steady, hammers hitting stone, bosses calling out measurements, and carts creaking as they bring materials. It's the sound of civilization literally paving the way for the future. But let's take a step back from this building site and think about what roads meant to ancient empires. We usually think of them as basic transportation systems, like the highways you drive on to visit family or get to work. But old roads were much more than that. They were the physical embodiment of political power, economic systems and cultural identity all at the same time. When an empire built a road, it was making a big deal out of it. It was saying, we have complete control over this land so we can change it. We have the power, the resources and the organisation to move mountains, or at least make paths through them. Every mile of paved road was an investment not only in getting around, but also in the idea of empire itself. Think of roads as the heart and blood vessels of ancient civilizations. Like your body needs blood vessels to get oxygen and nutrients to every cell, empires needed roads to move soldiers, goods, information, and ideas to every part of their land. You don't really notice your circulation when it's working right. Everything starts to break down when it doesn't work. The Roman Empire probably understood this better than any other civilization before or since. Rome had about 250,000 miles of roads at its peak, which is enough to go around the world 10 times. These weren't just dirt paths that people had walked on a lot and worn down. They were engineering wonders, built with such care that some are still in use today, more than 2,000 years later. But Rome wasn't the only empire that was crazy about building roads. The Inca Empire in South America built a road network that stretched over 25,000 miles, across some of the hardest terrain on Earth. They built roads through mountains that would make modern engineers cry, across deserts where water was more valuable than gold, and through jungles that seemed determined to destroy any human construction within weeks. The Assyrian Empire built roads in Mesopotamia that connected their capitals to the farthest parts of their territory. They also built a postal system that was so fast that it could send messages faster than any other communication system, until the telegraph was invented thousands of years later. Imagine royal messengers riding through the night, switching horses at stations exactly one day's ride apart, and carrying sealed clay tablets with news that could change the fate of cities. The Persian Royal Road was over 1,500 miles long and connected Susa to Sardis. It was so well kept that royal couriers could make the trip in just 7 days, while it would take people walking 90 days. That's about the same as the difference between walking from New York to Los Angeles and flying there. They did it with only horses, determination and careful planning. These roads weren't just about getting there quickly or easily. They were about having power. An empire that could move its armies quickly could stop threats from turning into revolts. An empire that could move goods quickly could make money that could be used to grow even more. An empire that could build paved roads to spread its language and culture could bring people together across differences. You start to see roads in a different way when you think about them this way. That old stone path you might see on a hike in Europe isn't just old pavement. It's a fossil of political power, a physical reminder that someone once had enough power to change the landscape to suit their needs. Let's go back to that building site in ancient Italy, but this time let's get closer. Get down on your knees next to one of the Roman engineers, who they called mensores, and see how they are really building this road. The first thing that stands out to you is that they aren't starting with the surface. They are digging down and making a trench that could be 3 or 4 feet deep. This doesn't make sense at first, but once you understand how Romans thought about engineering, you'll see that a road is like an iceberg, with most of its mass hidden beneath the surface you walk on. The workers are now putting down the first layer, which is made up of big stones that are packed tightly together. This is the stratum, which is the bottom layer that will hold up everything else. The Romans are putting these stones in place with the same care that people use to put together a 3-dimensional puzzle, making sure that each piece fits perfectly with the ones next to it to make a stable base. You can hear the foreman walking across the foundation and listening for any hollow sounds that might mean it is weak. In ancient times, your ears were just as important as your eyes when building. An experienced engineer could hear structural problems, just like a mechanic can hear problems with a car's engine. On top of the statumen, they're putting down a layer of smaller stones mixed with mortar. This is called the rudus. Heavy wooden mallets are being used to compact this layer, and the workers are moving in time with each other like they are dancing. The sound echoes through the valley. Thud, thud, thud. Each blow pushes the materials together, making them more solid. The nucleus is a layer of gravel and sand that is sometimes mixed with lime to make a kind of ancient concrete. Oxen pull large stone cylinders over this layer to smooth it out, and the animals strain against their harnesses while their handlers guide them with skill. The smell of the oxen, which is earthy, musky, and clearly animal-like, mixes with the smell of crushed stone, which is mineral-like. Last but not least, the top layer, the summum dorsum. This means that big, flat paving stones that fit perfectly with each other are needed for important roads like the Via Appia. The Romans are so picky about this fit that you couldn't even fit a knife blade between most of the stones. They're making a surface that will shed water, last a long time, and give both iron-shod hooves and sandaled feet a safe place to stand. But here's the really amazing part. The Romans are not just making the road flat. They're making a subtle crown by raising the middle of the road a little higher than the edges. This is only a few inches across a width of 15 or 20 feet. This small detail means that water will run off to the sides instead of pooling on the surface. In the winter, the water would freeze, expand and break the paving stones apart. They're even more impressive because they're putting in drainage systems next to the road. There are stone-lined channels that run next to the pavement to move rainwater away from the foundation. Culverts go under the road at regular intervals so that streams can cross without damaging the road. These old engineers knew more about hydrology than most modern contractors. They knew that if you don't give water a place to go, it will destroy any human-made structure over time. The focus on details goes all the way through the building process. The Romans are using groma, which are vertical poles with horizontal crossbars that are marked at exact right angles, to look at the route. They can make roads that go straight for miles with these simple tools and the rules of geometry. They only make small changes when they have to get around obstacles. Engineers are very careful when they figure out the slopes of the road when it has to go up hills. If the slope is too steep, carts with loads won't be able to make it up. If it's too gradual, the road will take longer than it needs to. Their goal is grades that don't go above 5% very often, which is about the same as what modern highway standards say for mountain passes. The building process gets even more complicated when the ground is wet or marshy. Workers are driving wooden piles deep into the soft ground to make fake foundations that can hold up the stone layers above. In some places, they're actually building the road on a raised embankment called an agger that lifts it above the ground around it. This keeps the surface dry and passable even during spring floods. The Incas, who built their roads hundreds of years later and halfway around the world, had even bigger engineering problems to deal with. Inca engineers carved steps directly into living rock on mountainsides so steep that modern hikers need both hands free to climb. They built suspension bridges out of woven grass ropes to cross valleys. These bridges swayed a lot in the wind, but they could hold the weight of llama caravans and messengers running. What all these old engineers knew that modern infrastructure planners sometimes forget is that roads aren't just for the here and now. A road that is built well will last for many years or even hundreds of years. The total cost of constant repairs is always higher than the cost of building things right the first time. Standing on that hillside and watching the Via Appia take shape stone by stone is a deep experience. Most of the names of these workers have been lost to history, but they are building infrastructure that will still be useful long after their civilization has become a legend. Some of them may know this. Most likely they just want to finish their shift and go home for dinner. Now picture yourself next to a big Roman road at the height of the empire. Let's say around 150 CE, when Rome's power stretched from Britain to Mesopotamia. The first travellers of the day are already on the road as dawn breaks. The first sounds you hear are the bells of a merchant caravan. These are small chimes that are tied to the lead animals so that people can hear them coming in the dark before dawn. The merchants have been on the road since before dawn, when it was the coolest time of day. You can smell their cargo before you see them. It spices from the east, and the smell is so strong and complicated that it makes your nose tingle. The more light there is, the more traffic there is. A military courier rides by on horseback, and the sound of his horse's hooves hitting the stone pavement is sharp and staccato, fading quickly into the distance. He has messages sealed with the governor's mark, and he will switch horses at the next mancio, which is a mix of an inn, a post office, and a government building that is exactly one day's travel away. A group of merchants on foot follows him, their goods loaded onto donkeys that walk slowly, as if they have done this trip many times before. They are talking to each other in a mix of Latin and the local dialect. They are talking about prices in the next town and complaining about taxes, which is what merchants have always done. You see a covered wagon moving slowly, and the people inside are hidden behind leather curtains. This could be a rich family going to their country estate or a provincial official being moved to a new job. The wheels of the wagon are made of iron and make a grinding, rumbling noise as they roll over the stone surface. This noise travels far in the morning air. A tinker has set up a temporary stall near a milestone, which is one of the stone markers that Romans put up every 1,000 paces to show how far they had travelled and remind people of which emperor built or fixed this part of the road. He'll fix sandals, sharpen knives, or sell food to travellers who forgot to bring enough food with them. The smell of cooking food, like bread and salted fish, makes your stomach remind you that you didn't eat breakfast. The road is really busy by mid-morning. Farmers are bringing their goods to market. Their carts are full of vegetables, amphorae of wine, and sacks of grain. They go slowly and often pull over to let faster cars go by. Most Roman roads were wide enough for 2 carts to pass easily, about 12 to 15 feet. They also had shoulders on either side where slower traffic could yield. You see a group of students with their teacher on their way to study in a bigger city. Some of them are reading from scrolls as they walk, while others are arguing about philosophical issues with the confidence of young people who have just learned about them. You can hear them clearly in the open air talking about what virtue is and whether it can be taught. The afternoon brings different people who are travelling. A religious procession goes by, with pilgrims on their way to a temple or holy site. Their voices make harmonies that rise and fall with the gentle bumps in the road as they sing hymns that bounce off the stone pavement. Some people bring gifts, like flowers, small statues, or jars of oil that slosh around as they walk. The road surface itself has been used for hundreds of years and shows signs of wear. You can see grooves worn into the stone pavement by countless iron-rimmed wheels where traffic is heaviest, especially on hills where animals are pulling heavy loads. These ruts, which are up to several inches deep, actually make it easier for wagon drivers to get around because their wheels naturally follow the grooves that are already there. Along the road you can see small shrines where travellers have left things like coins, flowers or bread. These mark places where someone died in an accident, where a soldier fell while protecting the road from bandits, or just where the view is so beautiful that it seems to deserve recognition of the divine. Traffic patterns change again as night falls. People from the area who have been working in faraway fields are going home with their tools over their shoulders and looks of exhaustion on their faces from working in the sun. Kids run along the side of the road playing games where they try not to step on the edges of the paving stones or jump from one milestone to the next. People who are travelling and won't get to their destination before nightfall start looking for places to stay. Some people are lucky enough to have access to official mansions, but these are only for government officials and people who carry the cursus publicus, which is the imperial seal that lets people use state-funded facilities. Everyone else has to stay in private inns. These can be anything from nice places with hot meals and clean beds to places that make modern budget motels look like luxury hotels. You can tell these inns apart by their signs, which are usually pictures painted on wood and hung from a pole because many travellers can't read. A bed means there is a place to stay. A cup means that wine is for sale. A sheaf of grain means that food is available. Some places show all three, hoping to show that they can meet the needs of every traveller. The road doesn't completely clear when it gets dark. You might see processions of people with torches. These could be soldiers moving at night to avoid the heat of the day, or a rich traveller with enough slaves to light his way and keep thieves away. The torches that flicker make dramatic shadows that dance across the stone surface, making the road that you know seem strange and a little scary. The daily flow of traffic, the mixing of different social classes and jobs, and the constant movement of goods and ideas were what roads really meant to ancient empires. They weren't just projects in engineering. They were places where all the complexities of human life happened. For example, a senator's daughter might pass a farmer's cart, or ideas from faraway provinces might travel with trade goods. The empire's great diversity could be seen in the stream of faces going both ways. Let's skip ahead to about 400 CE. You're still on that Roman road, but things have changed in ways that are both small and big. The pavement is still there. Roman construction was too good to disappear in just a few hundred years. But if you look closely, you can see small signs of neglect. There is a pothole near the edge of the road where water has gotten under a paving stone and frozen over many winters, slowly loosening the stone. During the Empire's heyday, a maintenance crew would have fixed this in a matter of weeks. It's been there long enough for grass to grow in the gap, and carts that go by have worn a path around it into the shoulder. The milestone you're near also shows its age. Someone has chipped away at the inscription. This was probably done during one of the many civil wars in the 3rd century, when each new emperor wanted to erase any evidence that his predecessor had been there. People still use the stone to mark distance, but no one remembers which emperor put it there or when. The way traffic flows has changed. You don't see as many military units or official couriers. The merchant caravans are smaller and have more guards. This is because the empire's ability to keep its roads safe has gone down, which has led to more banditry. For safety, some travellers are going in big groups, even if they're not all going to the same place. What you're seeing is the start of a process that will take hundreds of years, the slow breakdown of the infrastructure that kept the Roman Empire together. This fall wasn't sudden or dramatic. There wasn't a single moment when the road stopped working. It was more like watching a coastline erode, with each wave taking away a little more sand until one day you realise the beach has completely changed shape. As empires fall apart, so do roads. This is because roads need something that empires can't give. Regular, organised maintenance paid for by stable tax revenues and done by skilled administrators who expect to still be in their jobs next year. Consider what it really takes to keep the roads in good shape. Engineers need to check the infrastructure and find problems before they get out of hand. You need quarries to make new stones. You need workers who know how to build things and are good at it. You need animals and carts to move things. You need money to pay for everything. And you need a way to organise these things over thousands of miles of land. As the Western Roman Empire started to fall apart in the 3rd and 4th centuries, it got harder to meet all of these needs. As the economy slowed down and provinces broke away, tax revenues went down. The currency lost so much value that skilled workers asked to be paid in goods or food instead of worthless coins. People tried to avoid administrative jobs that used to be seen as prestigious. The empire needed the roads more than ever as they got worse, which is ironic. With more barbarian invasions and usurpers trying to take over the empire, being able to move armies quickly was literally a matter of life and death. But the same problems that made roads necessary also made it impossible to keep them in good shape. You can see this in the records of archaeology. Road repairs become less and less skilled in layers that date back to the 4th and 5th centuries. Instead of properly lifting the paving stones and rebuilding the layers of the foundation below, workers just dumped gravel into the holes. They didn't replace broken stones with perfectly cut new ones. Instead, they filled in the gaps with whatever they could find, like broken pottery, pieces of building rubble, or even just dirt that had been compacted. These quick fixes worked for a while, but didn't last, so they had to be done over and over again. Putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches is like putting a bandage on a wound that really needs stitches. It might stop the bleeding for a while, but it won't fix the problem. People who lived through this time must have been deeply affected by the psychological effects of watching infrastructure fall apart. Imagine seeing roads that your great-grandparents remembered being built to last forever slowly fall apart, even though everyone is doing their best to keep them in good shape. It would feel like the very foundations of reality were shaking. In some areas, local communities tried to keep the roads in good shape when the central government couldn't anymore. They charged travellers tolls, set up volunteer work parties, or made local landowners responsible for keeping the roads in good shape as a civic duty. These efforts sometimes worked for decades, making islands of working infrastructure in a landscape that was becoming more and more broken up. But the people who were in charge of local maintenance had their own problems. The road might be in good shape in one community, but if the next community couldn't or didn't want to do the same, the whole road became unsafe. It's like having a chain with some strong links and some that are rusting through. The weakest parts of the chain are what keep it from being too strong. The end of long-distance trade made roads worse, faster in a vicious cycle. Merchants stopped travelling long distances because the roads weren't as reliable. This meant less traffic, which meant less economic reason to keep the roads in good shape, which made them worse, which made people less likely to travel. In a few generations, roads that used to connect different parts of the empire might only see traffic between nearby villages. A lot of Roman roads were hard to tell apart by the 6th century. The paving stones could still be there, but they might be buried under dirt and plants that have grown over time. The drainage systems were blocked, which caused flooding that weakened the foundations. Bridges fell down and weren't fixed. In places with a lot of trees, the roots of the trees pushed apart the carefully fitted pavement that Roman engineers had put together. But the roads never completely went away. Even after the pavement broke up, the routes themselves, the paths they made across the land, were still useful. They were still known by traders, armies, and people in the area who used them to get to nearby towns. The physical infrastructure may deteriorate, yet the awareness of connectivity endures in cultural memory. Let's go to that same road around 800 CE, which historians sometimes call the Dark Ages. People who lived through them would have been confused by that name because their days seemed bright enough to them. The change is amazing. There are still some parts of the Roman pavement, but now it is only the middle of a much wider, less formal path. There are tracks worn into the ground by people and animals on either side of the old stone surface. When it's dry, these side paths are probably easier to walk on than the old Roman stones, which have become uneven over the years as the blocks settled or tilted. You see that people have been looking for building materials on the road. Someone has taken the paving stones that have come loose, probably during the spring thaw when frost had pushed them up, and used them to build a barn, line a well, or make a hearth. These stones, which were cut with great care by Roman engineers, are too valuable to just sit around on an old road when they could be used to build things that are useful right away. You can see that someone built a small wooden church near where a roadside temple used to be. They used some stones from the old Roman building to do this. The Christian cross on top of the church stands where a statue of a pagan god used to be. Both of these things made this a special place where travellers would naturally stop and think about something other than their journey. The old Mansio, which was a Roman way station, has been turned into a small fortified manor house. The original Roman walls are still there, but wooden buildings have been added on top of them, along with a defensive palisade that wasn't needed when the empire was at its height. The new lord of this manor says he has power because he controls this part of the road. This is not in the old Roman sense of keeping it up for the public good, but in the more direct medieval sense of being able to charge tolls to anyone who passes through, and people still go through. The road may not look like what Roman engineers would have built, but it's still a road. You see a merchant with a small cart. His goods are covered in oiled leather to keep them dry in the rain. A group of pilgrims walks by on their way to a distant shrine. Their journey will probably take weeks longer than it would have in Roman times, but they are going to the same place. The social contract around the road is what makes it different. The government built and maintained the roads in Roman times, and anyone could use them for free. Now, the law is less clear about roads. This local lord says he is in charge of this area. The next village might think that the road that goes through their land belongs to everyone. A monastery 20 miles down the road might keep their section as a way to help others, hoping for prayers instead of tolls in return. Because there are so many different jurisdictions, each with its own rules and expectations, travelling any significant distance is difficult. It's like trying to drive through a modern country where each county has its own set of traffic laws. It's possible, but you have to pay attention and change your plans all the time. In some places, especially close to cities that have kept some Roman administrative practices, roads are actually being fixed and kept up, but not in a way that would make a Roman engineer cry. Instead of properly rebuilding the foundation layers, workers are just filling in the holes with whatever they can find. The surface is bumpy and uneven and needs to be taken care of all the time, but it keeps the worst holes filled and works to some extent. Some parts of the road have been changed on purpose to serve new purposes. In places where a straight Roman road crosses land that is now disputed by two lords, local people have sometimes purposely destroyed parts of the road to make it harder for troops to move around. They've dug trenches across the road, taken down bridges, or put up barriers that make it impossible to get around quickly. On the other hand, some communities have made their roads better than what the Romans required. If a village's economy depends on being able to get to a nearby market, the people who live there might have used local materials and methods to make the road wider, add passing places, or build new bridges. These improvements don't look Roman. They're usually made of wood instead of stone and are more practical than grand. But they often fit better with what we need now. Bridges are the most interesting adaptations. Roman bridges were amazing feats of engineering. They were arched structures that could hold a lot of weight and span long distances. But keeping a stone bridge in good shape takes a lot of money and special skills. When a Roman bridge fell down, either because it was not taken care of because of flooding, or on purpose, medieval communities often built simpler bridges in its place. You might see a wooden beam bridge held up by stone pilings that were taken from the original Roman building, or a ford where people can just wade across the stream, with the ruins of the old bridge just upstream, a reminder of what used to be possible. In some cases, enterprising locals run ferries and charge travellers to cross places where they could have walked freely across Roman engineering. Because the old drainage systems don't work anymore, a lot of roads flood during the rainy season. People in the area have learned which parts to stay away from when it rains and made seasonal routes that go around trouble spots. This local knowledge, which has been passed down through the years and shared by travellers, is now just as important as the road itself. What's amazing is that the roads are still doing their main job of connecting places and letting people move around, even with all these changes. They're not as good at what they do as they used to be when the Romans were in charge, and travel is definitely slower and less reliable. But the basic structure, the routes themselves, which were carved into the land and are still in people's minds, remains. This time period teaches us something important about infrastructure. Without central maintenance, people will find ways to fix things based on what they need right now and what they have. These fixes may not be pretty or long-lasting, but they do keep things working. It turns out that human creativity can make up for a lot, but not forever, and not without cost. Let's go ahead to about 1200 CE again. You're still on that road, but the experience is very different now. The original Roman pavement is mostly hidden under dirt, organic matter, and the fact that landscapes tend to take back what people build. You might see a paving stone sticking out of the ground in some places, like a tooth that hasn't fully erupted. This is a sign of what lies beneath. It's interesting how the road is still changing the landscape, even though it's broken. Even though most travellers don't know why this route stays drier than the land around it, or why some parts are easier to walk on, the Roman engineers built their road base on a slightly higher path that is still the best place to walk. There are trees along the road in some places, but if you look closely, you'll see that they're not growing in a random way. Many people walk along the old Roman drainage ditches, which used to carry water away from the road. Some of these trees are hundreds of years old, and they are unintentionally marking the limits of Roman engineering, making a visible outline of infrastructure that the people who planted the trees never saw. The Roman road has become a property line in some places. Farmers in the Middle Ages used the old road as a natural marker when they split up their land. You might now see a fence running along the length of the road, with fields on either side that follow patterns set by Roman surveyors more than 1,000 years ago. The fence itself might have Roman milestones as fence posts. The inscriptions on the stones have been worn smooth by wind and rain. These ruins have a lot of meaning that goes beyond their use. People in the Middle Ages saw Roman roads as proof of a civilization that could do things that we can't do now. They thought of it as a lost golden age when roads ran straight and true across whole continents, when empires could move armies from Britain to Persia, and when the world was more connected and maybe even easier to understand. You can see this kind of symbolism in medieval art and literature. Stories about ancient roads often show them as ways to find adventure, links to a more glorious past, or reminders of the imperial power that existed before the current political landscape fell apart. In romances, knights often go on quests along old Roman roads, as if the roads still have some magic left over from the civilization that built them. Churches and monasteries are often built close to old Roman roads on purpose, both for practical reasons and for symbolic reasons. By building near these remnants of Roman glory, medieval institutions show that they are the heirs of classical civilization. This suggests that there is a connection between the ancient past and the Christian present. The ruins are also quarries, but not just for physical things. Engineers from the Middle Ages look at how the Romans built roads to learn how to make things that last. Some of this knowledge is being used in new buildings. The best medieval roads are based on Roman engineering ideas that have been changed to fit the materials and needs of the time, but these ruins also have a sad quality to them. When you stand on a crumbling Roman road and look at paving stones that have moved and tilted, bridges that have turned into foundation stones, and milestones with unreadable inscriptions, you are facing the fact that human achievement is not permanent. The Romans built things that would last forever, but forever is longer than even the best engineering can handle. This sadness isn't just about love. It had real-world effects on society in the Middle Ages. If Rome, the largest empire in history with more resources and better organisation than we have now, couldn't keep its infrastructure going forever, what hope do smaller, poorer kingdoms have of building anything that lasts? This acknowledgement leads to a new way of building. Roman builders built monuments that would last for centuries, thinking that they would always be well maintained. Medieval builders, on the other hand, often built things with the idea that maintenance might not be possible. They build things that can gracefully fall apart, that only need to last a generation or two instead of hundreds of years, and that can be fixed easily with local materials and basic skills. But strangely, some medieval buildings last longer than expected because they were built with low expectations. A wooden bridge that is meant to last 20 years might last 50 with little care. A road made of local stone could last for many generations. Without the Romans' desire to build monuments that would last forever, medieval engineers sometimes built things that worked because they were humble instead of grand. Living among these ruins has a psychological effect on people that is hard to fully understand from our modern point of view. You grow up with proof that the people who came before you could do things you can't. You walk on roads they built, see buildings they built, and use tools that are based on their designs. But you can also see these wonders falling apart even though everyone is trying their best to keep them in good shape. This creates a certain way of seeing the world, one that values keeping knowledge from the past, that looks back as much as it looks forward, and that compares the present to a lost golden age. It's a way of thinking that's very different from how we think today, where each generation expects to do better than the last. In 1200 CE, when you stand on this road, Very few people alive will remember seeing it when it was at its best as a Roman road. The smooth paving, the good drainage, and the regular upkeep are all just stories that educated monks and scholars tell each other. The road is now partly legendary. It is a physical object whose true nature is better understood through tradition than direct experience. As we near the end of our journey, let's take one last walk down this old road, but this time, in our own time. The experience is like looking at a palimpsest, where different texts have been written on the same parchment. Each one partially erases but never completely hides what came before. The road may now be paved with asphalt and serve as a rural highway connecting small towns that were villages in Roman times and may not have even existed when the road was first built. But the route hasn't changed much. Modern engineers looked at the land and chose the same path that Roman surveyors did 2,000 years ago, because the way the land is shaped is always the same. You might find Roman paving stones that farmers have dug up over the years and piled along the property line if you pull over and walk into the field next door. These stones, each cut and fitted with such care, now make a rustic fence or a wall that holds things in place. Kids play on them without realising that Roman engineers once measured and placed each stone with the same care that people use when building for eternity. You might see Roman milestones in town as historical artefacts. Their worn-out surfaces are protected by glass or built into modern monuments. Archaeologists are now studying the inscriptions, which used to be clear statements of imperial power, to try to piece together ancient political histories from bits of carved Latin. Some parts of Roman roads have been left alone on purpose so that they can be studied by archaeologists. You can walk on the original pavement, see how it was built in cross-section displays, and read signs that explain how the engineering works. These preserved parts are like outdoor museums that teach people about a way of building things that is better than ours in some ways. Modern highways often run next to Roman roads, but they are separated by a few hundred yards. You can still see the old road from the new one, but they are far enough apart that each serves its own purpose. The old road might be used by people who live nearby, cyclists and hikers, while the new highway is used by people who are just passing through quickly. Both exist to meet different needs, and each is a reflection of the way people connected places in its time. The legacy of Roman roads goes beyond just the physical remains. When building roads that will last for decades instead of needing to be rebuilt every few years, modern civil engineers still use Roman methods. Layered construction, good drainage, and crowned surfaces are all Roman ideas that are still used today. Roman roads had a big impact on the geography of Europe that can still be seen today. A lot of modern cities are where they are because they were on Roman roads. Roman engineers often built roads that became political boundaries. Trade routes, cultural exchanges, and migration routes still follow the same paths that were first set up when Rome ruled the Mediterranean. The way we talk about roads is influenced by Latin. In Latin, mile comes from mille passus, which means 1,000 paces. The word street comes from the Latin word via strata, which means paved road. Romans improved and standardized the way they built roads, which is how we got the ideas of infrastructure, maintenance, and civic duty. But maybe the most important legacy is psychological, not physical. Roman roads represented a specific conception of civilization, the belief that human creativity can transform the natural world, that meticulous planning and engineering can address seemingly insurmountable challenges, and that the integration of diverse individuals and locales generates greater value than solitude. This vision is still alive in every modern highway project, every infrastructure project, and every effort to link small towns to bigger networks. When we talk about how much to spend on infrastructure, how to keep current systems running, or whether to build new connections, we're dealing with the same problems that Romans did 2,000 years ago. The story of why ancient roads fell apart teaches us an important lesson. Infrastructure needs more than just being built. It needs to be maintained. The decline of Roman roads wasn't mostly due to bad engineering. Many of those roads were built well enough that they still look like they did back then. It was about institutions failing, which meant that the administrative and economic systems needed to keep complex infrastructure running over time fell apart. Modern societies have to deal with the same problems. We need to keep spending money on repairs and maintenance for our roads, bridges, and utilities. Decay starts when economic or political problems take resources away from this unglamorous work. It might not be clear right away. Infrastructure gets worse over time, with each small failure adding to the last one, until one day you look around and see that systems you used to trust aren't working anymore. The Romans would get what we're talking about when we argue about infrastructure. They had to deal with the same problems of balancing short-term savings with long-term investments, political expediency with engineering necessity, and local needs with system-wide needs. Their roads fell apart not because they didn't know how to build them right, but because keeping them up took more resources and dedication than their society could give. Let's take a break for a moment on a particularly beautiful stretch of preserved Roman road. It might be in the English countryside, where the old stones run straight across a green hillside, and the landscape on either side looks like a painting of pastoral happiness. The stones under your feet are still strong after almost 2,000 years. Some have faint marks on them from iron-rimmed wheels that went over them when emperors ruled. You might have learned their names in school, but can't quite remember them. Others show how the weather has changed over many seasons, with smooth, slightly rounded surfaces from rain, wind, and millions of footsteps. You can see how well these stones fit together in the low light of the afternoon. Even after hundreds of years of frost-heaving, root growth, and nature's general chaos trying to take apart human buildings, most stones still touch each other, with only a finger's width of space between them. It's the kind of craftsmanship that makes you feel bad about the shelf you put up last weekend that wobbles. If you close your eyes and really listen, the sounds around you aren't that different from what people travelling in Rome would have heard. Birds are singing in the hedgerows that mark the edges of the modern field, wind blowing through the grass, the sound of sheep bleating in the distance. These sheep are the descendants of flocks that may have walked along this road when it was new. The English countryside stays the same even as things change, but if you look more closely, you'll see that the landscape tells a story of its own. The road is in a slight dip, but not because the Romans built it that way. Instead, the land around it has been slowly built up by years of farming, with each year's leaves and organic matter adding microscopic thickness to the soil. The world has risen around the road, not the other way around. You can see that some of the stones have wildflowers growing between them. These aren't invasive weeds that are ruining old buildings. They're part of a unique ecosystem that can only be found in places like this. Some of these plants are very rare and only live in the specific conditions that Roman engineering made. Botanists sometimes look at old Roman roads because they keep ecological conditions that have disappeared in other places. A modern hiker walks by on a trail that includes this part of the Roman road. She's using GPS to find her way, following a route she downloaded to her smartphone, but she's walking on roads that were built 2,000 years before electricity. The mix of old and new isn't jarring, it feels natural, as if the road has taken in the technology of each time period without losing its basic character. You come across a part of the road that archaeologists have partially dug up further down the path. They've carefully dug out dirt from one side, showing the cross-section of Roman construction like a slice through a layer cake. You can see each layer, the big stones that make up the base, the mixed gravel and mortar above, the sand that levels the surface, and finally the paving stones on top. There is an interpretive sign that tells you what you're looking at, but the building itself is so clear that it doesn't need words. This is how to make something that will last. This is how you build infrastructure that will last for hundreds of years instead of just decades. This is how you show future generations that you had faith in the future and did what you could to make it happen. But this exposed cross-section is also very sad. It feels like seeing the bones of the earth itself, the skeleton that lies under the skin of the land. It was never meant for people to see the road like this. Its strength was supposed to come from everything working together as one. Taking apart its internal structure shows us how it works, but it also makes it less useful, turning a useful piece of infrastructure into an anatomical specimen. You might find things in the nearby museum that were found along this road, like coins that travellers dropped, pieces of pottery that used to hold oil or wine, and a bronze figurine that someone lost 2,000 years ago and never found. Each thing is a small tragedy and a small connection. Someone's loss is our gain, and we can think about the moment that was lost. The simplest things are often the most moving. A toy cart for a child, a hairpin for a woman, or a worn sandal sole. These common things make the road feel more like a person than military or architectural history can. They remind us that this road was used by more than just armies and trade goods. It was also used by families visiting relatives, craftspeople going to market, children seeing the world for the first time, and old people making one last trip to places they loved when they were young. Roman roads were built for useful things like moving troops, making trade easier, and keeping the government in check. But they ended up serving a more basic need. The need to connect with others, to move, and to see what's over the next hill and the one after that. This is why roads are important for more than just their engineering specifications, or their usefulness to the economy. They meet a basic need in all of us, our constant need to be somewhere else, and see more than one place can offer. Archaeologists and geographers have found something amazing. Even when the physical roads were gone, the paths they made across the land often stayed in people's minds and practices for hundreds of years. Picture a part of a Roman road where all signs of construction have disappeared. The stones that were quarried for medieval buildings, the foundation layers that were spread out by centuries of farming, and even the road itself have all been ploughed under and grown over. There doesn't seem to be anything left to the casual observer, but if you map out the trade routes from the Middle Ages, the paths that villagers used to get from one settlement to another, or the property lines that farmers set up, you'll often find that they follow the same line as the Roman road that is no longer there. This persistence occurs because pathways through the landscape are not random. Roman engineers chose their paths for good reasons. These were the easiest hills to cross, the most direct routes between important points, the best places to build bridges over rivers, and the best places to cross valleys where travel was possible. When the Roman road went away, people found these same best routes on their own. They weren't following the road because they could see it. They were retracing it because geography still gave them the same answers to the same problems. Even when people have built things on the land, it still remembers. This is still true in modern Britain, where many of today's highways follow the same paths as Roman roads, which often followed the same paths as Celtic trackways that came before them. The Roman Watling Street runs along most of the A5 highway from London to Wales. The A1, which is the longest numbered road in the UK, follows a path that has been used since prehistoric times and was made official by the Romans. The modern highway system in France still uses Roman roads for both routes and names. French engineers built their modern road network in the 18th and 19th centuries, and when they could, they followed Roman routes. They thought of themselves as restoring old infrastructure rather than replacing it. The Inca road system in South America is another example of something that lasts. The Inca Empire fell apart in the 16th century, and their roads fell into disrepair. However, many modern Peruvian highways follow Inca routes. Modern roads wind along the same paths as the Incas carved steps into mountainsides. This is because the geography hasn't changed. These are still the best ways to get through some of the most difficult terrain on Earth. This persistence teaches us something deep about how human-made things and natural landscapes work together. We like to think of our roads and buildings as things that get in the way of nature, as things that people change the world to fit their needs. But in reality, infrastructure works best when it works with the landscape instead of against it. The roads that last, whether in the physical world or in the minds of people, are the ones that find the easiest way through the land and don't fight it. There is a more profound lesson here regarding the essence of civilization itself. We often think of civilizations as completely new things that come after what came before. For example, the Romans took over what was there before, medieval kingdoms took over Rome, and modern nations took over medieval structures. But human geography shows that things have stayed the same more than these political stories say. People keep living in the same places because they have good water, good places to defend themselves, good soil, and easy access to trade routes. They keep going the same way because the mountains haven't moved and the rivers still flow the same way. Political systems come and go, but the basic link between human settlements and the landscape changes much more slowly. This is why archaeologists can sometimes guess where they will find old roads or settlements just by looking at the land and geography. There are only a few passes that don't require mountaineering gear if you need to cross a mountain range. There are only a few places where the banks and current make it possible to cross a river. Ancient engineers knew this, and they pick the same places that modern engineers would pick if they were starting from scratch. The fact that routes stay the same over time is another reason why some cities stay important for thousands of years while others fade away. Rome is located at a key crossing on the Tiber River, which controls north-south travel through Italy. The ancient Latins who first settled there, the Romans who built their empire from it, the medieval popes who kept it as a political centre, and modern Italy, which made it their capital, all cared about this geographic advantage. The Thames narrows in London, which is why the city is there. It is the best place to cross the river. Paris grew on an island in the Seine that was easy to defend. Istanbul, which used to be called Byzantium and then Constantinople, is at the most important point where Europe and Asia meet. These aren't random choices or accidents. They're places where the landscape almost requires people to live and build. The story of Roman roads is just one part of a much longer story once you understand this. Those roads were just one part of a long history of people trying to get around quickly, connect the places we've chosen to live, and get around the problems that geography puts in our way. The Romans did a great job of telling this story on a large scale, but they were not the first or last to work on this old project. As we near the end of our trip down these old roads, let's think about what we've learned and how it affects us now. You're back in your comfortable spot, and your tea may have cooled down, but hopefully your mind is still busy thinking about roads, ruins, and the long history of human effort. The story of old roads shows us that infrastructure is always made up of both people and things. The stone and mortar are important, but they only work in a network of institutions, economic systems, and cultural practices that give them meaning and keep them useful. Even the best-built physical infrastructure will fail eventually if the supporting structure falls apart. This is very important for today's societies. Infrastructure like roads, bridges, water systems, electrical grids, and telecommunications networks is all around us, and we mostly take it for granted until something goes wrong. We think that someone is taking care of these systems and that there are the right institutions in place to make sure they keep working. We also think that future generations will have the same working infrastructure that we do. But the Roman experience shows that these ideas can be very dangerous. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment from the community. Decay starts when one of these parts gets weaker. At first, it happens slowly, but it speeds up as small problems turn into bigger ones. The Romans built roads that could last for 2,000 years, but they weren't able to build institutions that could keep those roads in good shape forever. The main problem is that physical infrastructure can last a long time, but the social infrastructure needed to keep it up is weak and depends on stable government, enough resources, and cultural continuity. It wasn't engineering failure that caused Roman roads to fall apart, it was the collapse of the government. The empire couldn't keep up with the tax money it needed to pay for repairs. Administrative systems stopped working, making it impossible for the organisation to coordinate repairs over large areas. When skilled workers died without properly training their successors, they lost technical knowledge. People's cultural priorities changed from keeping old infrastructure up to date to just getting through immediate crises. All of these things are still true today. Countries have a hard time paying for infrastructure upkeep because it's easier for politicians to cut funding for repairs that aren't very glamorous than for new projects that are very visible. When people look down on government jobs instead of respecting them, the government's ability to do its job suffers. When societies don't value skilled trades, they lose technical know-how. Cultural attention is on short-term issues instead of long-term sustainability. But the story of old roads also gives us hope. People kept roads working even after empires fell apart and formal maintenance stopped. They did this through local initiative, creative adaptation, and practical improvisation. The roads may not have been as good as they used to be, but they still did their main job of connecting people and places. This strength shows that infrastructure once built adds value that lasts even during tough times. The road matters even when the pavement breaks up. Even when the journey gets harder, the connection is still important. The concept of a road, ingrained in landscape and cultural memory, endures beyond any tangible structure. This means that infrastructure investment is important for more than just its immediate use in today's society. Infrastructure that works well creates connections that affect geography, the economy and culture for many years. The initial cost may seem high, but the long-term benefits, some of which are hard to measure or predict, make the investment worth it. It also says that we should build infrastructure with the idea of graceful degradation in mind. Roman roads worked well when they were well maintained, but they also worked partially for hundreds of years after maintenance stopped. Modern infrastructure is often more fragile because it is made to work perfectly only under certain conditions. If those conditions aren't met, it can break down completely. What would it mean to build roads, bridges, and utilities that could handle less maintenance without any problems? That could keep providing important services even if money or knowledge became hard to find. That could be fixed with materials and skills that are available in the area, rather than needing special ones. These aren't just hypothetical questions. They're real issues for any society that wants its infrastructure to last through short-term problems. The story of Roman roads also reminds us to think about infrastructure in both practical and symbolic ways. Roads are a symbol of civilization, connection, and possibility. People think their society works and that the people in charge are smart when the roads are well kept. It seems like civilization is falling apart when roads get worse. This symbolic aspect is important because infrastructure affects how people see their relationships with each other and with the government. Good infrastructure is a sign of good government and social unity. Infrastructure that doesn't work shows that people aren't competent and things are broken up. These perceptions, in turn, affect how much political support there is for the institutions that keep infrastructure running, which can lead to good or bad cycles. Romans understood this symbolic part of things on an instinctive level. They built their roads to be big and impressive, not just to get people where they needed to go. Milestones told people which emperor had built or fixed each part, turning roadwork into propaganda. The Via Appia wasn't just a road that connected Rome to southern Italy, it was also a sign of Roman strength and stability. People in modern societies sometimes forget this lesson and treat infrastructure as just a tool. They wonder why people don't appreciate the complicated systems that make modern life possible. But infrastructure is never just about how it works. It's about who you are, your pride, and how social values show up in the real world. As we reach the end of our journey through time and over ancient stone, think about what it means to literally walk in the footsteps of so many people who came before us. Every old road that is still there has this quality of deep time, this feeling of being connected to a huge human story that goes far beyond your own life. When you walk on Roman paving stones, you're walking where Roman soldiers marched, where merchants drove their carts, where messengers ran with important news, where families moved to new homes, where pilgrims looked for God's favour, and where exiles left their homes and maybe never came back. Each of those people was just as real as you are, with hopes and fears and small daily problems that took up their time just like yours do now. They were worried about their health, their families, their money, and whether they had made the right choice in life. The road saw it all. Countless human dramas playing out on its unchanging surface. This is why parts of old roads that have been preserved often feel almost sacred, even to people who aren't very religious. You're standing in a place where the line between the past and the present is thin, and you can almost feel the presence of all the lives that are no longer there. The stones are proof that those people lived, that their civilization was real, and that they did things that still matter. The ruins of old roads also remind us that things don't last forever, which is somehow comforting instead of sad. Yes, even the strongest empires will fall apart. Yes, even the best-built infrastructure will eventually need more upkeep than anyone can give. Yes, everything that people do is only temporary when compared to geological timescales. But that doesn't mean that what people do doesn't matter. The roads were important to the people who built them and the people who used them. They had a big impact on the growth of civilizations, the success of cities, the movement of armies, and the flow of trade goods. Their legacy lives on in the geography of today, in the places where cities are, in the paths of highways, and in the shape of the world we live in now. The Roman engineer who carefully placed paving stones on the Via Appia probably never thought that those stones would still be there 2,000 years later. He probably also never thought that people with technology we can't even imagine would study and preserve his work, or that children who weren't even born yet would someday run their hands over the surface he made. But here we are, and the stones are still there. This makes me think that we should see ourselves as links in a long chain. The infrastructure we build, keep up, or let fall apart will affect the world that future generations get. The decisions we make about how to use our resources, how to keep things running, and how to teach the next generation of engineers and craftspeople all have effects that last long after we're gone. We don't know how the next generations will see our decisions. We can't say for sure which of our buildings will still be standing in 2,000 years, and which ones will have disappeared without a trace. But we can try to build with the same care and ambition that drove the best Roman engineers, making things that will last, using materials that are better than what we need right now, and spending money on things that will be useful in the future, even if it seems like a lot. The funny thing is that the Romans, who were so sure that their empire would last forever, would be shocked to learn that their roads lasted longer than their civilization. They probably would have liked it better if their empire stayed the same instead of just its infrastructure. But from where we stand, the fact that Roman roads are still there makes Rome feel more, not less, eternal. As you finish your warm drink and get ready for bed, think about how this story could help you as you go about your day. When you drive on a highway or walk down a street, think about the history that lies beneath the surface. I wonder who walked this path before it was paved, what natural features made this route, and what stories could be told about all the trips that have happened here. Think about the people who keep our modern infrastructure running. They do unglamorous work like filling in potholes, clearing drains, and fixing bridges. In terms of work, they are the direct descendants of the Roman engineers and maintenance crews. They're using better technology to solve the same basic problem, but it's the same basic problem, keeping paths open so that people and things can move. Don't just see ruins like old Roman roads or empty modern highways as failures. Also see them as proof that people keep trying, building and connecting. Think of them as proof that we're all part of a long story that started before we were born and will go on after we're gone. The last light in your room is fading, and you're probably getting sleepy, which is exactly what should happen when you read a bedtime story. You've been with me on trips to ancient building sites, medieval manor houses, busy imperial highways, and overgrown ruins that the forest is slowly taking back. You walked on pavement that people have been walking on for 2,000 years, and you thought about what it means that their work is still there even though their civilization is gone. You've thought about why roads are important, how they are made, how they work, and what happens when the systems that keep them up fail. But most importantly, you've tapped into something basic about being human. Our need to move, connect, and get past the things that keep us from getting to the people and places we want to go. Roads are one of the most basic technologies that people have made. They make paths permanent and routes reliable. Because they meet this basic need, every culture in history has made them in some way. The old roads that fell apart when empires fell show us that being strong isn't enough. Infrastructure needs constant care, enough money, technical know-how, and a commitment to the community. Even the best-made roads will eventually break down due to water, plants, frost, and the slow work of nature to reclaim them. But those same old roads also show us how to be strong. Routes stay the same even when the pavement goes away. Local communities find ways to stay connected even when the central government fails, and the memory that roads used to run straight and true across whole continents gives people hope that they can do the same things in the future. As you drift off to sleep, you might dream of old roads that run through your dreams, like perfectly straight Roman highways, mountain paths made by Inca engineers, and Persian postal routes where messengers ride through the night. In dreams, these roads might all connect, making a network that goes through time and space and connects the past with the present, Rome with now and what has been done with what could be done. Tomorrow, when you get up and start your day, you'll be on the road. You could be driving, walking, or even just looking out your window at the street. Those roads are part of the same long story we've been talking about tonight. They're modern chapters in a story that started when the first people decided that worn paths could be made better, that routes could be kept up, and that connection was worth the money. The old roads have fallen apart, but new ones have been built. Some of the roads we use today will last longer than our civilization, just like Roman roads did. Some will be gone in a few decades, their materials reused, and their paths lost. We can't tell which is which, just like Roman engineers couldn't tell which of their roads would still be there 2,000 years later. But we can build carefully, keep it up, and remember that infrastructure is always a gift we leave for people we'll never meet. It's a gift that future generations may value or take for granted, but it will always shape their world. You're a part of this long human story of roads and ruins, connection and decay, building and rebuilding. Sleep well. The journey of tomorrow is waiting for you on roads that link your present to all the pasts and futures that have come before and will come after. The road keeps going, even though some of the roads are falling apart. The journey goes on, even when people stop to rest. The link between the past and the future stays strong, though, in stone, memory, and the human desire to see what's over the next hill. Alexander Hamilton was born around January 11th, 1755, or 1757, given conflicting records, in Nevis, a small island in the Caribbean's leeward chain. His father, James Hamilton, hailed from Scotland and drifted financially, while his mother, Rachel Fawcett, was estranged from a prior marriage. Social stigma dogged the family, as Hamilton was deemed illegitimate. Childhood brought precarious living conditions amid the sugar-based economy reliant on enslaved labour. Still, the bright Caribbean sun and bustle of island trade shaped his early impressions of commerce and hierarchy. By the time Hamilton reached adolescence, familial hardships worsened. His father left, compounding the family's instability. Then a fever claimed his mother when he was around 11. Orphaned, Hamilton found refuge with local merchants who recognised a keen mind behind the boy's formal but urgent letters. He took a clerking job at Beekman and Kruger's trading firm, absorbing the mechanics of shipping manifests, currency exchange, and negotiation. Observers noted a precocious skill in accountancy and a calm under pressure when storms disrupted cargo arrivals. This apprenticeship would lay the groundwork for Hamilton's later mastery of financial systems. A crucial moment arrived when Hamilton penned a vivid letter describing a hurricane's devastation. His prose, published in a local paper, so impressed leading citizens that they raised funds to send him to mainland colonies for education. The budding writer set sail, eventually landing in British North America, though precisely how he arranged further schooling remains partly obscure. By the time he stepped onto mainland soil, Hamilton possessed an unshakable resolve to escape the constraints of colonial class prejudice and prove his intellect in a broader arena. He enrolled at King's College, later Columbia University in New York City. Political tensions soared as Britain imposed new taxes and cracked down on colonial resistance. Hamilton, originally cautious, soon found himself stirred by pamphlets on natural rights. He contributed anonymous essays defending colonial protest, revealing a knack for polemical writing. Despite his youthful status, readers found his arguments crisp, blending logic with moral fervour. However, the outbreak of open conflict at Lexington and Concord disrupted studies at King's College. Hamilton, though short of stature, was physically active and spirited. He joined a volunteer artillery company, drilling near city squares. Even as shots from British ships threatened Manhattan, he balanced academics with preparing for possible war. In 1776, amid the swirl of confusion over independence, Hamilton left formal schooling to commit fully to the patriot cause. Some peers found him bold to do so, but Hamilton believed in forging a new order that might reward merit over birth. After forming an artillery unit, Hamilton exhibited discipline and quick strategic thinking. At the disastrous Battle of Long Island, his unit helped secure a retreat. The next months, through near collapses, he drew the notice of key figures. During the harsh winter of 1776 to 1777, with the army battered, Hamilton's diligence in orchestrating supplies and maintaining morale stood out. General George Washington recognised these talents, inviting Hamilton to serve as an aide-de-camp, an assignment that, while staff-bound, gave Hamilton unprecedented exposure to high-level decision-making in Washington's camp. Hamilton became indispensable, drafting letters, shaping policy briefs, and forging alliances with other officers. He gleaned leadership lessons from the general's balancing of caution and daring, yet Hamilton, always seeking direct action, occasionally chafed at staff duties. He yearned to lead troops on the battlefield. Tensions with senior officers sometimes flared. Once, Hamilton fell out with Washington for a perceived slight over tardiness, but they eventually reconciled. Despite these brief spats, the synergy between them grew, anchored in mutual respect for diligence and strategy. Throughout 1777 to 1778, Hamilton's writing skill extended to political commentary. He published essays advocating for a stronger central authority to unify the war effort. The rickety Continental Congress, lacking stable finance and overshadowed by state autonomy, troubled him. He believed only a robust national structure could defeat Britain. This conviction would later inform his championing of a federal constitution. Meanwhile, in the immediacies of war, he juggled mission after mission for Washington, coordinating intelligence, planning for combined Franco-American operations, and refining supply requests. By 1779, Hamilton stood at the intersection of military and political realms, forging the identity of an intellect who saw national success hinged upon structure and cohesive governance. In early 1780, Alexander Hamilton encountered Elizabeth Schuyler, daughter of General Philip Schuyler, a prominent New York family patriarch. Their courtship blossomed swiftly. Elizabeth, often called Eliza, shared Hamilton's patriotic fervour and admired his restless intellect. They married in December 1780, forging a partnership that would steady Hamilton through tumultuous times. The Schuyler connection also raised his social standing, giving him a link to one of the colony's influential clans. Some whispered that Hamilton, a once penniless immigrant, had upped, but he dismissed such insinuations, cherishing Eliza's steadfast support. Meanwhile, Hamilton's yearning for field command lingered. He finally saw the action at the Siege of Yorktown in 1781, leading a night assault on British redoubts. This bold foray, though brief, gave him the battlefield credibility he had long craved. After Yorktown's success, the war's momentum shifted. Peace negotiations advanced, culminating in Britain's formal acknowledgement of American independence. With the conflict winding down, Hamilton resigned from Washington's staff. Now, his energies turned to the new nation's post-war reconstruction. He recognized that independence alone didn't guarantee prosperity. A more cohesive union was necessary. Back in civilian life, Hamilton studied law intensively, passing the bar in 1782. Settling in New York, he found a city grappling with war debts, local factionalism, and tension between wealthy merchants and populist artisans. Hamilton opened a law practice specializing in commercial disputes, revealing a knack for clarifying intricate financial matters. Through these cases, he saw firsthand how the Articles of Confederation left the national government too weak to regulate trade or impose taxes, leaving states in disarray and stifling economic growth. He started writing articles calling for a stronger central authority, overshadowing the patchwork of state-based solutions. In 1786, Shays' Rebellion in western Massachusetts alarmed many national figures, including Hamilton. That revolt by indebted farmers demonstrated that unchecked local unrest could threaten broader stability. Hamilton used it as fodder to argue that the current Confederation risked fracturing under internal stress. He joined with others, such as James Madison, to push for a convention that would revise the Articles. Although the Annapolis Convention of 1786 was sparsely attended, it led to the more definitive Philadelphia Convention of 1787. Hamilton arrived in Philadelphia with well-honed convictions. He believed the new government needed robust powers, the capacity to tax, regulate commerce, maintain an army, and ensure domestic peace. Yet he faced considerable skepticism from delegates who feared monarchy. Indeed, Hamilton's personal proposal at the convention, favouring lifetime terms for executives and senators, seemed too close to monarchy for many. Realising the group's mood, Hamilton set aside those extremes. He worked to broker compromises. Although overshadowed by Madison's systematic plan, Hamilton's rhetorical skill and one-on-one lobbying helped shape the final constitution. After 4 taxing months, the constitution was signed in September 1787, yet ratification required each state's approval. Sensing a fierce debate, Hamilton collaborated with Madison and John Jay to pen the Federalist Papers under the pseudonym Publius. Hamilton wrote the majority, dissecting proposed structures like the presidency, Senate, and judiciary, and addressing anti-federalists' fears. His essays emphasised checks and balances, the necessity of a central authority to manage commerce and defence, and the improbability of tyranny under the new system. These Federalist essays profoundly influenced the ratification discourse, marking Hamilton as a top-tier constitutional interpreter. With the Constitution ratified in 1788, Hamilton eyed a new challenge, forging actual governance. When George Washington became the first president, he tapped Hamilton as Secretary of the Treasury. Hamilton, embracing the role, discovered an untapped opportunity to establish a national financial system. He inherited a war debt that threatened the new nation's credit. In a flurry of reports to Congress, he proposed the federal assumption of state debts, the issuance of new government bonds, and the creation of a national bank. These measures aimed to unify finances, spurring economic confidence. However, they ignited fierce opposition led by Thomas Jefferson and James Madison, who deemed them expansions of federal power to the detriment of state autonomy. Despite pushback, Hamilton's financial plan largely prevailed in Congress. He carefully negotiated with Southerners, trading the idea of placing the national capital on the Potomac for their backing on debt assumption. The Bank of the United States, authorized in 1791, consolidated federal financial might and fostered stable currency. This forging of a national economy was overshadowed by ideological splits, what some labelled Hamilton's acceptance of consolidated authority, even quasi-monarchical forms. But Hamilton believed it was essential for a dynamic republic. By the early 1790s, he had become a central figure in Washington's cabinet, driving a vision of an industrial, commercially robust America. Rivalries with Jefferson, however, would soon erupt, shaping the political landscape for years to come. As Secretary of the Treasury, Alexander Hamilton found himself entwined in ideological showdowns with Thomas Jefferson, then Secretary of State. Jefferson envisaged an agrarian republic of independent farmers, with limited federal intrusion. Hamilton, conversely, believed commerce, industry, and robust national structures would anchor the nation's progress. Both men recognized George Washington as a stabilizing presence, yet their friction fueled early factional lines. Federalists rallied around Hamilton, while Jefferson's faction, later the Democratic Republicans, grew around his agrarian limited government stance. Foreign policy stoked further tension. The French Revolution, launched in 1789, escalated into European war by the early 1790s. France pressed for US assistance, citing the 1778 alliance. Hamilton, mindful of Britain as a crucial trading partner and believing the US lacked resources, urged neutrality. Jefferson, more sympathetic to revolutionary ideals, favoured measured support for France, Washington adopted a policy of official neutrality in 1793, endorsing Hamilton's pragmatic approach. This decision outraged ardent Francophiles and the public, but secured commercial ties with Britain. Meanwhile, Hamilton advanced domestic policies that integrated states deeper into the federal system. He introduced excise taxes, including one on whiskey, aiming to bolster federal revenue. In 1794, this whiskey tax incited unrest among frontier farmers in western Pennsylvania, culminating in the so-called Whiskey Rebellion. Hamilton urged Washington to assert national authority, and the president dispatched militia to quell the revolt. The rebellious farmers dispersed without major bloodshed. Hamilton's critics, though, branded him a tyrant, accusing him of trampling local freedoms. Hamilton argued that only firm enforcement proved the Constitution's viability over the old, feeble Articles of Confederation. Clashes over the Bank of the United States further deepened the Hamilton-Jefferson divide. Jefferson viewed the bank as constitutionally suspect, not enumerated in the founding document. Hamilton invoked the Constitution's necessary and proper clause, contending that the bank was an implied power vital for the government's financial operations. Washington sided with Hamilton, signing the bank bill into law. This incident set a precedent for broad constitutional interpretation, to Jefferson's alarm. The dispute laid the ideological foundation for the two-party system, with Hamilton's Federalists championing implied federal powers and Jefferson's Republicans insisting on narrower interpretations. By 1795, Hamilton, having established a stable financial footing, resigned as Treasury Secretary, returning to New York City's legal sphere. He continued to provide discreet advice to Washington, drafting speeches and shaping policy directions. In 1796, Washington's farewell address, partly authored by Hamilton, warned against partisan entanglements and foreign alliances. Ironically, Hamilton himself was a prime architect of partisan lines. The presidential election that year saw John Adams, a Federalist, defeat Jefferson. Hamilton, who harboured doubts about Adams, endeavoured to exert influence on the administration from a hidden position. But friction with Adams soon spiralled, culminating in an irreparable rift. During Adams's presidency, the US found itself in a quasi-war with revolutionary France. Hamilton, who believed in a robust defence, spurred the creation of a provisional army with himself as an influential major general. He hoped to unify Federalist power, but Adams, seeking to maintain peace, eventually negotiated with France. This scotched Hamilton's ambitions for an expanded military role. The Federalist Party thus split between Adams' loyalists and Hamilton's faction. Meanwhile, the Alien and Sedition Acts, championed by some Federalists, stifled free speech and outraged Republicans. Hamilton had mixed feelings, recognising the acts as overreaching but not vigorously condemning them. The controversies fueled Jefferson's eventual victory in the 1800 election. That election turned bitter. Hamilton disliked both Jefferson and his party's candidate, Aaron Burr, whom he deemed unprincipled. When the Electoral College produced a tie between Jefferson and Burr, the House of Representatives had to choose. Hamilton lobbied for Jefferson, feeling he was at least consistent while Burr was dangerously opportunistic. Jefferson's win ended the Federalist grip on power. Despite undermining his nominal ally Burr, Hamilton saw it as the less harmful option. The feud with Burr was set to escalate. Post-1800, Hamilton retreated partially from national politics. He resumed law, founded the New York Evening Post to promote Federalist ideals, and wrote fervent editorials criticizing Jefferson's presidency. He also scolded John Adams in a notorious pamphlet, fracturing Federalist unity further. Meanwhile, tensions with Burr simmered. In 1804, Burr, by then vice president, ran for governor of New York. Hamilton openly opposed Burr's bid, claiming he was unfit. Burr lost, blaming Hamilton for scurrilous remarks that cost him the election. Their acrimony peaked in personal insults, culminating in demands for an apology that Hamilton shrugged off. The stage was set for a final confrontation, a duel that would reverberate across the nation's consciousness. Thus, by 1803 to 1804, Hamilton's storied career encompassed the forging of national finance, the creation of a stable federal government, deep personal rivalries, and the impetus for fractious party politics. While overshadowed by his feud with Burr, his broader impact on shaping early American governance was vast. The looming conflict with Burr in a Weehawken duel might overshadow many achievements, but it also exemplified the period's intense code of honour, revealing how personal pride could overshadow reason in the early Republic. On the morning of July 11th, 1804, Alexander Hamilton and Aaron Burr met at a dueling ground in Weehawken, New Jersey, perched above the Hudson River. Duels were technically illegal in both New York and New Jersey, but Weehawken was a known neutral ground. The tradition demanded formal rituals. Seconds oversaw loaded pistols, ensuring fairness. Hamilton, though an accomplished marksman in the Revolutionary War, harboured moral qualms about duelling. In letters to confidants, he expressed an intention not to fire at Burr, but to throw away his shot, hoping to meet the code of honour without a lethal outcome. Burr, vexed by Hamilton's public slights, approached the confrontation more aggressively. As accounts differ on the precise sequence, we rely on the seconds' conflicting recollections. One shot rang out, then another. Hamilton was struck in the lower abdomen, the bullet lodging near his spine. Burr, apparently unharmed, realised Hamilton was fatally wounded. Hamilton was carried back across the river, delirious and in agony. By the next afternoon, July 12th, he died at a friend's house. News spread swiftly, overshadowing Burr with accusations of murder. Even many of Burr's allies found his act reprehensible. Shock reverberated nationwide. Hamilton was just 47, a founding father, the chief architect of federal finance, and a voice for a strong union. That he fell in a personal duel seemed tragic, borderline barbaric. Burr faced immediate scorn, and though indicted for murder, he slipped away. His political career never recovered. The duel also propelled a re-evaluation of such honour-bound traditions. Public condemnation swelled, though duelling remained embedded in certain subcultures for decades to come. In the immediate aftermath, Hamilton's family faced financial insecurity. His estate was less robust than many assumed, reflecting that Hamilton had poured resources into speculative deals and lifestyle. Mourning Federalists championed him as a martyr to principle, ignoring the messy politics that led him to that fateful ground. Eulogies praised his brilliance, managerial acumen, and unwavering patriotism. Critics, while acknowledging his achievements, pointed out how his ambition and personal feuds shaped a harsh style that fanned party rancour. Nonetheless, the sense of a towering figure losing too soon overshadowed those critiques in the short term. His funeral in New York drew massive crowds. Processions in black, with the city's shipping at half-mast, showcased Hamilton's local significance. People recalled his rise from impoverished Caribbean youth to key founding statesman. A hush fell over the city's usual clamour. This wave of sorrow ironically softened some of the political vitriol that had dogged him in life. Over time, though, party lines continued to shift, and the nation turned to new challenges, from the War of 1812 to expansions west. Hamilton's memory lodged in history as the brilliant but intense figure overshadowed by the final duel. In that gloom, an essential question remained: how to interpret Hamilton's lasting impact. As the immediate swirl of grief eased, intellectuals examined his extensive writings, reports on public credit, the Federalist essays, and personal letters. They recognised that the federal government's stable finances owed much to Hamilton's early frameworks. The Constitution's broad interpretation that spurred the Bank of the United States shaped future developments in federal authority. The tension he introduced with Jefferson over implied powers would remain a fixture in legal debates for centuries. At the personal level, Hamilton's family endured heartbreak. Eliza Hamilton survived decades longer, dedicating herself to preserving his papers and championing philanthropic work. She co-founded charitable societies, including an orphanage in New York, perhaps reflecting her empathy for fatherless children, mindful of Hamilton's own orphaned beginnings. Over time, Eliza's curation of Hamilton's letters and manuscripts ensured that his role in founding the nation wouldn't fade. Without her stewardship, many of his insights might have been lost, overshadowed by the swirl of other founding figures. Meanwhile, Aaron Burr slunk from public life, although he briefly re-emerged in conspiratorial escapades in the West, culminating in a high-profile treason trial. That fiasco further tarnished his name. Over the 19th century, Burr's memory was entwined with villainy, while Hamilton became the heroic victim. This moral narrative, though oversimplified, found resonance in society seeking tidy lessons about the cost of personal feuds among statesmen. Hence, the duel's tragedy overshadowed Hamilton's final years of potential. He left behind partial drafts of essays, a life cut short, and a legacy that historians would piece together. The subsequent swirl of politics saw the Federalist Party fade, overshadowed by Jeffersonian and Jacksonian movements. Yet as the new republic faced wars and expansions, Hamilton's institutional frameworks endured, shaping how the Union financed conflicts and integrated new territories. Over time, the memory of Hamilton grew from the dust of partisan fights into a near legend of the unsilenceable voice for a strong Union, a testament to how brilliance can shine even after tragic demise. Hamilton's reputation experienced both highs and lows as the 19th century unfolded. Early in the 1800s, supporters who revered his Federalist vision championed him as an intellectual giant, while Jeffersonian loyalists found him dangerously elitist. The War of 1812 underscored the value of robust federal finances, an echo of Hamilton's arguments. However, the rising tide of Jacksonian democracy in the 1820s and 30s resurrected negative images of Hamilton as the father of a financial aristocracy. His preference for a central bank and industrial growth clashed with the agrarian populism that saw big government as suspect. In historical writing of the mid-1800s, Hamilton was overshadowed by Washington's soldierly aura, Jefferson's philosophical romance, and the dramatic expansion shaping the continent. His ideas about manufacturing, shaped by the reading Adam Smith's works, found fresh appreciation in some northern states pushing early industrialization, but the memory of his direct political battles had receded. Meanwhile, his widow Eliza persistently championed her husband's memory, carefully organizing his letters. She lived until 1854, bridging eras from the founding to the eve of sectional crises over slavery. As the Civil War approached, some northern intellectuals rediscovered Hamilton's emphasis on a strong union, seeing him as a prophet of national authority. They noted that had Hamilton's brand of federal cohesion fully blossomed, perhaps states' rights doctrines fueling secession might have been curtailed earlier. Writers evoked Hamilton as the founder who best grasped the necessity of a controlling centre that could override local fractiousness. Opponents of such interpretations pointed out that Hamilton's frameworks never explicitly addressed the moral contradiction of slavery. Indeed, Hamilton personally opposed enslavement but parted from radical anti-slavery moves, his stance overshadowed by political pragmatism. After the Civil War, industrial capitalism boomed, prompting new appreciation for Hamilton's foresight about manufacturing. Gilded Age financiers admired him as the original champion of a stable currency and big business. Critics, including agrarian populists, in turn damned him for setting a pattern favouring capital over farmers. Debates over monetary policy frequently referenced Hamilton's original central bank, especially regarding gold versus silver standards in the late 19th century. Some saw him as the father of stable credit, others as the father of corporate overreach. This relit his legacy, fueling a fresh wave of scholarly interest. In the 20th century, historians systematically uncovered more of Hamilton's personal writings. They found a figure often overshadowed by his own towering intensity, riven by internal anxieties about identity and acceptance. Born illegitimate and lacking wealth, he soared through brilliance alone. That personal dimension gave a new angle. Hamilton wasn't merely an aloof elitist, but a man forging personal progress in a world dominated by landed aristocracy. Simultaneously, the renewed scholarship dissected how the Federalist Papers shaped the Supreme Court's approach to constitutional interpretation. Cultural depictions varied. In some plays, Hamilton was the stiff, proud foil to the warm Jefferson. In textbooks, he appeared as the founder of the American financial system, overshadowing the fact that he also practiced law with fervour, championed reforms in local governance, and penned scathing critiques of political adversaries. Hollywood took scant interest, overshadowed by the flamboyant stories of the War of Independence or the Civil War. Hamilton's presence mostly stuck to academic circles until the wave of musicals or pop culture references in the 21st century suddenly catapulted him back into mainstream conversation. In that modern reimagining, a more complex portrait emerges, the visionary who overcame humble origins, shaped institutions, but self-destructed in a lethal feud. This dual narrative resonates with a public intrigued by underdog success stories and cautionary tales about ambition. Meanwhile, historians continue unravelling his personal letters for glimpses of how he wrestled with his private identity, overshadowing any single label like nationalist or elitist. They see in him the deep tension between moral convictions and the messy realm of real-world politics. Consequently, Hamilton's legacy stands as a testament to a founder whose brilliance forged the frameworks of American finance, ushering in a strong union that could handle crises from 1812 to beyond. His life, truncated by a bullet in a duel, exemplifies the era's precarious norms of honour. Yet the institutional frameworks he championed endured, overshadowing ephemeral partisan feuds. As American commerce and governance matured, many of his ideas about credit-out systems, minted currency, and regulated trade blossomed. Therefore, though overshadowed in certain historical arcs, Hamilton's imprint remains, woven into the fabric of the modern American state, bridging the intangible line from rebellious colony to global economic power. Alexander Hamilton's journey might echo as one of unstoppable curiosity and drive. Born into adversity, he harnessed his intellect to climb political and financial summits. His story underscores how relentless learning and a willingness to challenge entrenched norms can yield transformative results. And yet, it also warns of how personal vendettas and impulsive decisions, like the final duel, can overshadow even the grandest achievements. The interplay of success and tragedy in Hamilton's life offers a cautionary dimension about letting rivalry overshadow reason. One dimension often overlooked is Hamilton's approach to social mobility. He believed in meritocracy, that talent, not lineage, should define one's station. His views clashed with the prevailing aristocratic mores that granted advantage to established families. In championing a strong central government, Hamilton believed it would break local oligarchies, allowing new men of skill to advance. That conviction shaped his financial blueprint, ensuring that the nation's credit system extended beyond a handful of wealthy planters. Yet it also invited accusations of favouritism toward banking elites, ironically suggesting that merit still found expression primarily among well-connected city financiers. Another lesser-known angle is how Hamilton viewed foreign policy. He favoured commerce-based alliances, but distrusted entangling the US in ideological battles. While acknowledging Britain as a trade partner, despite the rancour left from the Revolution, he saw stable trade routes as essential for revenue and global standing. Jefferson and Madison criticised the strategy as an over-cosy approach with a recent foe, but Hamilton saw post-war British power as a practical anchor for commercial expansion. In this sense, his realism overshadowed older resentments. That stance was a harbinger for how modern states weigh economic ties against historic grievances. Additionally, Hamilton's personal style at social gatherings and in daily interactions reveals a man who could be both charmingly eloquent and abrasively direct. Contemporaries described him as intense, with a quick mind that occasionally battered conversation partners. He thrived on intellectual debate. Some say he embraced confrontation to refine ideas, yet this habit might have contributed to the accumulation of enemies, culminating in the fateful spat with Burr. In an era where honour was a cornerstone of social standing, Hamilton's cutting wit proved a dangerous asset. At home, Hamilton and Eliza raised a growing family. Though tragedies struck, the death of their son Philip in a duel reminiscent of his father's fierce approach to personal disputes. This sorrow weighed heavily on Hamilton, intensifying his reflection on the code of honour. Paradoxically, he still ended up abiding by that same code, accepting Burr's challenge. The duality of a brilliant mind trapped by the period's social norms emerges starkly in these personal heartbreaks. For modern readers, the scenario underscores how societal expectations can override individual caution, even for a pragmatic statesman. Examining Hamilton's religious evolution is another nuanced topic. Late in life, particularly after Philip's death, he re-engaged with spiritual considerations. While not as devout as John Jay or Patrick Henry Hamilton, expressed his belief that moral frameworks were crucial to stable governance. Some scholars see a near return to Christian orthodoxy in his final years, overshadowing the earlier secular aura. This dimension of moral or religious introspection is overshadowed in many popular accounts that focus on battles of finance or partisanship. Lastly, the robust myth-making around Hamilton in the 21st century, particularly following a certain successful musical, reflects how malleable historical figures can become, for decades overshadowed in public memory. Hamilton found new admirers enthralled by his underdog narrative. The musical drew from historical sources, but adapted them for modern audiences, highlighting themes of immigration, ambition, and the forging of identity. Meanwhile, professional historians maintain a more measured stance, acknowledging the genius behind the Bank and the Federalist Papers, but also the moral complexities, involvement in a scandalous Reynolds affair, the backing of harsh policies like the Alien and Sedition Acts, and the overshadowed complicity in a system that tolerated slavery. Hence, Hamilton's life embodies many contradictions. Hamilton was a brilliant champion of American finance, an immigrant success story, and a defender of robust national institutions, yet he was also entangled in political vendettas, personal heartbreak, and moral ambiguities. The lethal code of personal honour of the era brought him down from the pinnacle of policy influence. Contemporary observers can glean from his saga how vision, intellect, and determination can reshape a society, while cautioning that untempered ambition and rivalry risk overshadowing even the grandest legacies. In the modern mosaic of American history, Alexander Hamilton occupies a unique niche, straddling realms of finance, politics, and personal drama. Behind the scenes, he shaped the national domain by delivering pragmatic solutions to fundamental questions about governance and economy. Yet his flamboyant final act, the duel with Aaron Burr, long overshadowed the breadth of his achievements. Over the past 2 centuries, the perception of Hamilton has fluctuated between critical wariness and near-heroic adulation, leading to a re-examination that highlights his full complexity. For many decades, Hamilton served as a reference point for strong central governance. In debates about tariffs, internal improvements, and the role of a national bank, legislators invoked his name. The Hamiltonian vision signified a dynamic, industrializing America that invests in large-scale infrastructure and cultivates a robust bond market. Opponents retorted that such policies undercut local autonomy, echoing Jeffersonian concerns about overreach. This cyclical debate recurs whenever the nation confronts a crisis or looks to expand federal influence, be it in responding to economic depressions or modern financial bailouts. Among scholars, Hamilton's contribution to the Federalist remains a crowning literary feat. Essays like Federalist No. 78 shape the judiciary's conceptual role, championing judicial independence and the power of constitutional review. Federalist No. 84 argued that enumerating rights might risk constraining them, though ironically, the Bill of Rights was soon appended to the Constitution anyway. Such works left a lasting intellectual deposit, frequently cited in Supreme Court decisions. The interplay between Hamilton's preference for strong federal courts and modern jurisprudence reveals the longevity of his influence. Public interest soared anew in the 21st century, with a popular musical recasting Hamilton as a hip, scrappy immigrant shaping the nation's destiny. That retelling, blending hip-hop and historical references, stoked fresh curiosity about details of his Caribbean youth, the heartbreak of losing his mother, and the unexpected mentorship from merchants. It also reintroduced figures like John Laurens, Hercules Mulligan, or Elizabeth Schuyler to mainstream conversation. This phenomenon demonstrates how historical figures can be revived and reinterpreted to speak to current cultural dialogues about immigration, representation, and the forging of American identity. That said, the musical's creative liberties overshadow certain complexities. For instance, the deeper tensions around slavery, or Hamilton's relationship with Haitian independence. Yet it undeniably catapulted him back into the public eye. Critically, modern reflection contends with Hamilton's stance on slavery. Though personally not an owner of large plantations, he married into a family that benefited from enslaved labour. He opposed the international slave trade, but was less vocal about immediate abolition. Some historians see him as moderately anti-slavery in principle, yet overshadowed by the era's political constraints. This mild stance differs from the fervour of an abolitionist, highlighting that even bright minds can compromise on pressing moral issues for perceived political necessity. Another puzzle is how Hamilton would respond to the subsequent expansions. He died before industrialization truly took flight or the question of slavery overtook national politics. Would he have advocated for federal solutions to keep the Union intact in the 1850s? Or would he have favoured more localised, pragmatic deals? The counterfactual is tantalising but unanswerable. Like many founders, his ideas formed the skeleton for future developments, but subsequent generations moulded them to new contexts. Finally, Hamilton's personal letters, uncovered in archives over time, reveal the emotional complexity behind the confident public persona. He could be warm, witty, or scathing, anxious about respect and standing. The spectre of orphanhood never fully left him. A sense of precariousness pervaded his ambition. He engaged in verbal battles with the press, establishing a partisan strategy. The Reynolds affair, in which he admitted to an extramarital relationship, tarnished his moral standing yet underscored his willingness to publicly confess in a swirl of political blackmail. All these episodes illustrate a founder who was no pristine statue, but a flawed participant in the messy birth of a republic. In sum, Alexander Hamilton's Odyssey stands as an emblem of America's early audacity, someone forging national frameworks with unstoppable fervour, bridging personal adversity and political upheaval. He hammered out financial machinery that stabilised a precarious union, wrote constitutional commentaries that guided centuries of legal thought, and valiantly served in war, only to be undone by personal vendetta in a misguided duel. This story resonates with the universal themes of ambition, principle, rivalry, and the subtle interplay of personal and public realms. Hamilton's imprint endures in the institutions he shaped, the arguments he advanced, and the persistent puzzle of how a brilliant mind can fall victim to a bullet summoned by the code of honour with confusing reasoning. Picture yourself settling into your favourite chair with a warm cup of tea, because we're about to embark on one of the most extraordinary detective stories nature has ever served up. This isn't your typical whodunit. It's a who was it that took over 5,000 years to solve. It all began on a perfectly ordinary September day in 1991, when two German hikers decided to take what they thought would be a pleasant stroll through the Ötztal Alps between Austria and Italy. Helmut and Erika Simon were the kind of people who probably packed extra sandwiches and checked the weather forecast 3 times before leaving home. They certainly weren't expecting to stumble upon what would become one of the most significant archaeological discoveries of the 20th century. You know how sometimes you're cleaning out your attic and find something unexpected behind an old box? Well, imagine that. But instead of finding your college yearbook, you discover a perfectly preserved 5,300-year-old human being. That's essentially what happened when the Simons noticed something odd poking out of the melting ice. At first glance, they figured they'd found some poor modern hiker who'd gotten lost in a blizzard. The Alps, after all, have claimed their share of adventurers over the years. But the specimen wasn't just any frozen traveller, this was Otzi, though he wouldn't get his catchy nickname until much later. The Simons were looking at the oldest naturally mummified human ever discovered in Europe, a man who'd been flash-frozen in time like the world's most incredible historical snapshot. The discovery sent ripples through the scientific community faster than gossip at a small-town coffee shop. Here was a window into the Copper Age, a time when humans were just figuring out that banging rocks together could produce more than just noise. Otzi lived during a period when your biggest life decisions involved whether to hunt mammoth or gather berries, and the most advanced technology was a sharp stick. What made this find so remarkable wasn't just Otzi's age, though 5,300 years is certainly nothing to sneeze at, but his incredible state of preservation. The high altitude, constant freezing temperatures, and dry mountain air had turned him into nature's own time capsule. While most people from his era had long since returned to dust, Otzi looked like he could wake up at any moment and ask for directions to the nearest Starbucks. The initial recovery was something like a carefully choreographed dance between excitement and extreme caution. Scientists descended on the site like bibliophiles at a rare book sale, each one more thrilled than the last. They knew they were handling something precious, not just scientifically but humanly. The subject wasn't just a specimen, this was someone's ancestor, a person who had lived, loved, and ultimately met his end on a lonely mountain pass. As you drift off tonight, imagine the moment when researchers first laid eyes on Otzi's belongings scattered around the ice. His copper axe gleamed dully in the alpine sun, while his leather quiver held arrows that had been ready for action since before the pyramids were built. It was like discovering a Bronze Age Swiss Army knife, complete with everything a well-prepared traveller might need for a journey through the ancient world. The mountains had kept Otzi's secret for over 5 millennia, waiting patiently for the right moment to reveal their treasure. And on that September day in 1991, they finally decided it was time to let their ancient guardian tell his story. Now that you're comfortable and ready to learn more about our icebound friend, let's dive into what scientists discovered when they began their careful examination of Otzi. Think of it as reading the world's oldest autobiography, written not in words but in skin, bones and belongings. First things first, Otzi wasn't exactly what you'd call imposing. Standing at about 5 feet 3 inches tall and weighing roughly 110 pounds, he was built more like a marathon runner than a linebacker. But don't let his modest stature fool you. This was clearly a man who knew his way around the mountains. His legs were muscled from years of climbing steep terrain, and his lungs had adapted to the thin air of high altitudes. Otzi was essentially the ancient world's equivalent of those annoyingly fit people who post photos from their weekend hikes. The scientists examining him were like detectives with the ultimate cold case, literally. Every inch of Otzi's body told a story, and these researchers were determined to read every chapter. They discovered he had brown eyes and brown hair, though the hair was more of a memory by the time he was found. He also sported what might have been Europe's first man bun, because apparently some fashion choices are truly timeless. But here's where things get really interesting, and slightly uncomfortable if you happen to be squeamish about ancient medical procedures. Otzi was covered in tattoos. Not the kind you might get after a few too many drinks in college, but deliberate, purposeful. These markings served a very different function. These weren't artistic expressions or symbols of rebellion. They were therapeutic tattoos, placed precisely over areas where Otzi suffered from arthritis and other ailments. Imagine that. 5,300 years ago, people were already practicing a form of acupuncture that involved permanent body modification. Otzi had 61 of these therapeutic tattoos, created by making small cuts in his skin and rubbing charcoal into the wounds. It's like ancient pain management, with a permanent reminder of every ache and pain you've ever had. Modern medicine cannot match the commitment level found in Copper Age healthcare. The contents of Otzi's stomach read like a prehistoric meal plan that would make modern nutritionists weep with envy. His last meal included ibex meat, red deer, grains, and various plants. Basically, he was eating organic, free-range, locally sourced food long before it became trendy. No processed foods, no artificial preservatives, just pure mountain-to-table dining. Considering the circumstances of his death, one could argue that his final meal resembled a Last Supper, more than a carefully planned nutritional choice. Scientists also discovered that Otzi wasn't just a random wanderer who got caught in bad weather. The man had serious gear. His equipment list reads like the inventory of a well-prepared outdoor enthusiast: a copper axe with a U-handle, a flint knife, a bow made of yew wood, a quiver full of arrows, and a fire-starting kit complete with tinder fungus. He even had a first aid kit of sorts, including what appears to be prehistoric aspirin made from birch fungus. Perhaps most remarkably, Otzi was wearing what can only be described as the ancient world's most sophisticated outdoor clothing system. His outfit included a leather loincloth, leather leggings, a coat made of woven grass, a bearskin cap, and waterproof shoes stuffed with grass for insulation. It was essentially a 5,300-year-old version of high-tech mountaineering gear, designed by someone who understood that staying warm and dry was the difference between life and death in the mountains. As you settle deeper into your evening routine, consider this. Otzi's belongings represent some of humanity's earliest examples of specialized tools and clothing designed for extreme environments. He wasn't just surviving in the mountains, he was thriving there, equipped with everything he needed to navigate one of the world's most challenging terrains. Pull that blanket a little closer, because we're about to discuss the darker side of Otzi's story. What started as a remarkable tale of preservation became something much more sinister when scientists began to examine exactly how our mountain man met his end. For years following his discovery, researchers believed he had succumbed to exposure due to a sudden storm. It seemed like a reasonable explanation. The mountains are unpredictable, and even experienced travellers can find themselves in deadly situations when the weather turns nasty. But as technology advanced and scientists could examine Otzi more thoroughly, they discovered something that changed everything. An arrowhead lodged beneath his left shoulder blade. This wasn't death by misadventure, this was murder. Someone had shot Otzi in the back with an arrow, and that shooter had done so with deadly precision. The arrow had severed a major artery, causing Otzi to bleed to death on that lonely mountain pass. Suddenly, the find wasn't just an archaeological discovery, it was a 5,300-year-old homicide case. The plot thickened when scientists examined Otzi's hands and found fresh cuts on his palms and fingers. These weren't old scars from years of mountain living, they were recent wounds, suggesting that Otzi had been in a fight shortly before his death. Someone had attacked him, he had fought back, and ultimately he had lost. The evidence painted a picture of a man who'd been running for his life through the mountains, only to be cornered and killed by his pursuer. But who would want to kill Otzi, and why? At this point, the narrative becomes as intricate as a mist-covered mountain trail. Scientists discovered that Otzi's copper axe was remarkably advanced for its time, the kind of tool that would have been extremely valuable in the Copper Age. Some researchers theorize that Otzi might have been a trader, carrying precious goods across the mountain passes that connected different communities. Perhaps he was robbed and killed for his valuable possessions. Others suggest that Otzi might have been fleeing from tribal conflict. The Copper Age wasn't exactly known for its peaceful dispute resolution methods, and territorial battles were as common as modern traffic jams. Maybe Otzi belonged to a group that had lost a war, and he was trying to escape to safety when his enemies caught up with him. There's even a theory that Otzi might have been some kind of shaman or spiritual leader, targeted because of his special status in society. Those therapeutic tattoos and his knowledge of medicinal plants suggest someone who understood healing arts, perhaps making him a person of significant importance in his community. Political conflicts often caught spiritual leaders in the crossfire in ancient societies. The most intriguing aspect of Otzi's murder is what happened after he died. Whoever killed him made no attempt to retrieve the valuable copper axe or any of his other possessions. Suggests either that the killer was interrupted, or that the murder wasn't motivated by robbery. Maybe it was personal, maybe it was revenge, maybe it was just being in the wrong place at the wrong time 5,300 years ago. What's particularly haunting is how quickly Otzi was covered by snow and ice after his death. The mountain conditions essentially freeze-dried him within hours or days of his shooting, preserving him perfectly for over 5 millennia. His killer probably never imagined that their victim would one day become famous, studied by scientists around the world, and featured in museums and documentaries. The ancient crime scene also revealed something else intriguing. Otzi had been positioned carefully after his death. His body was found lying on its stomach with his left arm extended, almost as if someone had arranged him that way. Whether the arranging was done by his killer or by natural processes as he fell remains a mystery that adds another layer to an already complex story. As you contemplate this ancient mystery from the comfort of your modern world, remember that human nature hasn't changed much over the millennia. The same emotions that drive conflict today, greed, jealousy, fear, and revenge, were just as powerful 5,300 years ago. Otzi's story reminds us that even in the most remote and beautiful places on Earth, human drama has always found a way to unfold. Let's take a break from the mystery and travel back in time to understand what life was actually like during Otzi's era. Imagine waking up tomorrow morning, but instead of reaching for your phone to verify the weather, you step outside and read the sky like an open book, because your life literally depends on getting the forecast right. Otzi lived during what archaeologists call the Copper Age, a time when humans were just beginning to figure out that certain rocks, when heated just right, could produce shiny, malleable metal. It was like the early days of any new technology, exciting, experimental, and occasionally explosive. While most people were still using stone tools, the copper axe found with Otzi represented cutting-edge technology. He was essentially carrying around the iPhone of his era, if iPhones were made of copper and used primarily for chopping wood and defending yourself from both wild animals and unfriendly neighbours. The world Otzi inhabited was simultaneously more dangerous and more beautiful than anything we can easily imagine today. There were no roads, no maps, no GPS systems, just animal trails, word-of-mouth directions, and an intimate knowledge of natural landmarks passed down through generations. Getting lost wasn't just inconvenient, it could be fatal. Yet people like Otzi regularly travelled hundreds of miles through some of the most challenging terrain on Earth, guided by nothing more than experience, instinct, and probably a healthy dose of courage. His community would have been small, perhaps no more than a few dozen people living together in a settlement that might relocate seasonally depending on food availability and weather conditions. Everyone knew everyone else, and privacy was probably about as rare as a hot shower. Your neighbours weren't just the people next door. They were your survival network, your entertainment system, your medical team, and your security force all rolled into one occasionally irritating but absolutely essential package. Food was whatever you could hunt, gather, grow, or trade for, and meal planning required skills that would make modern survival show contestants weep. Otzi's people had domesticated some animals, sheep, goats, and cattle, but hunting still provided much of their protein. They cultivated grains such as einkorn wheat and barley, and they collected wild fruits, nuts, and medicinal plants with a depth of knowledge that would embarrass modern botanists. Every plant had a purpose, every season brought different opportunities, and nothing edible was ever wasted. Clothing was entirely handmade from materials you either raised, hunted, or gathered yourself. Otzi's sophisticated outfit represented countless hours of work by skilled craftspeople who understood exactly what was needed to survive in harsh mountain conditions. His grass cloak alone would have required specialised knowledge of which grasses provided the best insulation and waterproofing, plus the weaving skills to turn raw materials into functional garments. It was like wearing a custom-made technical climbing suit, except it took months to create, and couldn't be replaced with a quick trip to the outdoor gear store. Medicine was a combination of practical knowledge, plant-based remedies, and what we might charitably call experimental procedures. Those therapeutic tattoos covering Otzi's body weren't just ancient acupuncture. They represented a sophisticated understanding of pain management and the willingness to try permanent body modification as treatment. When your back ached from years of carrying heavy loads over mountain terrain, you didn't pop an ibuprofen. You had someone cut patterns into your skin and rub charcoal into the wounds, hoping it would provide relief. The spiritual world was as real and immediate as the physical one. Stories, rituals, and relationships with supernatural forces helped us understand natural phenomena that we explain with science. Mountains, rivers, weather patterns, and animal behaviours all held meaning beyond their practical implications. Otzi's journey through the mountains wasn't just a physical expedition. It was a spiritual passage through a landscape alive with powers and presences that demanded respect and careful navigation. Perhaps most remarkably, people like Otzi possessed a kind of environmental literacy that's almost extinct in our modern world. They could read animal tracks like stories, predict weather changes from subtle shifts in wind direction, identify edible and medicinal plants by touch in complete darkness, and navigate vast distances using only natural landmarks. Their minds were libraries of practical knowledge, accumulated over lifetimes of careful observation, and passed down through generations of oral tradition. As you rest in your comfortable, climate-controlled environment tonight, consider what it must have been like to live so intimately connected to the natural world that your survival depended on understanding its every mood and movement. Now, let's dim the lights a bit more and explore how modern science transformed Otzi from a curious discovery into a treasure trove of information about ancient life. It's like having a conversation with someone from 5,300 years ago, except instead of words, they're speaking through DNA, isotopes, and microscopic traces of pollen. When scientists began studying Otzi, they had to invent entirely new ways of extracting information from ancient remains without destroying them. Imagine trying to read a book that's so fragile it might crumble if you look at it too hard, but you know it contains secrets that could rewrite history. Every test had to be planned meticulously, every sample precious and irreplaceable. The first breakthrough came from studying the contents of Otzi's digestive system, essentially giving him a posthumous medical exam that would make even the most thorough doctor jealous. Scientists could identify exactly what he had eaten and when, creating a timeline of his final hours that read like a prehistoric travel itinerary. His last meal of ibex meat and unleavened bread told them he had stopped to eat in the valleys before climbing to the pass where he died. Even more remarkably, they found hop hornbeam pollen in his stomach, which only flowers in spring, helping to pinpoint not just where he had been, but when he had been there. Isotope analysis opened up another dimension of detective work that would make Sherlock Holmes green with envy. By studying the ratios of different chemical elements in Otzi's teeth, bones and hair, scientists could map out his movements over the years and months before his death, like a GPS tracking system that worked across millennia. They discovered he had spent his childhood in one valley, lived as an adult in another, and had travelled extensively throughout the region. His body was essentially a chemical passport, stamped with the signature of every place he had lived and every source of water he had drunk. DNA analysis revealed even more personal details about our ancient mountain man. Scientists determined that Otzi had brown eyes and type O blood, and that he was probably lactose intolerant, meaning he couldn't drink milk without some uncomfortable consequences. They also discovered he carried genetic markers associated with increased risk of heart disease, which might explain why his arteries showed signs of atherosclerosis despite his active lifestyle. Even 5,300 years ago, genetics was playing its role in human health. Perhaps most fascinatingly, researchers were able to extract and study bacteria from Otzi's stomach, discovering that he carried a strain of Helicobacter pylori that's most closely related to Asian populations. This tiny detail provided evidence for ancient migration patterns and trade connections that linked Europe to Asia thousands of years before the Silk Road became famous. Otzi's gut bacteria were telling a story about human movement and cultural exchange that spanned continents. The analysis of Otzi's clothing and equipment revealed sophisticated technologies that challenged assumptions about Copper Age capabilities. His leather was processed using complex tanning methods, his textiles showed advanced weaving techniques, and his tools demonstrated metalworking skills that were more sophisticated than previously thought possible for the time period. Each item represented not just individual craftsmanship but complex supply chains and specialized knowledge networks that connected communities across vast distances. CT scans and 3D imaging allowed scientists to examine Otzi's internal structure without causing any damage to his remains. They could see healed fractures from old injuries, evidence of arthritis in his joints, and the exact path of the arrow that killed him. It was like performing an autopsy with the most advanced medical technology available, but on someone who had died before the invention of writing. The forensic analysis of his murder became increasingly sophisticated as technology advanced. Scientists could determine the type of bow used to shoot him, the direction from which the arrow came, and even estimate how long he survived after being wounded. They found traces of blood from 4 different people on his weapons and clothing, suggesting that Otzi had been involved in multiple conflicts shortly before his death. The evidence painted a picture of a man who had fought several battles, treated his wounds, and then climbed into the mountains, where he was finally ambushed and killed. Most remarkably, advances in ancient DNA research have allowed scientists to identify living relatives of Otzi. Through genetic analysis of modern populations in the Alps, they've found people who share genetic markers with our 5,300-year-old Iceman. It's as if Otzi reached across 5 millennia to tap someone on the shoulder and say, "Hey, we're family." As you settle into sleep tonight, consider how this intersection of cutting-edge science and ancient mystery has allowed us to know Otzi more intimately than we know most people from just a few centuries ago. Modern technology has made him more real, more human, and more relatable than any historical figure who left behind only written records. As we near the end of our journey with Otzi, let's explore how this ancient mountain man has become one of the most famous people who never lived to see his celebrity status. From his refrigerated home in an Italian museum to his appearances in documentaries, books, and even video games, Otzi has achieved a kind of immortality that would probably bewilder him if he could understand it. The South Tyrol Museum of Archaeology in Bolzano, Italy, has become Otzi's permanent address, a far cry from the nomadic lifestyle he once knew. He rests in a specially designed cold chamber that maintains the exact temperature and humidity conditions needed to preserve his remains, essentially living in a high-tech version of the glacial conditions that saved him for over 5 millennia. Visitors from around the world line up to peer through a small window at this ancient celebrity, making Otzi probably the most viewed person who died before the invention of agriculture. But Otzi's influence extends far beyond museum walls. He has revolutionized our understanding of Copper Age life, proving that our ancestors were far more sophisticated, mobile, and technologically advanced than previously imagined. Before Otzi, many archaeologists assumed that people from his era lived in small, isolated communities with limited technology and little long-distance travel. Otzi shattered those assumptions with his advanced equipment, evidence of extensive travel, and sophisticated medical treatments. His impact on medical research has been particularly profound. Those therapeutic tattoos have inspired modern studies of the relationship between acupuncture points and areas of chronic pain. Some researchers believe Otzi's tattoos correspond remarkably well with traditional Chinese acupuncture maps, suggesting that ancient healing traditions might have been more widespread and sophisticated than previously thought. It's as if Otzi was carrying around a 5,300-year-old medical textbook written on his skin. The forensic techniques developed to study Otzi have advanced archaeological methods worldwide. The careful, non-destructive analysis methods pioneered with his remains are now standard practice for examining other ancient discoveries. Every mummy, every preserved remain, and every ancient artifact that gets discovered today benefits from the scientific techniques refined through decades of Otzi research. He pioneered an entire field of study, and his contributions to archaeological methodology continue to yield benefits with each new discovery. Environmental scientists have used Otzi's story to understand ancient climate patterns and glacier behaviour. His discovery site has become a natural laboratory for studying how climate change affects alpine environments. The fact that Otzi emerged from the ice in 1991 after being hidden for over 5 millennia tells us something significant about warming temperatures and changing glacier patterns. Strangely, Otzi's emergence from the ice serves as a dramatic illustration of environmental change, making him a spokesman for climate awareness. The legal implications of Otzi's discovery created international precedents for handling archaeological finds that cross national borders. Found on the border between Austria and Italy, Otzi's ownership became a diplomatic issue that required careful negotiation. The resolution that he belongs to Italy but with special provisions for international research collaboration has become a model for managing similar discoveries around the world. Otzi has also become a cultural icon, inspiring everything from novels and documentaries to children's books and video games. National Geographic specials, BBC documentaries, and numerous educational programs have featured him. There's something about his story that captures the imagination, perhaps because he represents both our connection to the ancient world and our fascination with mysteries that can be solved through science. The ethical questions surrounding Otzi's display and study have sparked important discussions about the treatment of human remains in archaeological research. How do we balance scientific inquiry with respect for the dead? What rights do ancient people have in our modern world? These questions don't have easy answers, but Otzi's case has helped establish guidelines that now influence how archaeologists approach similar discoveries worldwide. Perhaps most significantly, Otzi has made the ancient world feel accessible and human in ways that pottery shards and stone tools never could. Through him, we can imagine what it felt like to live 5,300 years ago, the daily challenges, the sophisticated knowledge required for survival, the dangers of travel, and the ever-present reality that life could end suddenly and violently. He's not just a specimen, he's a person whose story resonates across the millennia. Educational programs around the world use Otzi's story to teach everything from ancient history to modern forensic science. Students who might perceive archaeology dry and dusty suddenly become engaged when they learn about the man who emerged from the ice with a full complement of gear and a mystery that scientists are still solving. He's become the ultimate teaching tool for demonstrating how much we can learn from careful scientific analysis. As you prepare for sleep, consider how Otzi has bridged the vast gap between the ancient and modern worlds, making the distant past feel immediate and personal in ways that few archaeological discoveries ever achieve. As our evening journey with Otzi draws to a close, let's settle in for some final reflections on what his remarkable story means for us today, and how this ancient mountain man continues to whisper secrets about human nature across the vast expanse of time. There's something profoundly moving about Otzi's story that goes beyond the scientific discoveries and forensic mysteries. This man lived and died in a world so different from ours that it might as well have been another planet, yet his remains show that the fundamental experiences of being human haven't changed as much as we think. He felt pain and sought relief through those therapeutic tattoos. He prepared carefully for dangerous journeys, carrying everything he might need to survive. He faced violence and fought back. He died far from home, alone on a mountain pass, but his story would eventually reach millions of people who would come to know him more intimately than they know most of their contemporaries. The mountains that preserved Otzi for over 5 millennia serve as a poignant metaphor for the relationship between human ambition and natural forces. He was travelling through some of the most spectacular and dangerous terrain on Earth, armed with nothing more than Copper Age technology and accumulated wisdom about survival in extreme conditions. The same mountains that killed him also saved his story for posterity, turning him into an accidental time traveller who could teach us about both ancient life and our own human nature. Modern visitors to the Ötztal Alps often follow hiking routes that pass near where Otzi was discovered. They carry GPS devices, wear high-tech clothing, and have emergency rescue services available if things go wrong. Yet they're essentially doing the same thing Otzi was doing 5,300 years ago, challenging themselves against the mountains, seeking adventure, and perhaps seeking some deeper connection with the natural world. The technology changes, but the human impulse to explore and test ourselves remains constant. Scientists continue to study Otzi, and new discoveries emerge regularly as technology advances. Each new discovery enriches his story and contributes to the understanding of ancient life. Recent research has revealed more about his diet, his travels, his health, and even his family relationships. It's as if we're slowly getting to know him better, year by year, building a relationship with someone who died 53 centuries ago, but whose story grows more complete with each passing season. The mystery of Otzi's murder may never be completely solved, and perhaps that's fitting. Some questions are more powerful than their answers, and the uncertainty surrounding his death allows us to project our understanding of human nature onto his story. Was he a victim of random violence, a casualty of ancient warfare, or the target of a personal vendetta? Each possibility reveals something different about how we understand conflict, survival, and the challenges of life in harsh environments. What remains constant is Otzi's humanity. Through all the scientific analysis and forensic investigation, what emerges most clearly is the portrait of a real person who faced real challenges with intelligence, preparation, and courage. His meticulous attention to equipment and clothing demonstrates a person who understands the importance of details when survival hinges on preparation. His willingness to travel through dangerous terrain suggests either necessity or adventure-seeking that would be familiar to anyone who's ever taken a calculated risk. His evidence of past injuries and ongoing health problems reveals someone who persevered through pain and physical challenges. The therapeutic tattoos covering his body tell perhaps the most human story of all, the eternal quest to obtain relief from chronic pain and discomfort. In our modern world of advanced pharmaceuticals and medical procedures, we sometimes forget that humans have always sought ways to ease suffering and improve quality of life. Otzi's tattoos represent a kind of ancient hope, the belief that marking and treating the body could provide relief from the aches and pains of a physically demanding life. As you drift off to sleep tonight, imagine Otzi on his final journey through the mountains, carrying his carefully crafted tools and wearing his precisely designed clothing, unaware that he was about to become one of the most famous people in human history. Picture him pausing to rest in the high alpine meadows, perhaps sharing a meal with fellow travellers, maybe gazing at the same stars that shine down on us today. Even with the most advanced technology, we can't fully understand the mysteries and complexities of every human life, as his story reminds us. We know more about Otzi's daily life, his health, his diet and his movements than we know about most people who lived just a few hundred years ago. Yet the essential mystery of who he was, his thoughts, his dreams, his fears, his hopes, remains as unknowable as ever. In the end, Otzi's greatest gift to us might not be the scientific knowledge he's provided, or the archaeological methods his study has advanced. It might simply be the reminder that human stories matter, that individual lives have meaning that can echo across millennia, and that sometimes the most profound discoveries come from the most unexpected places. A chance encounter with melting ice revealed a man whose story would captivate the world, proving that history isn't just about kings and battles and monuments. It's about real people facing real challenges with whatever tools and wisdom they could gather. Sleep well, knowing that somewhere in the Italian Alps, Otzi rests in his climate-controlled chamber, still guarding secrets we haven't yet learned to ask about, still teaching us what it means to be human in a world that's both dangerous and beautiful, still wandering the mountains in our imagination as surely as he once wandered them in life. You know that feeling when you wake up without an alarm, naturally stirring just as the first light creeps through your bedroom window? That's actually your body remembering something incredibly ancient. Your ancestors didn't need smartphones buzzing at 6:30 a.m. because they had something far more reliable, the sun itself and a deep understanding of how the world moves around them. Picture yourself living 5,000 years ago. Imagine a world without clocks ticking on walls, digital displays glowing in the dark, or scheduling apps reminding you about meetings. Instead, you would awaken to the sound of the rooster's crow, a reminder that people actually kept roosters as their own personal alarm clocks. The internal timing system of these birds is so precise that they would crow at nearly the same time every morning, within a few minutes variation. But here's where it gets interesting. You wouldn't think, oh, it's 6:15 a.m. You'd think, the sun is one hand's width above the horizon, or the shadows are 3 times longer than my height. Ancient people measured time by observing the world around them, and they became incredibly skilled at reading these natural signals. In ancient Egypt, priests would watch for the moment when certain stars appeared on the horizon just before dawn. They called these deacon stars, and they divided the night into segments based on which stars were visible. It wasn't just about knowing when to wake up, it was about understanding the rhythm of the universe itself. Your ancestors, approximately 200 generations back, had to be time experts out of necessity. Farmers needed to know when to plant and harvest. Sailors needed to navigate by the stars. Religious ceremonies had to happen at specific moments. Missing the right time could mean the difference between a successful harvest and starvation, or between safely reaching port and becoming lost at sea. The funny thing is, they were probably better at telling time than you are right now. Without a watch, could you tell if it's closer to 2 p.m. or 4 p.m. just by looking around? Ancient people could estimate time within minutes, just by glancing at shadows or noticing which birds were singing. They didn't just track hours, they understood seasons with incredible precision. They knew that when the Pleiades star cluster appeared at a certain angle, it was time to start preparing for winter. When specific flowers bloomed, it meant the rains would come in exactly 3 weeks. Such information wasn't superstition, it was accumulated knowledge passed down through generations of careful observation. Imagine living so connected to natural rhythms that you could sense time in your bones. You'd wake up naturally before dawn, work during the productive hours when light was good, rest during the heat of midday, and settle into evening activities as the sun began to set. Your body would be synchronized with the Earth's rotation in a way that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient Chinese divided day and night into 12 periods, each lasting about 2 hours, but instead of numbers they named these periods after animals. The hour of the rat, 11 p.m. to 1 a.m., the hour of the ox, 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., and so on. Each animal represented the time when that creature was most active. It's practical and poetic at the same time, very different from our cold, numerical approach to time. What strikes you most about ancient timekeeping isn't just how they did it, but how relaxed they were about precision. If someone said, "Meet me when the sun is halfway to its highest point," everyone understood this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season, the weather, or simply how carefully you were paying attention. Time was fluid, natural, and forgiving. The system wasn't primitive. It was sophisticated in ways we've forgotten. They built entire civilizations using nothing but careful observation of natural patterns, and somehow they managed to coordinate complex societies, plan elaborate constructions, and maintain religious calendars that were accurate across centuries. As you drift towards sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that has guided humans for thousands of years. Your body knows it's time to rest, just as it has always known. Let's talk about the most obvious timekeeper your ancestors used, the sun. But they didn't just notice that it rose and set. They became experts at reading the sun's position, understanding its moods, and predicting its behaviour with startling accuracy. You've probably noticed that the sun doesn't rise in exactly the same spot every day. During the summer, it rises further north and travels high across the sky. In winter, it rises further south and stays lower. Ancient people not only noticed this, they used it as a sophisticated calendar system. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the sun's annual journey. They knew that when the sun rose at its northernmost point, the Nile River would flood in exactly 60 days. This wasn't magic. It was careful observation refined over centuries. They could predict the flooding so accurately that they planned their entire agricultural year around it. But here's what's really clever. They didn't just watch where the sun rose, they watched shadows. You know how your shadow is short at noon and long in the morning and evening? Ancient people turned this practice into a precise timekeeping system. They'd place a stick in the ground and mark where its shadow fell throughout the day. After doing this for just a few days, they could tell time by glancing at the shadow's length and direction. The Babylonians enthusiastically adopted this concept. They created the first sundials around 3500 BCE, but these weren't the fancy sundials you might see in gardens today. They were simple stones with lines marked around them. The shadow of a central stick would fall across different lines as the day progressed. It was like having a clock that worked perfectly as long as the sun was shining. What's amusing is that different cultures developed completely different ways of dividing daylight. The Egyptians divided the day into 12 parts, but these weren't equal hours. Summer hours were longer than winter hours, because there was more daylight to divide. Imagine if your workday was naturally longer in summer and shorter in winter. Actually, that sounds rather nice. Ancient people in northern climates had to be even more creative. During their long winter nights, the sun barely appeared above the horizon. They learned to read the quality of light with incredible subtlety. They could tell the difference between first light, when the sky begins to lighten, sunrise, when the sun's edge appears, and sun clear, when the full sun is visible. Each of these moments happened at predictable intervals, giving them a natural morning schedule. The ancient Greeks made a fascinating discovery about shadows and time. They learned that your noon shadow could tell you the date. During the summer solstice, your noon shadow is shortest. During the winter solstice, it's longest. Every day in between, your shadow is a slightly different length. They essentially turned their bodies into calendar systems. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were obsessed with finding true north. They understood that true north was crucial for precise timekeeping, not because they possessed compasses. They'd spend hours observing the stars, noting where the sun rose and set, and finding that perfect north-south line. Once they had it, they could create timekeeping systems that worked year-round. The ancient Indians developed something called Gatika time, where each day was divided into 60 parts. But instead of using mechanical devices, they used water. They'd float a small bowl with a hole in the bottom in a larger container of water. The small bowl would sink after exactly one Gatika, about 24 minutes. It was simple, accurate, and worked regardless of weather. Sun-based timekeeping wasn't just practical, it was deeply spiritual for many cultures. The ancient Persians believed that observing the sun's daily journey was a form of prayer. They'd perform specific rituals at sunrise, noon, and sunset, turning timekeeping into a religious practice. Time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about connecting with the divine rhythm of the universe. You have to admire their patience and attention to detail. They'd spend years carefully observing how shadows moved, how light changed, and how the sun's path shifted through the seasons. They created amazingly accurate systems using nothing but careful observation and simple tools. No batteries required, no digital displays, no software updates, just the eternal dance between Earth and Sun. Once the sun set, your ancestors didn't just give up on timekeeping. They looked up at the night sky and saw the most magnificent clock face ever created. The stars became their nighttime timepiece, and they developed ways of reading stellar time that would impress modern astronomers. You probably know the North Star, but did you know that ancient people used it as the centre of a giant cosmic clock? They noticed that all the other stars seemed to rotate around this one fixed point. By watching how far the Big Dipper had rotated around the North Star, they could tell exactly what time it was during the night. It was like having hour markers painted across the entire sky. The ancient Egyptians were particularly skilled at stellar timekeeping. They identified 36 special stars that they called decans. These stars would rise just before dawn in a predictable sequence throughout the year. By knowing which decan star was rising, they could tell not just the time of night, but also what day of the year it was. Imagine being able to look up and instantly know both the time and the date. But here's where it gets really interesting. Different cultures saw completely different patterns in the same stars. The ancient Chinese didn't see a Big Dipper. They saw a northern dipper that was part of a larger pattern called the Black Tortoise of the North. The ancient Arabs observed mourners following a coffin. The ancient Greeks divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its own story and timing significance. The ancient Greeks took star watching to almost obsessive levels. They divided the night sky into 48 constellations, each with its story and timing significance. They knew that when Orion was directly overhead, it was the middle of winter. When Scorpius dominated the sky, summer was at its peak. They essentially turned mythology into a calendar system. Here's something that might amaze you. Ancient people could predict eclipses with remarkable accuracy, sometimes centuries in advance. They didn't understand the scientific reasons behind eclipses, but they recognized the patterns. They knew that if there was a lunar eclipse on a certain date, the next one would occur exactly 18 years, 11 days, and 8 hours later. The ancient Babylonians discovered this period, known as a Saros cycle, around 2000 BCE. The ancient Polynesians developed perhaps the most sophisticated stellar navigation system ever created. They could sail across thousands of miles of open ocean using nothing but the stars, ocean swells, and wind patterns. They knew hundreds of star names, and could tell their exact position on the Pacific Ocean by identifying which stars were directly overhead. These weren't just sailors, they were living star charts. What's fascinating is how they dealt with cloudy nights. Ancient people in cloudy climates developed backup systems for stellar timekeeping. They'd listen to the sounds of nocturnal animals, which tend to be active at specific times of night. They'd observe the behaviour of their domestic animals, which often have predictable nighttime routines. They'd even notice subtle changes in air temperature and humidity that occur at regular intervals throughout the night. The ancient Mayans built entire cities aligned with stellar events. They knew that Venus appears as both a morning star and an evening star in a predictable 584-day cycle. They used this cycle to plan wars, ceremonies, and agricultural activities. Their calendar was so accurate that it's only off by about 2 minutes per year, more precise than the calendar we use today. Ancient people also noticed that the stars change position throughout the year. The constellation visible at midnight in January would be completely different from the one visible at midnight in July. They used this stellar seasonal change as a long-term calendar. Farmers would know to plant crops when certain stars appeared at dusk and harvest, when those same stars appeared at dawn. The ancient Chinese developed a system where they divided the sky into 28 mansions, each representing a different day of their lunar month. As the moon moved through these stellar mansions, it provided a natural calendar that combined timekeeping with astronomical observation. They could tell you the date and the moon's phase next week. Perhaps most remarkably, ancient people understood that the stars themselves were slowly moving. They realised that the North Star wouldn't always be the North Star, and that the constellation patterns were gradually shifting. This knowledge, called precession, shows just how carefully they were observing the night sky over generations. When clouds covered the sun and stars, your ancestors didn't just shrug and give up on timekeeping. They got creative. They discovered that time could be measured by watching water drip, sand fall, or even by observing how long it took certain things to burn. These inventions were the world's first truly portable clocks. The water clock, or clepsydra, was probably the most ingenious timekeeping device of the ancient world. Picture a large container with a small hole in the bottom. Water would drip out at a steady rate, and you could tell time by seeing how much water remained. The ancient Egyptians used these as early as 3400 BCE, and they were surprisingly accurate. The trick was getting the hole exactly the right size. Too big, and the water rushed out; too small, and it barely dripped. But here's what's clever. They realised that water flows faster when there's more pressure, which means a full container would empty faster than a nearly empty one. So they designed containers with special shapes that compensated for this. Some were shaped like flower pots, wider at the top than the bottom. Others had complex internal mechanisms that kept the water pressure constant. These weren't just functional, they were works of art decorated with intricate carvings and religious symbols. The ancient Babylonians advanced water clocks significantly. They created elaborate systems with multiple containers, floating indicators, and even alarm mechanisms. Some could track not just hours, but also days and weeks. They'd set up a series of containers that would empty into each other in sequence, creating a kind of liquid calendar system. Sand clocks, or hourglasses, came later, but were incredibly practical. Unlike water, sand flows at a completely consistent rate, regardless of temperature or humidity. Ancient people discovered that by using very fine sand and carefully calibrated openings, they could create remarkably accurate timing devices. The sand had to be perfectly dry and uniform. They'd sometimes spend hours sifting sand through increasingly fine meshes to get the right consistency. Different cultures developed unique approaches to sand timekeeping. The ancient Chinese used not just sand, but also powdered marble, crushed eggshells, and even finely ground tea leaves. Each material had different flow characteristics, allowing them to create timers for different purposes. A tea timer might run for exactly the time needed to properly steep leaves, while a marble timer might track longer periods. Here's something that might amuse you. The ancient Romans used candle clocks for nighttime timekeeping. They'd mark regular intervals on candles, and as the wax burned down, they could tell how much time had passed. But they quickly discovered that candles burn at different rates depending on air currents, temperature, and the quality of the wax. So they created elaborate candle holders that protected the flame from drafts and kept the burning rate consistent. The ancient Chinese refined candle timekeeping into a sophisticated art. They created special incense sticks that burned at precisely controlled rates. Some were designed to burn for exactly 2 hours, others for 12 hours. They'd embed small bells or chimes in the incense sticks, so when the incense burned down to a certain point, the bell would drop and create an alarm. Imagine waking up to the gentle chime of a bell that had been timed by the slow burning of fragrant incense. Ancient people also used their bodies as timing devices. They knew that a healthy person's pulse beats at a fairly consistent rate, so they could estimate short periods of time by counting heartbeats. They discovered that it takes about the same amount of time to recite certain prayers or poems, so religious texts became timing tools. A priest might know that a particular chant lasted exactly long enough for a water clock to empty one level. The ancient Indians developed something called ghati measurements using floating bowls. They'd place a metal bowl with a tiny hole in the bottom into a larger container of water. The bowl would slowly fill and sink, taking exactly 24 minutes. 1 ghati. By using multiple bowls of different sizes, they could create complex timing systems that tracked everything from minutes to months. What's remarkable is how accurate these ancient timing devices were. Modern tests of reconstructed ancient water clocks show that they were often accurate to within a few minutes over a 12-hour period. That's impressive precision for devices made with simple tools and materials. They achieved this accuracy through careful experimentation, precise craftsmanship, and generations of refinement. Ancient people also understood that different situations required different timing tools. Water clocks were perfect for daytime use but could freeze in winter. Although they functioned in all weather conditions, sand clocks were delicate and susceptible to humidity fluctuations. Candle clocks, while effective at night, proved ineffective in windy conditions, so they developed multiple systems and used whichever worked best for their immediate needs. Your ancestors understood something that modern people often forget. Time isn't just about hours and minutes. It encompasses the concepts of seasons, cycles, and the perpetual rotation of the year. They developed sophisticated ways of tracking long-term time that connected daily life with the grand patterns of nature. The ancient Celts did not perceive time as a linear progression from the past to the future. They saw it as a spiral, where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. They divided their year into 8 major festivals, each marking an important shift in the natural world. Samhain marked the beginning of winter, Imbolc celebrated the first stirrings of spring, Beltane welcomed the fertility of early summer, and so on. These weren't just parties, they were precise markers in a complex calendar system. Ancient people became experts at reading the subtle signs that told them where they were in the seasonal cycle. They knew that when oak leaves were the size of mouse ears, it was time to plant corn. When the first crickets started chirping, summer was exactly 6 weeks away. When certain birds began their migration, winter would arrive in precisely 43 days. Such knowledge wasn't folklore. It was accumulated scientific observation passed down through generations. The ancient Egyptians built their entire civilization around the annual flooding of the Nile River. They knew that when the star Sirius appeared just before dawn, the flood would begin in exactly 70 days. They could predict the flood's timing, height, duration, and receding time. This knowledge was so valuable that the priests who maintained the calendar were among the most powerful people in Egyptian society. Here's something fascinating. Ancient people understood that the length of daylight changes throughout the year, but they used this change as a precise timing mechanism. They knew that on the summer solstice, the day would be exactly 14 hours and 52 minutes long at their latitude. On the winter solstice, it would be 9 hours and 8 minutes. Every day in between, the length of daylight changed by a predictable amount. They could tell you the exact date just by measuring how long the sun was visible. The ancient Chinese developed the most complex calendar system in human history. They combined solar observations, lunar phases, and star positions into a calendar that tracked not just days and years, but also 60-year cycles, and even longer periods. They believed that time moved in nested cycles, days within months, months within years, years within decades, decades within centuries, and so on. Their calendar was so sophisticated that it's still used today for determining traditional Chinese holidays. Ancient people also understood that different activities should happen at different times of year. The ancient Greeks knew that certain crops should be planted when specific stars appeared, that wine should be made when the moon was in a particular phase, and that important decisions should be made during certain seasons. They didn't just track time, they used it to optimize their daily lives. The ancient Mayans created a calendar system that was more accurate than anything Europeans had at the time. They calculated that a year was 365.2420 days long, remarkably close to the modern measurement of 365.2422 days. They could predict eclipses hundreds of years in advance, and knew exactly when Venus would appear as a morning star or evening star. Their calendar was so precise that it's off by only about one day every 5,000 years. What's remarkable is how they coordinated these complex timing systems across entire civilizations. The ancient Romans had officials called pontifices, whose job was to maintain the calendar and announce important dates. They'd travel throughout the empire, ensuring that everyone was celebrating festivals on the same days and planting crops at the optimal times. This required incredible organisation and communication across vast distances. Ancient people also used recurring natural events as long-term timing markers. They knew that certain comets appeared every 76 years, that particular meteor showers happened annually on specific dates, and that unusual weather patterns followed predictable cycles. The ancient Babylonians kept detailed records of these events, creating databases that helped them predict future occurrences. The ancient Indians developed the concept of yugas, vast cycles of time that lasted thousands of years. They believed that time moved in great epochs, each with its characteristics and duration. While such an approach might seem impractical, it actually helped them understand long-term climate patterns, population cycles, and agricultural trends. They were thinking about time on scales that modern people rarely consider. Perhaps most importantly, ancient people understood that time wasn't just about scheduling, it was about meaning. They knew that certain times were auspicious for beginning new projects, that other times were better for reflection and rest, and that the timing of events could influence their outcomes. They lived in harmony with temporal rhythms that connected their daily lives with the cosmos itself. Long before anyone understood circadian rhythms or hormone cycles, your ancestors knew something profound. Your body is a living clock. They developed sophisticated ways of reading internal biological signals to track time, and they understood that humans are naturally synchronized with the rhythms of the earth. Ancient people noticed that they naturally felt hungry at certain times of day, grew sleepy at predictable intervals, and experienced peak energy at specific hours. They didn't just accept these patterns, they used them as timing devices. The ancient Romans divided their day around meal times. Prima hora was the first hour after sunrise, sexta hora was midday when they ate their main meal, and vesper was evening when they had a light supper. Their entire schedule revolved around when their bodies naturally wanted to eat. The ancient Chinese took this idea even further. They believed that different organs in the body had peak energy at different times of day. The liver was most active from 1 a.m. to 3 a.m., the lungs from 3 a.m. to 5 a.m., the large intestine from 5 a.m. to 7 a.m., 7 a.m., and so on. They used this organ clock not just for medical treatment, but also for daily scheduling. They'd plan different activities for times when the relevant organs were at peak function. Here's something that might surprise you. Ancient people were incredibly skilled at estimating times through physical activities. They knew that it took exactly the same amount of time to walk from their home to the well each morning, to milk a cow, or to prepare a simple meal. They turned routine activities into timing devices. A weaver might know that it took exactly 2 hours to complete a certain pattern, or a blacksmith might time his work by how long it took to forge a particular tool. Ancient people also understood that children's bodies change at predictable rates, and they used this information as a long-term timing system. They knew that a child's first tooth would appear at about 6 months, that they'd start walking around their first birthday, and that they'd reach certain developmental milestones at specific ages. Parents could estimate a child's age even without formal birth records by observing these natural developmental markers. The ancient Egyptians noticed that pregnant women experienced predictable changes at specific intervals. They could determine how far along a pregnancy was by observing certain physical signs, and they knew that labour would begin when the woman's body showed particular signals. Midwives became skilled at reading these biological clocks to predict exactly when births would occur. Ancient people were also fascinated by the connection between human rhythms and lunar cycles. They observed that women's menstrual cycles often synchronized with the moon's phases, and they used this connection for both timekeeping and health monitoring. They noticed that many people slept differently during full moons, that certain illnesses followed lunar patterns, and that emotional states seem to fluctuate with the moon's position. Here's what's really interesting. Ancient people understood that the aging process itself was a kind of slow clock. They could estimate someone's age by observing subtle changes in skin texture, hair colour, posture, and movement patterns. Experienced elders could look at a person and tell you not just their approximate age, but also what season they were born in, what kind of work they did, and even what foods they typically ate. The ancient Indians developed detailed knowledge about how the body's energy levels changed throughout the day. They identified specific times when people were naturally more alert, more creative, or more physically capable. They scheduled important activities during these peak periods and reserved rest times for when the body naturally wanted to slow down. This wasn't just practical, it was a sophisticated understanding of human biology. Ancient people also used sleep patterns as timing devices. They knew that healthy people naturally went through predictable sleep cycles, and they could estimate how long someone had been asleep by observing their breathing patterns, body position, and eye movements. They didn't understand REM sleep scientifically, but they knew when someone was dreaming and when they were in deep sleep. The ancient Greeks noticed that people's body temperatures changed throughout the day in predictable patterns. They could tell what time it was by feeling someone's forehead or observing whether they seemed naturally warm or cool. They understood that these temperature changes were connected to energy levels, hunger, and sleep patterns. Ancient people were also skilled at reading the subtle signs that indicated someone's overall health and vitality. They knew that certain physical changes meant someone was getting sick, that other changes indicated recovery, and that some patterns showed long-term health trends. They essentially used the human body as a diagnostic instrument that could reveal information about both time and health. What's remarkable is how accurately ancient people could estimate time using only their bodies and natural observations. Modern studies show that people who live without clocks often develop incredibly precise internal timing. They can wake up at specific times, know when to eat, and coordinate complex activities using only their internal biological rhythms. As you settle into sleep tonight, you're participating in the same daily rhythm that guided humans for thousands of years, before electric lights and digital clocks changed everything. Your ancestors weren't just getting by without modern timekeeping, they were living in harmony with natural rhythms that connected them to the earth, the sky, and their own bodies in ways that modern people can barely imagine. The ancient timekeepers understood something profound. Time isn't just about measurement, it's about meaning, rhythm, and connection. They didn't just track hours and minutes, they lived within the great cycles of day and night, seasons and years, and birth and death. Their timekeeping systems weren't just practical tools, they were ways of understanding their place in the universe. Think about how different their relationship with time must have been. They couldn't rush through their days checking phones every few minutes. They couldn't stay up all night working under artificial lights. They couldn't schedule back-to-back meetings or eat lunch at their desks. Instead, they lived according to natural rhythms that their bodies understood instinctively. The ancient Egyptians had a beautiful concept called ma'at, which meant living in harmony with the natural order of things. This included living in harmony with natural time, waking with the sun, eating when hungry, working when energy was high, and resting when the body needed rest. They believed that fighting against natural rhythms was not just impractical, but actually harmful to physical and spiritual health. Ancient people also understood that different types of time required different approaches. They had practical time for daily activities, seasonal time for agricultural planning, ceremonial time for religious observances, and sacred time for connecting with the divine. They didn't expect one system to handle all these different needs. They developed multiple overlapping ways of understanding and measuring time. Here's something that might make you smile. Ancient people were probably less stressed about time than we are today. They couldn't be precisely punctual in the modern sense, so they developed social customs that accommodated natural variations in timing. If you arranged to meet someone when the sun is halfway to its highest point, everyone understood that this might vary by 10 or 15 minutes depending on the season and weather. Flexibility was built into their social systems. The ancient Chinese had a saying, "The best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago. The second best time is now." They understood that time wasn't just about scheduling. It was about understanding the right moment for different activities. They developed sophisticated knowledge about timing that went far beyond simple measurement to include wisdom about when to act, when to wait, and when to rest. Ancient timekeepers also understood something that modern people often forget. Time is cyclical, not linear. Days repeat, seasons return, and patterns recur. They didn't think of time as a straight line moving from past to future, but as a spiral where similar events happened repeatedly, but never exactly the same way twice. This gave them a sense of continuity and connection that helped them navigate uncertainty. What's most remarkable is how much ancient people could accomplish using only natural timekeeping methods. They built magnificent structures aligned with celestial events, coordinated complex civilizations across vast distances, and maintained accurate calendars for centuries. They did all this without any mechanical devices, using only careful observation, accumulated knowledge, and deep understanding of natural patterns. The ancient timekeepers left us more than just historical curiosities. They left us a different way of thinking about time, one that's more natural, more connected, and perhaps more human. They remind us that time isn't just about productivity and efficiency. It's about rhythm, meaning, and living in harmony with the world around us. As you close your eyes tonight, you're following a pattern that connects you to every human who has ever lived. Your body knows it's time to sleep, just as it has always known. Your internal clock, refined over thousands of years of evolution, is still keeping perfect time. In a world of digital displays and constant connectivity, you still carry within you the ancient wisdom of natural timekeeping. The next time you wake up naturally, just as the first light appears, remember that you're experiencing something timeless. You're participating in the same daily miracle that guided your ancestors for millennia. You're proof that even in our modern world, the ancient rhythms still pulse within us, connecting us to the eternal dance of earth and sky, day and night, rest and waking. Sleep well, knowing that your body's own ancient clock will wake you exactly when you need to wake, just as it always has.